Welcome everyone to this Thursday's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors get together and play Dungeons & Dragons. This will be our 10th episode, I think? 10th, which is kind of awesome. So for all the classic folks who have been coming every week, good to see you again. For a bunch of newcomers out there as well, welcome and thank you. I hope you enjoy. We're going to go ahead and cut to some videos here. Probably the last time that we run the character backstories at the start of the show. We usually use it as partially a stall method when some of our players haven't gotten here on time, i.e. Scanlan, but he's on his way, I'm sure. But also, since we have a lot of new people watching, we figure it would behoove for them to actually get an idea of the character backgrounds as well. But going forward, we'll just be playing them probably for the intermission break. So we'll be back here in about 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, enjoy the character backstories. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
Pike grew up in the outskirts of town, near the Bramblewood. Her ancestors were a family of deep gnomes with quite an unfavorable reputation. Thievery, destruction, and trickery left them with the curse of the last name, Trickfoot. Sarenrae, the goddess of healing and redemption, had other plans for Pike's great-great-grandfather Wilhand, who left his family at a young age after a dream that changed the course of the Trickfoot family. Wilhand devoted his life to Sarenrae and pledged from then on that him and his family would live a life of service and devotion. As a child, Pike seemed to have an affinity to heal. Whether it was animals, people, or even flowers, she felt she had a purpose in making things whole that had once been broken. She studied and learned the ways to heal through divine magic. She lived a peaceful life, quiet and simple, until one day, Wilhand was captured and almost killed by a group of Goliath barbarians. One of the Goliaths took a stand against the murder of the innocent gnome, and he himself was beaten, bloodied, and left for dead, abandoned by his herd. Wilhand went to Pike for help. She prayed and healed this barbarian as best she could, bringing him back to life. When he awoke, she discovered his name was Grog Stonejaw. After that, they were the best of friends, a rather unlikely pair. Little did she know that in a few years' time, Grog would soon return the favor and bring her back from the clutches of death. After being killed in battle, Pike felt angry. She wanted to be stronger so that it would never happen again. She spent 4 months at sea, training with the men and women aboard a ship called the Broken Howl. Gripping her holy symbol in one hand and her morning star in the other, this time, Pike is ready.
Right, listen up. If you have ale, then you have a friend in Grog Strongjaw, a Goliath of towering height and size. This barbarian has an appetite for the two great loves in his life: combat, women, and ale. Wait. Easily the brains of the group, Grog is often consulted for his vast knowledge of shapes, colors, and shiny things. Also ale. In his early years, armed with his two-handed great axe, Grog oft enjoyed proving his might amongst the ranks of his family's wandering herd. But after coming upon an unsuspecting elderly gnome in the woods, he objected to the killing of such an innocent life. A creature of impulse, Grog felt only pity for this terrified little thing. His disobedience cost him dearly. Beaten bloody and banished by the herd leader, his uncle Kevdak, Grog was abandoned and left to die. Exiled from his herd, it was then that the relative of the very gnome he fought to save saved him. It was the kindness of a gnome cleric named Pike that healed Grog, bringing him back from death's edge. And they have remained close friends ever since. Most nights, Grog can be found challenging entire taverns to wrestling matches, or accompanying Scanlan to the nearest house where you pay for lady favors. Also ale.
A first impression of Keyleth would leave you with little information on the half-elven druid. You might even think that her social awkwardness due to her sheltered upbringing is kind of sweet. Of course, it would be unwise to underestimate her based on first impressions. Under that unintimidating petite frame is a vicious beast waiting to be unleashed, whose natural powers have made even the fiercest of champions pee their pants. Literally. Born to the air tribe of the Ashari people, Keyleth was raised with a deep love of nature and the elemental magics. It is her people's inherent duty to protect the delicate areas in Taldore, where the 4 elemental planes begin to bleed with this realm. Since she was a little girl, she had quite a knack for air manipulation and beast-shaping abilities. Well, if you consider kittens and flying squirrels to be little beasts, which I do. Anyways, it wasn't long before the headmaster of the tribe, her father, Corin, realized her true prodigious abilities, and she was inveterated to succeed him as the next headmaster. Just like that, her jovial childhood was stripped and replaced with endless spell memorization, teachings from ancient traditions, and exceedingly high expectations. Every druid leader-to-be must embark on a journey to seek out the sister tribes in order to introduce and establish respect amongst the fellow headmasters. They call this the Aramente, or Noble Odyssey. When her father felt she was ready, he set her on the path to truly discovering herself, not knowing when or if she will ever return. As she hiked down the mountain towards Stilben, she meditated on the task ahead. Part of the Aramente is proving yourself a strong warrior, a valiant protector, and a wise and compassionate leader. With this knowledge, one thought plays in repeat in her mind. Is she even worthy?
Percy was the third of 7 children, born to a noble family who lived far to the north, in the ancient castle of Whitestone. With so many siblings to share the burdens of lordship, Percy turned his attentions to the sciences, engineering, and naturalism. One day, a mysterious couple named Lord and Lady Briarwood came to court. During a feast held in their honor, the Briarwoods violently took control of the castle, killing or imprisoning everyone who would stand in their way. Percy awoke chained in the dungeon, only to be freed by his younger sister. Together they fled, chased by the Briarwoods' men. As they ran, Percy's sister took several arrows to the chest and fell. Percy kept running, eventually jumping into a freezing river and floating unconscious to freedom. He did not remember waking up on a fishing boat. He barely remembered the next 2 years as he slowly made his way as far south as possible. Then one night, Percy had a dream. A roaring cloud of smoke offered him vengeance against those who destroyed his family. When he awoke, Percy began to design his first gun.
Oh, you haven't heard of Scanlan Shorthalt? Well, gird your loins, ladies, because he has his eye on you. A talented musician, master of disguise, and dashingly handsome in his own mind, Scanlan sings songs almost as much as he sings his own praises. Born a poor gnome, Scanlan used his endless charm and soaring tenor voice to croon for coin and support his single mother. One day he was discovered by a half-orc promoter and joined Dr. Dranzel's spectacular traveling troupe, where he learned the ways of the world and honed his skills as a bard extraordinaire. A loner much of his life, Scanlan has never quite come to terms with the violent death of his mother at the hands of a goblin invasion. While his years on the road provided many, shall we say, educational experiences with the opposite sex, deep down Scanlan yearns for the one thing he's never known, the true love of a fellow gnome. Still, Scanlan considers himself a lover first, performer second, and fighter distant third. On the battlefield, he'll support his allies, but rarely draws blood, unless it's to protect fellow gnome, Pike. Count on Scanlan for a hearty laugh, a rollicking song, and a twinkle in his eye that melts hearts and makes the females swoon.
Greetings and salutations. I am Tiberius Stormwind. I hail from a town called Tyrix, located in the heart of Draconia, born from a politically respected family. At the age of 15, I succeeded in passing the Sorcerer's Rite, showing prodigy-like control of my magic. The judges and the Draconian High Council were amazed at how powerful my spells were for how long I had been training. At 20 years old, I was the youngest appointed member of the Magic Guild in Draconian history. For the next few years, I almost went mad from the malaise of being a guild member, as it's rather boring. However, one day I happened upon a chamber unused for quite some time. In the room were stacks of books and maps of the surrounding cities and areas around the known world. For months I would frequent the chamber and learned of artifacts from legend. After a long period of research, I made a list of artifacts that caught my eye. I brought these findings to the High Council and was told that all of the information in the chamber I stumbled upon was either believed to be fiction or unsolvable mysteries, and hence were lost forever. I found those answers to be unacceptable. A year later, I devised a ruse and managed to convince the city council to lend support in me leaving Draconia on a mission of peace and diplomacy for the surrounding kingdoms, going from town to town and making friends and allies in and for the name of Draconia. Being a red dragonborn, I had quite the task on my hands in that respect, but it was exactly what I needed so I could explore the world and find these artifacts, as I felt the truth was out there. Some may describe me as buffoonish, but I say poppycock to all that. I am much sharper than most give me credit for. I just don't pay attention to things sometimes. I've also been known to be rather cunning, loyal, happy-go-lucky, and, well, dangerous. I can't help but show my true scales every now and then, but overall I think I'm quite friendly for a dragonborn.
Never entirely welcome in the company of elves or men, Vax'ildan learned at a young age to skip past formality, preferring instead to invite himself in your door. Along with twin sister Vex'ahlia, Vax was born by a chance encounter between elven royalty and human peasantry. Raised by their mother in their early years, the twins were eventually sent off to their father in the elven capital of Singorn. But their cool reception among the elves there never warmed, and their time in the capital didn't last. The siblings stole away one autumn night and set out on the open road. After a few years of wandering, they eventually decided to return to their mother and journeyed back to the lands of their youth. But instead of finding their childhood home, they returned to a pile of rubble. Their mother was gone, their home burned to ash. Pressing the townspeople for answers, they learned of the day the dragon came. With their ties all severed, Vax'ildan and his sister set out to find their fortune together in Taldore. An outsider since birth, Vax quickly learned to solve life's challenges in his own particular way, often by sidestepping them entirely. And when his knack for circumventing adversity isn't enough, the way of blades the elves schooled him in more than makes up the difference.
Like so many half-elves, Vex'ahlia has spent most of her life suffering the cool reception of a people who don't fully accept her. Born of a human mother and an elven father who only later in life took an interest in their existence, Vex'ahlia and her twin brother Vax'ildan quickly realized the only people they could truly rely on in this world were each other. It was at the age of 10 when the two were taken from their mother and brought to live in Singorn, the isolated elven city for which their father was an ambassador. He quietly took them in, but always kept an icy distance, and after too many years of disdainful looks, the pair decided to leave his indifference behind and set out on their own. Vax took to the cities, stealing small trinkets and learning the ways of the thief. while Vex kept to the woods. She preferred the isolation. Always the keen observer, she learned to hunt and to track, to spy and to shoot, and through a series of fateful events, earned herself a companion in the form of a bear. Her own stolen trinket, to fight alongside her and protect her fiercely. Also, he is adorable and gives expert massages.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Critical Role. First off, I want to thank the chat for buying this amazing cloak that came in. The most delightful Dungeon Master cloak, which is...
Makes your eyes pop.
Does it?
Yeah, your eyes
Makes more than my eyes
pop
pop.
right out.
So, thank you chat, that's amazing. We did some videos with that. It's a little warm in here for it at the moment, but I'll be wearing it probably when we come back from the break for a bit too, so thank you for that. Couple other quick things. First off, our shirts are up still. We have one more week on that, but our goal by the end of this show tonight is to get to 1,000 t-shirts sold. If we get to 1,000 before the end of the game tonight, we're gonna stay after and do a Q&A with you guys. So emphasize, go ahead and get some shirts done. Wonderfully modeled by a few of our team members here. Yep, you can find the link in the chat room, or you can go to teespring.com/critical-role. And they got hoodies, they got girl tees, guy tees, like
hoodies.
Rock it out.
Rock
it out.
999 gets nothing.
We'll see. We'll see. So yes, that's awesome. Also, we have the subscriber giveaway. As soon as we hit 2850 tonight, we're going to be giving away one of the tabletop promo kits that are only exclusively available now by subscribing to this channel. So once we hit 2850, we're going to give away one of these to one of the random folks in the chat room. So look forward to that. Also, we have our charity, which we do throughout the show. Mercy, if you want to take it away on that?
Yes. 826LA, which is a non-profit after-school tutoring program for kids K through 12th grade, and they excel in creative writing and reading, and they're awesome. Donate to them, go check them out. And there might be an 826 in your area, so Google 826. They're always looking for tutors. It's a good program.
Good program, so go and check that out. A couple other quick things. If you guys haven't checked it out recently, I had the opportunity to Dungeon Master for PewDiePie, YouTube's PewDiePie, including Toast Ken, his co-partner on the podcast there. Episode went up a couple days ago, had a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll be doing that again in the future, but I know probably a bunch of you folks came in through that this week, so welcome to our chaotic little show, Critical Role.
Hi.
Everyone in the chat room, be nice, be welcoming. They've been really awesome, so. Any other announcements we want to make before we jump into the game?
Have we talked about something important here, guys? There's these shirts that we need to sell.
We just talked about them
for like 5 minutes. We literally just talked about
You know what? Listen, guys, this is something that we need to really discuss first.
Dread was on.
I think
the
everybody.
That was amazing. He comes in character.
Welcome back.
I love you, Travis.
I love you.
I think you guys out there need to really look in your hearts and moreover your wallets and get one of our shirts. Just get them because they're done.
Glowing recommendation from Tiberius Storm.
Get them!
I like that you two match, actually.
Anyone else have anything that we need to
Yes.
The episode of Dread, Part 2,
Yes.
came out today. It's so intense. Of tabletop, yes. You can watch it on Geek and Sundry.
Do you live or do you die?
I'm not telling you anything, but it is very intense.
Can't talk about anything this week.
Did we talk about the shirts?
Do we? No, I don't think we did. I don't think we did. I don't think.
All right, so let's go ahead and get this on the road then, so we can get into the story.
I'm so nervous.
So, to get everyone caught up to where we are, the party was initially sent on a quest into the mountainous region beneath the dwarven city of Craghammer to find essentially a folk hero of the region named Lady Kima of Vord, who's a halfling paladin who had gone missing while on a vision quest that apparently led her to some evil that was brewing beneath the city. As the party went in search of her, they ended up finding themselves climbing deeper into the Underdark, a very scary portion of the subterranean world, encountering numerous beasts and talking cell phone.
Sorry.
Disadvantage.
Discovering that there was apparently an alliance that had been forged between the Illithids, the Mind Flayers that live down there, and the Durgar, who normally are at odds, have forged some sort of pact. And upon battling their way deeper into the cavernous regions below, the lava-encrusted obsidian walls, they began to uncover a plot that apparently some monstrosity, some new dark leader by the name of Cavern had been the one responsible for uniting them, and currently resides at a temple in the center of the subterranean Illithid city of Yag'voril. You guys made your way down to what seems to be the cavern that contains the island that Yag'voril resides upon. You managed to scavenge a few broken boats from the lake that surrounds the island. Percy repaired them, and you rode around the outskirts to what seemed to be some sort of a beachside cavern. Upon entering the cavern, you found like a partially buried, like a chest or some container of some kind. What looks like some sort of a camp that had been destroyed and scattered, and a few rotting corpses against the walls. As you continued to inspect the area, the corpses began to rise from their sitting positions. With previous experience in the realm of undead, you, however, know that these eyes of these creatures carry far more intelligence than your run-of-the-mill zombie. And that was where we left off at this point in time, which requires a music change.
Oh, just jumping right in? Right into it.
Right in.
Oh, God.
We have a good number of the party that is still out in the boat, that's being towed by Keyleth, currently in shark form.
We're in a boat?
We're in a boat.
I'm in a boat. I'm in a
There's Keyleth's shark form.
Oh, nice!
Where? Awesome.
Right there.
Sharknado.
Shark, exactly. All right,
Still in Shark Week.
so in the cavern, I believe we had Vax, we had Scanlan, Tiberius, and Vex on the flying carpet that were making their way down. You scattered ahead and began to check the interior before this happened. So, as these creatures are now rising up off the ground, looking kind of insidious in their expression, all glaring at you as you're the most apparently nearby individual, what are you doing?
You have fuzz in your hair.
And it's gonna stay.
No, you got it. It's gone.
Oh, damn it. Something that would bother you for the rest of the game. Okay.
It's part of the game.
So, that being the case, we're jumping right into battle at the top of this game in the center of this kind of beachside cavern. Roll initiative, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah!
First roll of the night.
Fuck yes.
Yeah!
Yay.
Bam.
All right, so.
Not bad.
All right, so top of the round. Who's got 25 to 20? Anybody?
25.
20.
Ooh, Percy with the rolls.
I got good initiative.
All right, so 25.
20.
20 for Grog and Vex.
Higher than I can count.
All right. All right, 20 to 15.
16.
16 for Tiberius. 15 to 10.
Really strong 13.
Really strong 13 on Vax.
Why do we always have so
You're
low?
me.
12
All right.
for the shark.
Me and Pike, worst rollers in the game.
Don't say that.
Yeah, we got this.
Well, we roll well when it counts.
Yeah, but whenever for initiative, we always
That's
win
true.
the
Yeah.
most.
Well, it's the plate armor and the
little legs.
I don't know why. All right. So, and what have you guys got initiative wise?
4.
Oh wow, I got 7.
Nice.
Let's go. All right. So top of the round.
See you guys in 20
Percy,
minutes.
you are out in the ship. Are you going to stay on the ship?
No.
Get it out
Puppies
there.
are really good.
I know. Timing is everything. What are you doing? Quick.
Okay, I'm going to tug on the rope 3 times in succession to let our shark friend know that it's time to boogie. I'm going to take the rope. I'm going to jump out of the boat. Is there anything to tie the rope to?
This beach is just gravel. There is no particular physical element. I mean, maybe on the far end there might be a part of the wall, but it's going to be an awkward hinge. There's really nowhere to latch.
Is there something that if I had an adhesive that I could adhesive?
Well, I can't beach the
I mean, you
boat.
could, if you have an adhesive, you might be able to stick it to the wall or
Duct
far
tape.
into the beach.
I'll just
And
beach
you
it
need
on-
the
I'll just
cavern
beach
wall
the
that you're
boat.
up against, but there's nothing actually on the beach floor at all.
Okay, so I'm going to take the piece of rope with the I'm going to attempt to take the piece of rope, place it against the wall, and take an ice shot just slightly above the rope and freeze it to the wall.
Okay, so as you hold it up, you go ahead and line up your enchanted ice chamber of your pepper box, fire, and with an extremely loud, echoing gunshot sound throughout the cavern, you see a blast. The bullet itself ricochets and spins off into the distance, into the darkness, but you do see left behind where part of the rock had chiseled from the impact. Ice has coalesced, cracked, and has, for the time being, held the rope to the edge of the cavern.
Running in is for the rest of my movement.
All right, so Percy is there. All right, Percy, it's going to take you a few rounds to get there. It's a long,
That's fine.
winding cavern, but you're in the process of
Making
making
my
the
way.
cavern.
What did you get?
All right, great. So that brings us to Grog and Vex. Grog and Vex, what you got?
Would you like to go?
Well, you're outside. You can go.
Is the boat beached on the shore yet?
No, the boat is not beached. It is the rope that the boat is attached to is currently
attached to the wall.
Attached to the wall. So I mean, it's anchored.
Okay, good.
And I'm in the boat.
It's solidly.
You're in the boat.
So I'm just chilling.
Grog's in the boat.
The Lido deck.
Clarota, Kima.
I would like to bust out at a full dead sprint after Percy.
All right.
There's been no blood being had without me.
As Grog leaps out of the boat, splashing. It's shallow at this point. You're about waist deep in the water. You trudge up to the shore, run across the gravel beach, and start heading straight into the cavern after Percy.
Screaming.
Yelling into the cavern.
Almost high-pitched
Big old
scream.
Goliath scream. Third laser pointer if anyone needs it, by the way.
Goliath falsetto.
I'll just take it because it's fun.
There you go. All right, that brings us to Vex.
Which one looks biggest?
You're still on top of the flying carpet, the three of you guys lifting in.
Does one of the ghouls look scarier
Best
than
you can
others?
tell, there are these three that all look kind of similar in stature. There was one over here that is generally larger, taller, more lanky, and appears to have kind of a semblance of armor on him still. And he almost seems to be giving looks and silent commands to the others.
He's a master zombie. Hunter's mark. Him.
What's the range on your hunter's mark? Because you're back here.
Oh, what?
Hey, Laura.
Move.
Laura.
I did it! I did it!
Laura. Okay.
Hunter's mark, 90 feet.
Yeah, you can get that.
Okay, good. So it's the chat
All
room.
right.
Says the chat room.
Yes.
Well, I don't need it, because I'm going to conjure barrage of cone at them all once he's hunted.
Barrage of cone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like an
Sacha Baron
Italian
Cohen.
porn
That's
guy.
what I'm-
Barrage of cone.
Hunter's mark on that one.
biggest
While
cone
I
this side of my
whistle for
side.
Trinket to get his butt in.
And then the east side.
Comes Trinket's ear perk up from the distance, can hear your whistle echoing through the cavern on the beach side. Stumbles out of the boat, sploosh, big splash, and
chases after
chases
them.
her way up after Grog.
Okay, and then I conjure barrage.
All wet and soaked, the fur kind of pushed against the body. Conjure barrage. What's
a
the
cone.
All right, what's the range of that?
It's a 60-foot cone.
You are quite a distance from most of them. You might have to hop off of the flying carpet.
She can move it just fine. Just think forward.
Can we fly the carpet forward, and I?
You're currently not in control of the carpet. Tiberius is. So.
Oops.
What? Can I delay until? What's your initiative?
Well, 16, but it's fine.
I'll delay until his. Can I do that?
You can do that.
Nice.
All right. So. Vex delays on that. Grog runs in.
Okay, they're
All
gonna
right.
start hitting
So.
us.
The undead take their turn. So as all the entities rise up, they all swarm in, rushing around with an unnatural speed.
I should have
Missing a
just.
toe.
Age ain't slowing them down, nothing. Wow. Hi, fellas.
They all kind of leap up, their faces kind of, you see portions of their jaw kind of dangling with these sharp kind of awful blackened teeth that are broken and gnarled.
I feel so popular.
You kind of glance around suddenly as this darkened room, which you're able to make up just a little bit of light from Tiberius's light on the edge of his staff, they move with a blur of speed and they're right up in your face.
Oh no!
28 days zombies.
You are getting...
Oh god, get out of the middle of them.
First thing you notice, one of them is giving off an awful stench. The smell you heard earlier, the smell you heard, the smell you smelt when you first entered the cavern that was terrible, is now so strong that it's nearly overpowering.
The one specifically?
You can't. It's hard to find a source to it.
Okay.
However, you are taking a claw strike from each of them.
Oh, good.
God!
Naturally.
That is going to be 6. You got misses. That is a 19. Hits. 18.
Yep.
Hits. And then 20.
Hell yeah.
Oh no.
All right, so 3 claw strikes.
Yep.
You take 7 points of slashing damage, another 7 points of slashing damage, and then a 10. So that's a total.
Right.
So it's 24 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
As all these like horribly muddied and half-rotted claws start sinking past the armor into your flesh, the back of your neck. One catches you in the side, and it all happens so fast you feel like you're almost spun around entirely by the sheer force of the impact. I need you to make 3 Constitution saving throws.
Oh, they got poison or something. They got magic. They got poison magic.
Okay.
Come on, new dice.
Matthew, who's
Come
next?
on, new.
15.
Okay. What plus? What's your
Plus
constitution?
nothing.
Oh,
Plus
really?
nothing.
What was it?
It's all in speed, man. 15.
15.
6.
All right.
19.
Okay. So, 2 of the impacts, you feel this kind of sense of strange rot impeding upon your system, and you shrug it off, but one of them still manages to sift through and your system seizes. You feel all the muscles in your body begin to tighten up, and suddenly you're unable to move. It's just your entire body is one tense, giant flexing muscle, and you're unable to shift anywhere from your position.
Feels like rigor mortis.
Yeah, you're currently paralyzed, my friend.
Cool.
Paralyzed?
What?
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't do anything because you won't be able to dodge it.
Yeah, all right, that brings us to Tiberius and Vex.
Send a fireball right here.
No.
I'm gonna.
That'd be bad.
Actually, how far away am I right now?
Right here, I'd say you're approximately...
Give me the push. Well, I'll move the carpet the minimum distance I have for her to get in range.
Okay, you can probably push it. I think it's 20 feet. It's about there.
Okay. So that's where I'll stay.
This doesn't look good. I cast Obelisk of Stone on my dear friend. I'm going to raise him up out of harm's way. Yeah.
All right, so as you finish casting, you can see there's like some of the actual sand that fills the bottom of this cave begins to swirl up in a wind around Tiberius's hands, and as he lifts his arms up, a single column of stone kind of shakes and shifts out of the ground, lifting your paralyzed body up into the air, 15 feet into the air. Thankfully, the actual cavern itself is about 25 feet tall, so it doesn't crush you against the ceiling.
No, I only raised it about 20 feet.
Okay, go on, go to 15 for the level 3.
Oh,
or
then,
20, I'm sorry, 20 feet.
Yeah.
So you're just like barely brought up to the ceiling. It kind of crests the top of your head, but not enough to actually crush you or do any damage, but you are seemingly out of harm's way from the current undead onslaught.
And then I go, hey, give us a good idea.
And I spend 3 sorcerer points and I huck a fireball. Shut out those fuckers too.
All right, so Tiberius, as you lift up the pillar with one hand, the dust settles and falls from your hand, the sand. As it does, this hand back here begins to coalesce this small bead of red burning energy. You fling it out with your offhand. It streaks across, hits the base of the pillar, and explodes with a blast of red, fiery, magical energy. Go ahead and roll damage. Your DC on that is 17, right?
Yes. 2, 4, 6. Is it 6 or 8?
Oh, they all failed their saving throw. It's 8d6.
Nice.
Yeah.
8d6?
Yes.
That's... Jeez. That seems unfair.
Same damage your lightning bolt does.
That's 6. Oh, you're right. Man, I'm a bad Mama Jim.
32 damage.
32 damage. Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, as you guys are running into the cavern, you hear this loud, familiar explosion sound that kind of has this weird dull thud and then flame and heat. You see like flickers of light from across around the bend, and this wave of heat hits you. The explosion, as it finishes, you can see these 3 undead are completely incinerated. That's these burning cinders in the ground.
See ya.
This one's still standing. However, the force of the explosion also destroys the pillar from underneath.
Oh shit.
Causing you to fall.
Hold on. As he falls, do I still have a movement after this or no?
You use your movement to move the
Shit.
carpet. Sorry.
Well, it's like the Tower of Terror.
Damage.
For 10, you only take, I'd say, 2d6.
Okay.
No, 1d6 because it's only a 20-foot fall. You're fine.
Okay.
Oh.
Ah.
Do I get
You're able to catch yourself.
Okay.
And it's also sand, so it's not too hard.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So that finishes your turn.
It sure does. Vex, you finish
yes,
that
yes,
bastard
yes,
off,
of
will you?
But you did land on a bunch of rocks. of the broken pillar. Roll another d6 point of damage.
That was more substantial.
If it was the sand, it wasn't so hard, but it was the fact that I realized there's a whole crap ton of pillar rubble now that your paralyzed body fell upon, was unable to brace your fall. So that's gonna hurt in the morning.
DM hindsight.
Vex, what you're up?
Okay, well, there's no really anybody else, so I'm gonna There's no really anybody else, so I'm gonna shoot through my. I can shoot through my fire thing, right?
If you want to, yeah, you still haven't used it for the day.
Should I save it for the day? I'll hit him twice. I'll attack him twice.
Okay, so you're attacking twice. So as you're sitting on top of the carpet, you pull out and rapidly release 2 arrows in succession against this.
Oh, natural 20!
Yeah! All right. And what's the other attack?
21.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Hit him. Actually, 23. I forgot I had bracers on.
That hits. Well, the braces only affect your damage, not to hit.
Oh, cool.
Good to know.
Yeah.
21.
You get +2 to all of your damage rolls with ranged attacks.
What do I do for a critical then?
You roll the regular damage, multiply it by 2, and then add your modifier at the end.
Okay. Oh, that's not that one. 15 for the first one.
All right.
And 12 for the second one.
And Hunter's Mark on both of those?
And Hunter's
'Cause it's
Mark
on
on
the
both
board.
of those!
The chat room's like,
That
Hunter's Mark.
That was
Roll
a
that again.
6.
It was-
That was definitely a 6. That was a 6!
There you go.
Alright, cool. 7 then for...
All right, so as the smoke kind of filters out of the way and you make the visual, the form, you see your brother on the ground currently seizing, and in the rubble you see the shadow of one of the undead still standing angrily. It rears back with its claws forward and gives this horrible like gnashing sound as its jaw opens unnaturally wide and this long tongue kind of whips out on it. As you bear down, you release one arrow, piercing the side of its shoulder as it reaches up to kind of break it off. Its tongue's still out. The second one goes into the tongue, out the back of the throat, and kind of it reaches up and breaks off the arrow in the throat, looks towards you, goes to lunge, and as it does, you can see it just collapses on top of his body, no longer moving.
Embrace him. Embrace him.
Give me some sugar.
All right, so the rest of you finally make your way into the cavern. You manage to go ahead and shrug off the rest of this, this paralyzation, stiffly get up and find your way out of the
Can we
rubble.
land? Tiberius!
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Tell me it's not over.
Oh, sorry, Grog.
Sorry, Grog.
The fight's over.
I went off and pushed the dead body.
I ruin patience.
I live for one thing.
Am I close enough to get out of the boat?
I've been
Yeah, you can swing out of the boat.
Are you alive?
I'm alive.
Keyleth, you are left out there currently as a shark as everyone else.
I go
goes
look at the
inside.
treasure chest.
Oh, I'm going too.
Good job, badasses.
I'll stay with
Thank
Bo.
you.
You okay? You need some help there? You okay?
All right, that was fine.
If it's easy for somebody.
I didn't even need to get out of the boat. You guys just handled it like that.
I'll go back to the boat then. That's fine. I don't care.
Everything's
I'm
fine.
sorry, Casey. Listen, I'm sorry, everybody. If I knew you wanted
Oh, we're looting.
I didn't mean to.
Short rest.
I didn't mean to kill everybody so quickly.
Treasure chest. And
Rage
I'll
loot.
let you kill
So,
everyone next
Vex,
time.
you
Are
already
we gonna do a short rest?
lift the top of the chest, which was unlocked previously by your brother. As you lift it up, for a split second, you see what looks like a flash of orangish energy, a familiar one, a very familiar one. As suddenly, a secondary fire blast emanates from the treasure chest itself.
Do nothing.
The blast radius sends the top half of the chest careening off and scraping off the roof of the cavern itself. As you just turn the corner, see this giant explosion, sending you about 20 feet backwards.
awesome.
Go ahead
Good
and
thing
make
you didn't get there and yet.
Is that chest 10 feet away from me as well?
Yep. So a reflex saving throw for both of you.
Okay, cool.
Come on, twins.
Alright.
I have a thing I can do too.
What's reflex? Is that like
evasion.
dexterity?
Or dexterity, sorry. Carry over from Pathfinder. I meant dexterity.
I went back to the boat.
30.
30.
Wow.
This is a dexterity check?
Yeah.
20.
Okay.
So yeah,
you both managed to just find a way to dodge most of the impact, but you still both take 14 points of fire damage
As
each.
a rogue with evasion, if I succeed, it's nothing.
Then you take nothing.
Roll.
Sisters,
As a twin of a rogue.
you take 14 points of fire damage.
Can I have your thingy?
My thingy?
Your eraser
I don't know where it is.
Oh,
There you
thanks.
go.
You're welcome.
Oh, right.
So the familiar whine of the trap about to emit catches your ear, and you just dodge out of the way instinctively. Your sister not so lucky. It takes some of the brunt of the damage, but not the
Oh
full
no,
effect
did I
of it.
destroy the loot?
If you want to go ahead and inspect
Yeah.
what the chest once was, okay. So as you go back to where the chest was,
Hey, there's something in there.
most of the chest is destroyed. Like it's knocked off its hinge. What you do find inside though is what looks like a very, very which one's in here? There we go. What looks like is a slightly charred two-handed blade, like a giant sword that is currently laid inside. It looks like it's been there for a while as storage. There was a set of armor, natural armor, that's been completely destroyed by the blast.
Come on.
There are
Hooper muffin.
there are a number of coins in there. There's probably like a good hefty sized pile of old, what looks like kind of slightly molded by the moisture that's been kept inside this chest until it was detonated. Gathering it up, you find approximately 420 gold pieces.
Awesome.
Yeah, 420.
What's that mean? Is that a reference? What is that?
Of everything that was damaged inside the chest, the sword, which would be considered a great sword, seems to be largely unaffected by the blast, other than just a little bit of soot that you had to rub off the blade.
So I'll take it to Grog, because I figure he'll probably be able to use it.
There you go. She hands you this fantastic sword.
I don't know if it's magic or anything, Grog, so you might want to have Tiberius have a look at it.
Oh, hold on, let me check. I take it and I shake it really hard.
That's not how you really...
I think I know what I'm doing. Check it. Alright, now you can check it.
As he's doing that, I get 18, trying to see what's up.
Okay, there's definitely a magical aura emanating from the blade. You take a moment and kind of inspect it, and you ascertain the magical nature of the falling book.
As he's shaking it, what you have there is a great sword of frenzy, Grog. You have the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Ooh. When you attack a creature with this magic weapon and roll a 20 on the attack roll, after dealing damage, you can immediately make an additional attack for free. Ooh.
Glad I shook it.
Pass that piece of paper over here, so Grog can
Maybe Scanlan could use it.
Scanlan could?
It's bigger than you.
It's a little big for you, though. You'd be at probably disadvantage using that. If you like.
Give it over.
All right.
Here.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Great sort of frenzy.
Yes. I'd like to rage frenzy. Are there any bodies that we can look at?
You guys, after inspecting what remains of at least 3 of the undead creatures, they have been turned to ash, pretty much. Like the force of the explosion, the arcane nature of the detonation, you find pieces of them, and most of them have been charred and burned away from the bodies. They're already in some kind of partially decomposed form. The larger one, the one that you had hunters marked as well, though, upon inspecting it, while most of its armor is destroyed, it does manage to carry a partially mildewed coin purse in its side. Looking inside, you only find about 5 or 6 pieces of gold, but you do find one really, really nice. It looks like it's taken a little bit of damage, but it was once a really, really pretty diamond, and it's probably still worth.
I'm just gonna keep this with the party.
Oh,
gold.
with the party treasury?
Yes, of
all right,
course.
sure.
Actually,
Plus 1 diamond.
excuse me,
to the treasury.
Vex, let me
Yes.
see the diamond for just a second. As he's shaking his sword, I go into the bag of holding and take out the mending wheel. And...
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. So.
Did you turn it back into coal or something?
So,
That's not how it works, Vex.
Tiberius, you reach in the bag of holding, you pull out the mending wheel, which is a magical artifact that you found earlier in the campaign as part of your personal quest. It looks like a large spoked, almost like a roulette wheel when it's laid down, with these strange kind of points that fold out of it. Once you spin the wheel and you place an object in the center of the wheel, it's kind of lifted without gravity and mends itself back to its undamaged form. You place the diamond in the center. As you spin the wheel, you can see the cracks on the surface of it slowly begin to mend, and eventually the diamond is brought to a solid, undamaged, finely cut example of a diamond.
Sparkles.
There you go.
It's so pretty. It's
Nice.
really big. No, I'm just gonna
What time of day is it? How long?
You have
we
no
have
idea.
How long has it been since we rested?
It hasn't been too terribly long. You rested at the camp
Had a
after taking
couple
out
of
Queen
rests.
Alara.
Sure.
So I'd say it's probably been about, with the travel to get to this point, probably about 6 hours since you rested.
Okay.
Plus nobody's hurt.
Well, he's hurt.
Well, I'm not hurt.
I'm happy.
Can I perception check around the cave to see if I see anything other?
Go ahead, roll perception.
Can I remind our party of a couple things? Pike, it might be a good time to try to heal Vax's foot again.
Yes, that's what was my next.
And also, while we have a moment, did we ever discern what is in that yellow vial?
Oh, this thing?
Yeah. Do we know what this is? Does anyone Lady Kima or Clarence?
I'm gonna do an Arcana check on the vial, which is not great.
Bilbo.
I don't know. It looks.
Let me take a look.
Icky.
Let me take a look as well. Oh yes, 24.
You take a look at the liquid, and it looks enchanted, but the way its mixture is, you can see the colors seem to swirl and shift in a very caustic way. You can see from glancing at the glass vial it's contained in, the interior of the glass looks slightly pockmarked, almost like the viscous fluid within has actually damaged the glass from the inside
so
slightly.
Bad news.
You're unable to really ascertain what the nature of the liquid is, but those are the details you can make out currently.
Okay.
I went over to Vax's foot again.
Hold on.
Wait. Oh no! Come on!
There's a little zombie poo on it.
28 points. Okay.
I'm real tired of your shit.
All right.
Since we were 5.
Go ahead
I
and
rolled
make
22 on perception. By the way.
All right. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
So, is there does this cave like bottleneck?
Oh,
it ends here. This is the end of the cave. It kind of curved around and ended at this little portion here.
So we can see off.
We don't even have to
Like
So you
this
do you make a
dice
perception check?
anymore.
What'd you roll? 22.
Oh snap!
The second whisper.
Get down into frame! Down into frame! Down lower into frame! Pull them down.
No.
Pull them down. Pull them down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bunch of shirts to sell tonight. Okay. Oh.
Do we talk about that?
You look weird. What's up?
We should just not be kind of hanging out in this.
This
room right now. Can I try to get a better look at what I saw?
You see best you can, and as you guys kind of follow her eye line, you look up and you see what looks to be some. At first, it looks like it's just part of the cavern ceiling. It has this weird texture that looks almost like the smooth rock that the interior of this cavern comes off as. However, as you see it shift and move, it looks almost like a portion of it is moving and slowly crawling. It looks like there's a slight source of looks like a red gleaming eye, and then 2. And something drops down from the side of it, almost like a tail that seems to dangle for a second. At which point it detaches, comes up almost like a giant ray, with a screeching mouth that screams out to you. It lands down in the center of the room.
Well, there you go.
Wait, I rolled a 9 for medicine, just BTW.
How's my foot doing these?
Your foot is still healing, but unfortunately, based on the medicine roll, it is getting better, but not enough to complete the process of you
I'll
gaining
take
all your
that.
toes back.
I saw that thing out of the corner of my eye, and it was just
Can we run?
distracting.
PT, you know?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to run?
What?
It's
What
in.
is it? Big?
It's in.
It's a
what is that
manta
thing?
ray of death. I don't
It
know.
does look like a flying
So,
manta ray.
let's go to roll some initiative, folks.
Oh, come
Another
on!
one?
Yep.
Get out of this cave!
Cheeky bastard.
Unless you want to keep
Really?
the original initiative.
Really? I just rolled a natural 20. Why couldn't I get that for the medicine?
Get it up top.
That's okay, Mike.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
Sorry, Vax.
Just throwing it out there. Still the shark with the boat.
Out of the boat, too.
If you
Double
guys,
20s on the table.
if you guys want to run, the keys are in the car. The car is, the engine's warmed up. It's ready to go.
Oh, that's the
I've
point
got
of
the
the luck roll.
heat turned on. It's nice and cozy.
Seat warmers.
Oh, that's a good roll, though.
right.
That's a good
Wait.
initiative roll. But hey,
It might be smart to just.
initiative roll.
Yeah.
So, this thing seems, it just leaps out from almost nowhere. The only reason you picked it up was your acute vision, and as it lands, it's right around the corner from the two of you. It has this long, kind of almost spined tail, and this jaw that opens up with this nasty, toothy, gaping maw. All right. Initiative rolls of 25 to 20.
22.
22.
21.
25.
Oh, 5. All right.
And the shark.
20.
20.
Nice. Hi. All right. What were you? 20.
22.
Almost 22.
Plus Ashley was a natural 20.
Okay.
I know. And yours, and Grog, what's yours again?
21.
21, alright. Alright. 20 to 15.
18.
18 for Tiberius. 15 to 10.
11.
11 for Scanlan.
10.
10.
Sorry, Scan.
It's all right. I'll see you next
We're
match.
all over 10 though.
It'll be over before I get
All
to
over 10. That's pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
We should be proud of that.
Alright, so top of the round. As this creature sits there, it's giving off this weird, horrible moaning sound that's just kind of emanating from this like
asthma's contagious.
Sound that's starting to just fill your ears. At the top of the round is Vax.
What should we do?
Yeah.
Command us. Command us.
Command us.
Stay.
Come on, Cap.
Run! We've never done it before.
We've never run.
We've never run before. I'm gonna
Let's
use
see what
my what the hell is it called? My quick action to dash.
Just leaving me?
Yeah.
You're leaving me behind?
Can I grab her by the scruff and run?
If you want to try and move her, you'll basically move both of you. Yeah, you can do that, but you'll have no other action.
That's what I want to do.
Okay.
Grabbing my sister.
Grab your sister.
Get on the damn carpet, you fools!
Can it fit us?
Currently, you guys will be able to get onto the carpet
Jump
now.
on the carpet. What if he flies?
All right.
He probably does.
Probably does.
What? How about a giant winged thing fly?
He looks like he flies, guys.
That'd be shark.
Wait, can we have an aerial battle over water? Let's do it.
Percy.
I'm on the boat. I hear.
No, you're not on the boat. You guys have come into the cavern after this point. When you gave chase, you returned. You guys are in the cavern.
I started heading back to the boat because I was.
Oh, you did. Oh, you're still out by the boat.
So I just heard someone yell "run."
Yeah.
So I'm just going to start getting I'm just unhooking the boat and I'm getting the boat ready to go.
Okay, so you take the butt of your gun and you start bashing against the ice that you set against the wall. It cracks and eventually you get the rope free from the side of the wall.
And I'm just like bringing the boat around so that people can get on really quick.
Okay. That brings us to Grog.
I would like to rage and run. Passing as many people as I can.
All right. So you just bolt out. I say rage run and barbarian speed. You're gonna get nearly completely out of the cavern.
Knees are really high in the air.
Keyleth, are you staying out in shark form in the boat?
Yeah, I guess I feel Percy like unhook, and I start
crashing
the
around.
forward momentum. Ready with their hat. I pointing that direction.
Okay.
Manta versus shark.
Pike.
Oh wow, I'm up so soon. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna start running.
All right, so you turn to run. You catch up to Grog just because he traveled twice the distance than you could have with your tiny little gnome legs and your full plate armor. You're like, and plus it's sand, so your feet are sinking with each step. It's kind of rough for you to get around just because of your size and
Can
the
I
terrain. but
like jump on his leg or back or something?
you can try to.
All right.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics check with disadvantage because you're in full plate armor.
Ash, nothing's free. You gotta roll for everything.
All right. We got okay. We got a 19.
All right.
That's good.
And we got a 9.
All right. What's your strength?
My strength.
What's your athletics total?
My athletics is a 1 total.
So that brings you to a 10. 10's what you needed.
Oh.
So as you run up, you leap and grab onto Grog's back. Grog, I want you to go ahead and make a...
No, hold on. Just because I need to be honest. I rolled an 8. My athletics is a 1. So doesn't that make me 9?
That makes you a 9.
Oh. Sorry.
Honor code.
All right.
That
Look
was
at that.
good because I was going to let it
So, as you jump to grab onto the back of Grog's back, you manage to find purchase. Grog instinctually just reaches back with an elbow and hits you right outside your armor, which knocks you flat on your back. You're currently prone in the sand right there. And Grog just keeps running. You kind of glance over your shoulder for a second, but because you're raging, you don't see her. You just see shadows in the cavern, and you have the So you start just moving your hand in the air, freaking out, holding your axe in one hand and your great sword in the other, going.
Mosquitoes on my back. Mosquitoes.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Whack, boom.
All right, so
That's alright, I'm tough.
the large ray-like cloak creature swoops down towards the top of the.
Oh shoot, we gotta get out of here.
All right. It is going to.
Oh
Let's see.
my god, this is even better. No, just attack us.
We just gave up a turn.
Yeah.
All right. It's going to go ahead and make a bite attack against Tiberius and a tail attack against Scanlan. So those are the two that are immediately visible to it. So the bite attack against you, Tiberius, that's going to be a 21.
Yeah, that hits.
All right, and the bite attack against you is going to be a 23.
Man, that's hilarious.
Maybe.
So the tail whips around as you're on top of the carpet, about to try to get everyone out of there. You turn around and see this thing just go piercing by. It strikes across your chest. Your armor takes most of the damage, but you can feel the bruise underneath. It doesn't actually pierce the skin, but you take 7 points of damage from the impact of the tail.
Okay.
Tiberius.
Yes.
All right, so it comes out and sinks its teeth into your form across your shoulder area and kind of just bites down. You end up taking.
You're ruining my robe.
10 points of piercing damage.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And the creature wraps around you, completely envelops
Him or
you.
me or both?
Him.
Like Beastmaster.
It completely surrounds you and wraps you like a blanket. All of a sudden, your vision goes dark, and you can feel yourself like you're unable to really move. You are blinded and unable to breathe. The air is not able to get to you at this point in time.
Shit. It is poppycock.
So that's going to end its turn. Tiberius, your turn.
Your
Come on.
Fire breath.
Okay.
Off me.
All right, because it is attached to your head, it's going to have disadvantage.
Yes.
It's a. Is it a
Because
dexterity
it's
saving
attached
throw?
to your head, it's gonna have to.
Yeah, it's kind of right in your mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Had a nickel.
Just roll two really high numbers.
I rolled a natural 20 and a 6. So, because of the disadvantage, it does not make it save.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is starting?
Oh.
D6 times something, I think.
Yeah, so just go ahead and roll the damage for your fire.
How many D6?
Depends on your level.
8.
Depends on your level. Is it a Dragonborn? It should be on your sheet.
8.
Is it?
No, it's not here.
Fireball?
No,
sorry.
this is part of the Dragonborn ability. Let me pull it up real fast. Hold on.
For my son.
I don't want to roll wrong. I think it's 2D6.
That's for
You know
low
nothing.
level.
You know nothing here.
No power.
If only there was a way.
We are
There was some book that had all this information available.
It is 3d6.
Oh, awesome.
Tome.
Oh,
Ancient
awesome,
tome
yes.
which
And
said
then,
the answers.
So, 21.
21 points of damage. So you all hear this muffled sound as bits of flaming begin to shoot out from the corners of where it's wrapping around the torso
Awesome.
of Tiberius, surrounding his head. The creature's tail flicks around in pain. You hear this like muffled sound as it keeps still tight around his head, just fighting through the damage and maintaining its hold on him.
If I do something, I'll have disadvantage, right? Correct.
What's up?
Well, I'll just try it again. I'll spend. Jeez. No.
Don't spend all your sorcerer's points, cause you know.
No.
Get you out.
I fly around and ping hit one of my stones, and I'll spend. That's a 1, 2, 3. I'll spend 5 points, sorcerer points to cast telekinesis and fling it off me.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and do a contested roll on this. Go ahead and roll. With Arcana check on
Contest.
this.
It's like an arm wrestle. It's like arm wrestling with dice.
Oh
That's
yeah.
cool.
Arcana, and then plus.
Well, no. For this, I believe actually it's the roll plus your spell modifier, which should be 5. So roll d20, add 5.
20.
20. All right. So as your island stone, which is floating around your head, which is currently surrounded by the creature, and it's kind of clinging to your head. You can feel it kind of grinding in the top of your skull. You instill the iron stone to trigger. As you do, the force begins to pull it off of and flings it off of your head. The creature is snatched and thrown back at that point of the wall off of you. You take a deep breath.
I use my movement to get the hell out of there.
All right.
Giddy up!
Move out of that way.
Shrink it, run!
All right. So that brings us
Tell
to
him to go.
Scanlan. Are you staying on the carpet? Anything else you want to do?
I am
That's
staying
my
on
turn.
the carpet. I'll wait. Is Pike off the carpet?
I'm laying in the
Pike's
dirt.
laying in the dirt right
Okay. I will jump off the carpet, grab her,
I'm too heavy.
and say, Pike, come with me if you want to live. And I just hold her really tight, and I snip her hair, and it smells like strawberries.
Gotta make it weird, man.
And then I dimension door us to the boat.
now. Okay, nice. So,
that's
as
cute.
Scanlan grabs you and holds you for a second,
Tight.
for a moment you're confused, and you hear that strange shrieking moan in the distance, and then suddenly the darkness gives way to this flash of purple arcane energy, and the two of you fall a few inches into hard wood, and you feel the boat rock for a second as you're now on the outside in the boat being tugged by Keyleth the shark.
That.
Thanks.
Don't worry, that hardwood is the boat.
Okay. Hey, you are back.
Trinket! Run!
Trinket runs up, and you staying on the.
Can I jump down and I jump off the carpet and then I climb on Trinket and we take off.
All right, you go ahead and you jump on the top of your bear and you start just mounting down the hallway. All right, that ends your turn. Kima, Clarota just vanishes.
Awesome.
Kima goes running on her halfling legs towards the flying carpet. She takes her full turn. She just manages to get on top of the carpet, and that's her turn. And she goes, "Go, go, go, go!"
I am going!
All right. So, for the time being, we'll say at this point in time, you guys managed to make your way outside of the cavern to the ship.
For now.
Can you? Oh, you're a shark.
Being towed.
Damn it.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
We're good.
We're good. We're good. Everybody on. Everybody
How
on.
far this thing can fly?
Well, we'll should run out real quick on boat.
We'll find out, and we have lots of ways to hurt you before it gets there.
Guns.
And guns. We have arrows and guns. We're fine.
As you guys all get into the boat,
Follow the Macy's Day balloon shark.
This is the craziest thing ever.
As Keyleth begins to pull away, the boat takes up speed into the water, and you hear that moan sound begin to get louder as the creature out of the cavern giving chase.
I take a shot.
Alright, so for the purposes of this,
You've been waiting to use this.
This is a James Bond water chase.
Oh my god.
Alright, so going off the same top of the round, Vax, you're up first.
Okay, so I throw dagger at McRae there.
Okay.
McRae.
Due to its distance, the darkness behind it, and the fact that you're in a boat, you're at disadvantage on both these attack rolls.
Plus, I had a 1 on the first one.
Okay. So you super miss on that one. The dagger just...
And another...
No, it was a 7.
Oh,
7.
God.
7 plus... It was a 13 on the second.
Okay, so you throw both daggers. Whoosh, whoosh. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to make the form of the creature. It seems to almost... I can't say change its color, but it embraces the shadows around it, and it gets harder and harder to see. And for a moment, you swear you see 2 more appear at its sides.
Oh, mirror images. Mirror images!
You fling both daggers, and they vanish into the darkness, then return to your sides. That ends your turn.
Not my
Percy, you're
night.
up.
All right, I'm going to take a dead-eyed sharpshooter shot. I'm going hardcore with this.
All right.
So with bad news, I'm sitting down.
So you've leaned your
I've leaned in.
crafted
Let's go, bad news.
giant sniper cannon that you've constructed up against the side of the boat.
Come
Aim
on,
it up
Percy.
best you can and take a shot.
Do it.
It is at you're at disadvantage for this shot.
I'm at advantage for this shot.
So which it cancels out. It's just a
So
regular
it's
shot.
just a regular shot.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
13.
Beautiful human.
13?
Yeah.
13 unfortunately misses. The ship actually rocks from the impact of the explosion. For a second there, you all feel like it's going to list and take on water.
Are we all in the boat or are some people still on the carpet?
Oh, a bunch of people on the carpet.
We're in the boat.
Who's on the carpet still?
We're in the boat.
We didn't all fit in the boat. That's why we didn't take the boat originally.
I'm still on the carpet.
Okay. So Tiberius is still on the carpet.
That would be... You're the only one still on the carpet then. And
I guess so.
yeah.
All right.
By the way, if anyone wants to make us a little 6-square carpet, that would be
that would be so
awesome.
cute.
Someone like crochet us a little
6 square, about 6 squares.
There you go. That'll work.
Magic carpet,
Throwing that out there.
so we can put
All
our
right.
little floaty deal.
Cool.
So I reload.
So you go ahead and reload. Yeah, that'll be your turn. That comes us to Grog.
How close is Manta Ray?
The creature is approximately, I'd say, 40-ish feet away. At an angle, it's about 50 feet away from you, up in the air.
How long is that chain on the axe?
I was gonna do something else. I would like to...
Chain! You can try and shift your way to the back of the boat and get closer with your movement if you want.
I don't think the chain's long enough.
It goes like
50 feet long?
50 feet.
Is that chain ever turning long enough to get to him?
You can certainly try.
I'm gonna hold off I would like to. And maybe he'll come closer.
Okay.
Since I seem to be an intimate sort of fellow.
All right, cool. Keyleth, you're pulling the boat?
I'm gonna just use like a run action, just double speed. I feel action above, and I'm just shark instincts. Just
okay. So you managed to actually you managed to get some distance.
Awesome.
From the ship, pulling it further
I have
behind.
a swim speed of 40, so.
Yeah. So as you're pushing that, and you're moving slower than that because you're towing the entire boat behind you, so you're going
that's
20.
true.
But you're putting distance between you and the creature for the rest of the party.
Okay.
Which makes it harder for it to catch up. All right, that brings us to Pike.
Okay, I'm gonna send a guiding bolt to the flying manta ray.
Yes. All right.
So I have to roll to see if it hits.
Yes. I just spelled on fire too. Oh, you found your sheet?
Yeah, I did.
Awesome.
It doesn't hit. It's 12.
12 does not hit, unfortunately. Once again, you go ahead and fire, and you think you hit one of them, but it seems to hit one of its kind of one of the group of three that's now flying overhead, and one kind of shimmers and vanishes, seemingly unaffected by the bolt. But that one image of it disappears.
Can I do anything else? Since I'm just sitting.
No,
Not really
I mean, unless you want to move somewhere in the boat.
No. Dang it!
But, all right. It's now its turn. All right. It is going to move. It gains up on the boat to about there. It actually gets a little lower, and it's.
That is so cool.
So it's starting to gain on you guys and make its way gliding down towards the front, and you see now there's a secondary. There's now two of them side by side that are coming down towards you guys.
Are those real?
Now I can take my.
I don't know.
It's then you can now that strange moaning sound that it's making begins to go louder and louder, and all of you kind of close your ears for a second. Everybody make a wisdom saving throw.
Including me?
You don't actually hear it in the water. You're muffled,
I'm in the water.
but it's to a point where it doesn't actually affect you. Plus, you're in shark form.
Oh crap!
Okay.
Wisdom?
Yes.
Aw.
All right, Scanlan.
I rolled a 2, but my wisdom is -2. So I'm at a 0.
All right. 4. Percy.
Oh
One.
no!
No!
Our whole party fucking sucked.
13.
12. 11.
14.
Oh boy.
We are killing it.
Grog and Vex.
Facts.
No, because you rolled a what? You rolled a
I rolled an 11.
11. Okay, yes, no. Vax, however. Okay, so Kima, Vax, and Grog, and Clarota all just kind of hear this whole moaning sound and kind of plug their ears and shake it off. Not a problem. Everyone else.
Instant paralysis.
This creature, all of a sudden, its form becomes far more frightening than you ever saw before. It almost seems to swell with the cavern.
Is it casting a spell?
Fucking frightened?
No.
Okay.
Let's start rolling
It's
into
natural
character.
ability. All of you are considered frightened.
Oh, wait.
Oh my lord!
Trinket.
Is it charming us?
Nope.
Could I
not
take
effect.
this turn?
It is a fear effect. You are scared of it.
It's like the scarecrow.
Isn't Trinket is
So
like
what does that do to us?
immune to like being scared?
You want to attack.
It doesn't matter because I'm scared.
You're scared. Trinket's unaffected, but you are.
Okay.
Essentially, until the end of its next turn,
Can't
it's
scare
disadvantage
a
on
bear.
all attack
No,
rolls,
it's a bear.
and
Can't
you
scare
cannot
a
move
bear.
closer to it.
Nothing scarier than a bear.
But you can. You can take that turn now, yeah, as it's moaning.
Now, since I shook it off, I'm like, that's lovely, and I would like to try for the first time intimidating presence
Is that a spell?
on a creature within 30 feet.
It would be within 30 feet currently, yeah. Turn around.
Get it.
Alright, so what's the DC on that?
13.
13 for what kind of saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, for the creature wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
It rolls a 12. So, after there's this moaning sound that sends the entire boat shaking with fear, everyone kind of grasping the side of the boat, looking at each other like, we're gonna die. Grog turns around, steps forward, kind of pushing Pike and Scanlan to the side a little bit, and just glares at this creature, gives a giant bestial Goliath shout, "No!" out into the cavern. That counteracts the moan that it's doing. You can see the creature, which looks teeth bared, its wings out, looking extremely frightening, looks visibly shaken and begins to flap backwards and actually give about 30 feet of distance between you guys instinctually with its movement.
That's right, bitch. Just frightened till the end of the next turn.
Yep.
What is that?
What does that
Doesn't
do to
cancel
us?
your.
But now we're fine, and
it just means it's further away, and it can't get closer to Grog.
But we're still scared of it.
You're still scared of it until the end of its next turn. But now it's keeping its distance from the boat. It was starting to catch up to you guys, and now it's like actually pulled back.
Scared of the boat.
Not wanting to get near Grog. All right, Tiberius.
What's the creature made out of? Like, what's his skin like when I look at him?
It looks leathery. It has like has almost the texture of like a very, very thick bat or lizard skin, but it's very dark. From what you can see, you've had only just little glimpses of it here and there. Most of it's been shrouded in shadow.
Okay.
This part of the song always makes me creepy.
It's almost like a thick leather cloak that's come to life.
Well, I don't really.
Hey, what do you think I should do, guys?
Knock it into the water. Let the shark have it.
Yeah.
Can you haste her or anything?
Can you like?
Hey, haste doesn't work that way now.
Can you knock
Can
it
you
out of
push
the air?
it down? Like how high
And
are
let
the
the
ceilings?
shark
Can
go
you
to
pillars
town?
it down into the water?
Just defer.
Defer.
I'll defer for now.
Okay, so Tiberius, you move your movement.
We can't sail away because it's going to shake
Because
off.
I'm frightened by
Can you
it.
shake us?
Yeah.
Can you shake our magic effects?
Unless you have an anti-fear spell. Scanlan, you're up.
All right, I'm going to attack at disadvantage, I guess.
With
I'm going to create a big hand right in front of it. To stop with the big B's hand.
All right.
Big V's hand?
Big V hand?
It's
Nice.
It's this guy now. He's named Big B. He has a big hand.
All right, so you take a turn. Are you just using the which one?
I'm going to grapple and try to get it into the water.
A grasping hand. Okay. All right, so go ahead and attempt to grapple. Use the hand strength score to resolve the grapple.
What do I do? What do I roll?
Strength of 26, so roll a d20 plus 8.
Come on.
With it, I don't know what that is. Is that a 6 or a 9?
That is.
There should
Oh
be
my
a dot
God.
on one side.
Which one is it?
It's a 9.
It's a 9.
It's a 9.
Okay, so 9 plus 8, you're at 17.
How did you put that close so
Okay.
close together?
Its contest was at 15. So, but you are at disadvantage on this, so roll again.
Come on, don't be lower. Don't be lower.
14. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So as you rear back, your eyes squinting, just scared to even do anything with this creature, you try out this new spell that you've only just recently kind of managed to conjure to your attention.
Talk to the hand!
As Scanlan finishes singing his note, the rippling sonic energy from his singing shoots out from in front of him and forms this giant, kind of slightly ethereal-looking arcane fist the size of the creature that reaches out, grabs onto it like a giant hand as he's moving his hand, kind of controlling it psionically from a distance. It grapples the creature and holds it in place as its wings all of a sudden are folded on itself, and you pull it down.
Yes!
Let's see here. Not grasping hand. All right, so you are trying to then.
Well, I don't know. Does it fall from gravity, or does it just stay there locked?
You
in
hold
the
it
air?
locked. It's locked in where you're holding it.
Okay, then I'll just lock it there.
Okay, so you lock it there. Great.
Is it see-throughable, your hand?
It takes 2d6.
Oh yeah,
you use a bonus action to crush it.
I can crush it. Yeah. So I also sort of give it a little squeeze, a little tickle.
Okay, so as you're holding it in place, you use your bonus action to squeeze it. It takes 2d6 plus 5 bludgeoning damage, I think.
11 plus 5, 16.
16, nice. As it's currently held in place, screeching. You hear the strange crushing sound of bones breaking on the inside of its strange.
This is the strongest I've ever been.
Get it!
All right, and it is considered grappled, which is bad for a creature like that.
Grappled and
That ends Scanlan's turn. Vex.
Good job.
Hunter's mark.
All right, you hunters mark the creature.
Woo! Woo! And I'm gonna attack him twice. Guys,
Okay.
I'm the original.
That's Mark.
I have one thing I do.
16
Okay, 16 does hit.
and 28.
All right. Technically, because it's grappled.
Cancel out the disadvantage?
It does not technically. It just means you can move it. So yeah, it did not cancel out the disadvantage.
Oh, so I gotta roll a couple more times. They both hit.
wow.
They're both
Okay,
high.
great. There you go. So as you're on the boat, you can see the hand grasping gives you a moment of bravery. You pull out, let loose 2 more arrows into the kind of slightly dark shrouded exterior of the boat. Both arrows strike true in the currently grappled cloak-like creature.
26 for those 2 plus Hunter's mark. Oh wait, no. 30 for those 2.
Nice.
and 9 for Hunter's Mark.
Wow, man.
Nice. So, the portions of it that are trying to squeeze free this arcane hand, one just strikes through its wing, leaving a gaping wound in the middle where you can see it's going to have a hard time maintaining height at this point. The second one strikes it and actually pierces one of its red glowing eyes. You can set this horrible, painful screeching sound into the cavern as you can now see what was once 2 gleaming red piercing eyes left with only one and darkness on the other side of his face. That brings us to Kima and Clarota. Kima, at this point in time, is kind of, unfortunately, at a disadvantage of finding out what to do. At this distance, being a paladin, she's going to attempt
the middle finger.
Wait, so anyone has
nothing. She's going to wait. She's going to wait it out.
As when I?
Yeah.
I see what happens.
Hey, so you're taking your turn after.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'll follow suit. I'm going to give my little. No, I'm going to just straight up cast this because I have to. I cast telekinesis and I pull the eye out. The other one.
Kill Bill style.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Cloaker at this time is also going to go ahead and attempt a mind blast on the creature. It kind of moves to the back of the boat, and while it's currently grappled, it's going to go ahead and attempt that. The saving throw does succeed, so it only takes half damage. Okay. Marking that, and then as you do telekinesis, go ahead and roll a d20 plus 5.
Okay, and do I have advantage because of the grapple?
The grapple does not give you advantage. Oh. So you have disadvantage on the roll technically because you are scared of it.
Okay. And that's my what?
Plus 5.
17.
17? Alright, so as you focus your energy once again, like even just facing this creature is a terrifying thing, you see that one gleaming bit of red that's kind of piercing through the darkness. The secondary form around it dissipates. You can see where there was once like 2 gliding. One of them just vanishes entirely as that gleaming red is suddenly much brighter, yanked from its socket. It now gives out another painful screech as it's blinded, being crushed by a big bee hand, and you now have drifting amongst you at your control one of the eyes of this creature.
Put it in a little vial and keep it for later.
I'm going to float it over and put it in one of my pouches.
Okay, so
Make a good
go
cocktail.
ahead and write down in your inventory Cloaker eye.
Cloaker? I'm going to smell it first.
Ew.
No, not too bad.
Yeah, good.
You know exactly where
that was a bad idea.
Smells like home.
All right. Tom, this guy's not having a good day. Vax, you're up.
All right, dagger. Funk, funk. Dagger. But a disadvantage because of dark, or I'm not afraid.
No, you resisted the fear.
Okay. All right. So first one.
You have low light, so you're fine.
Okay. First one is 26.
Hits.
Second one is 26.
Hits. Because it is blinded, you do have advantage on it, or not advantage. You have you're able to sneak attack.
Ooh.
All right. Okay. So
it's currently held aloft, grappled by the hand. It has no visual sight currently.
11.
I had no idea we were even fighting.
21. 24.
23.
23. All right. How do you want to do this?
I'm just going to. I saw where Tiberius pulled the eye out, and that's what I'm aiming at. Is its eye socket. So I flip it up in the air, and when I catch it, I immediately let go and fill in the blank.
Okay.
Suck it to me.
So, as the creature's flailing about in torturous pain, suddenly the dagger slinks into the empty socket in the front of its face. As it does, its body tenses up and kind of reaches out against the force of your arcane hand. You actually have to kind of like focus to keep it in place as its final death throes. All of its tension, and then falls limp within your grasp. You now have this limp creature at your disposal.
Oh, I'm gonna bring him to the boat.
As Scanlan slowly drifts over the limp body of this creature to the edge of the boat.
What was it? Can we load him? does he have teeth and scales and neat things?
It's like a raft at this
It's a
point.
cloaker. Because that was a cloak design.
Indeed.
Yeah,
we
but
fashion
I don't know
him
what
into a
cloaker is.
sail.
Oh, that's a good idea.
There is no wind in this tunnel.
Can I do a?
Would you have an air druid?
Can I do a?
We can make wind. We can
We can make
do have an air
we
druid.
can
We have a
make
grog.
wind.
I want to
Groggle.
I rolled a 16 for like a history check on the creature. Can I do that?
History's not going to do much for you.
No.
Nature is
Introduce you
going
to the
to
Blue Angels.
Nature or Arcana, those are the two.
So that's 14. Oh, no, Arcana then...
Well, no, roll for Arcana.
Yeah, like 25.
Yeah. No, this creature is a cloaker. It's an aberration. It's one of those creatures that kind of drifts over from the far realm, or at some point in time drifted over from the far realm, and is an unnatural entity to this plane.
Great.
They normally live subterranean. When not moving, they are nearly invisible and blend in, almost looking like just a straight leather cloak left and discarded to the side.
Great.
Hence the name Cloaker.
Where's the map?
I've got a great idea. I want to sit and I want to skin this thing.
Well, yes.
Okay.
I want the teeth also.
You can have the teeth. I'm going to skin it.
So you guys are now currently in this boat, drifting along in the open area, kind of over on that side.
Should we make our way to the little island?
We can make, or we could go to those strange buildings that are off on the northwestern.
All the way up and over?
Yeah, we could.
Oh, well, I was going to say we could go into this cave here.
You know what? Maybe move it this way so the people can see.
Oh,
not
yeah,
up?
it's
No, keep going. There you go.
But what about this cave?
And
Well-
your big pint is in the way.
Right there.
The only thing is I'm afraid that if we keep using up all our spells, then we won't be able to take down the big baddie if we come to him.
Oh, we need a rest.
We're gonna need a rest.
I want to be able to use my scrying spell before we try anything.
Oh, okay. So should we make our way to this cave?
Yes.
Sure.
Good, we'll do that.
How close are we? How long will that take? Like,
if you guys start heading that direction, you'll find out.
Let's start heading that direction, and I want to skin this creature.
Okay, as you guys are moving along, you leave a little space for Percy, and it's a little unwieldy in the ship. It's hard for you to keep enough room to do this, so it's not going to be the best job.
I'm not going for craftsmanship.
Fair enough. As you're kind of plucking what you think might be interesting from this creature's body, as in the process of skinning it, you probably take a moment to realize that a normal blade is going to have a hard time cutting through its hide, so you might have to borrow one from...
I sing a little song to inspire him. I sing, when you're trying to skin a cloaker, here's some inspiration. When we're on a creepy boat, here's some inspiration. I wanna be near me. Alright, that's
All right, so you gain a 1d10 inspiration dice.
Yay! I'm making a camo canopy for the boat.
Okay. This is going to be a survival check on this. So go ahead and roll survival.
That's fun.
I rolled a natural 20 to
17.
Help with any Arcana enchantment to help the if he succeeds.
Okay.
17.
17? Did you add the inspiration dice to that?
I didn't.
Okay. You don't have to if you don't want
No,
to.
I'm keeping it for later.
Okay.
No, it only lasts 10 minutes.
Oh, does it? Only lasts 10 minutes?
A lot can happen in 10 minutes.
Oh, in that case, 26.
Ooh, look at that.
26 will make a difference. Okay, so in the confined space on this ship, as you guys crest around towards the northern side of that island, you begin to move around. You can see to the right of you there is a tunnel that filters outside of this cavern that is just a continuation of the water, a river on the far end.
Yeah.
You don't know where it goes; it just appears in the darkness, and you can hear in the distance a light sound of rushing water.
Can I kind of use my shark eyes to look down the tunnel?
It begins to curve about 20 feet in, so you're unable to make much past that distance, and it just looks like a continuation of the water flowing through or into. You're not quite able to tell from this distance. As you curve around the top,
Man.
Do you see anything? Oh, I can't.
Percy, you managed to pull from it all the teeth in the process. So that comes to about roughly 45 cloaker teeth. You don't know what that'll be worth, but you have that.
I want to make some jewelry.
So you can write down 45 cloaker teeth. You managed to skin most of it, get most of the top of its hide usable. It's still wet. It's not, nothing dry, or and it'll take a while to do that, let alone in an area where it's dry and surface. But you managed to pull most of the top of it off, so you have this kind of wet, skinned portion of the back of the cloaker at your disposal.
I'm going to function. I'm going to build a relative canopy specifically for the left side of the boat, so that anybody so that we're protected and visibly obscured from anybody in the city.
Okay, go ahead and make a tinker check.
What's the bonus on that again?
That should be Dex, I believe.
Dex, thank you.
+4, because you're proficient with it.
Oh,
so it's your Dex plus your proficiency modifier.
That's 5, 6, 9, 10, 11.
11?
I rolled really badly.
Yeah, you did. You managed to find. You still have the hide.
No.
In the time it takes for you to get to the beach, You don't have much material at your disposal, and to fashion anything that's on that side, most thing you manage to get is a slight lift to it, and by the time you get to the beach, it just collapses on itself.
Okay, so once we're at the beach and we have all evening, I'll make another attempt.
Okay, it'll take you some time to probably do that. Unfortunately, it's doable, but it'll take a while.
Another one.
I rolled a 2.
It's okay.
We made our way to the
It's better than a 1.
As you make your way towards the beach, Keyleth, you see in the distance in the water what looks like something slinking on the very, very bottom of this underground lake. Probably a good 50, 60 feet down. You can just barely make out, looks like a dark form, probably about 100 to 150 feet away. And it's only because of your shark form you're able to make out any sort of semblance of it, but it looks big and it looks like it's just slowly moving through the bottom of the lake. It doesn't seem to be moving towards you.
It's just a thing. There's gonna be things here.
Loch Ness.
What if it's just like one of those party cruises where they...
On the bottom
A
of the lake.
tiki.
Submersive party cruise.
How close are we to the
Tiki cruise?
cave? Are we still really far away?
You guys are about maybe 200-300 feet from the beach.
But we don't see it because we're on the we're on deck, right?
Yeah,
What if we don't see it, right? Only
Creature now, only Keyleth does.
Only Keyleth sees it.
I dropped them off the beach.
Let's dry dock the boat.
Okay,
Let's pull it
I'm
up
gonna
on
go
the
ahead and
sand.
ask Keyleth, go ahead and make a stealth check in shark form.
A shark stealth shark.
While this is going on.
So yeah, the dex bonus of a shark's form is 0. So just go ahead and roll a d20.
That's not true. It's +1.
Giant shark, according to here.
Trish.
So it's a 1. It's a 0. Dex is 11.
Giant shark.
Yeah.
I was looking at my
Shark argument.
It's okay. It's okay. 17.
17. Okay. Yes. As you deftly drag the boat at just the right distance to curve around this large subterranean form, it doesn't seem to take notice, and eventually drifts far enough away where you can no longer make any sort of visual connection with its form.
For now.
You make your way to the side of the beach.
For now.
You drag up to the point where the ship begins to hit the gravel. You kind of curve to the side, and it lifts up and comes to a rest at the top of the gravel beach. You guys all step off the boat, and you're now. Okay, so Groggy, go ahead and haul the boat up.
I'm
onto
gonna
the
cast
deck.
Pass Without a Trace on all of us right now.
Okay.
I go ahead and unshark myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to look for bad things.
Yeah. Okay. What's the layout of the beach? Is it just?
I think we should all stealth
a
just in
beach?
case.
Okay, so
We can.
looking at the beach here, it's an open beach. You can see there are a few rock formations, like small 10, 15 foot tall portions of like stalagmites or stone that have been either originally been here for a long time or have been constructed or put there to jut out of part of the beach. But for the most part, it's just an open gravel beach that slowly comes to stop at the edge of the cavern, and there is a tunnel about 15, 20 feet wide ahead of you.
Is there like a half submerged Statue of Liberty or anything?
Planet of the Apes.
Perception check?
You blew it up! I got a 16 for
16.
perception.
You do not see any sort of half submerged Statue of Liberty. My apologies.
Are we? How far away are we from the main island? Is it like Dumbo to Manhattan distance, or?
I'd say it's probably about a good half a mile or so.
Okay.
All right.
Not bad.
I would like to perceive if Lady Kima has been giving me any second looks after I intimidated on flappy wings.
Make a perception check.
10 plus probably nothing. Yeah, nothing. 10.
It's hard to tell. She seems very focused on the task at hand. Her eyes have been, for the most part, up in the air around you. Unfortunately, Grog, you don't think she's paid much mind to you at the moment because she's more concerned about keeping the group alive and where you guys are currently headed.
Yeah, Grog.
You have to try harder to get her
Try
attention.
again next time.
It's okay.
It's okay, Grog.
Can we look around and see
she's
if
playing
anything
coy.
dangerous looks like it's around? I'm looking up on the ceiling of the anything.
Now that you know kind of the idea of what to look for a cloaker, go ahead and make a perception check.
29.
Okay. You guys glance around and currently looking at the walls and the exterior of this beach area, nothing matches the description of what you saw in the previous cavern. For the time being, it looks relatively safe on this part of the beach.
Okay.
And there's cave.
There's a singular cave on the far end. Like it lets in. There's a slight outcropping, and then it leads into that 20-foot wide cavern that goes deeper.
I'm going to creep up just to the edge of the cave. I'm not going to go in. And then is it a separate perception check for the inside of the cave as well?
That would be yes.
Yeah. All right.
But we want to make a stealth check. We'll move it up there.
Yep.
Stealth check first.
Stealth check is good. It's a 31.
31. Okay. So Making your way up, you kind of dodge from low to the side of the beach, jumping from these strange stone platform to stone platform, kind of keeping in for cover. You make your way up against the side of the wall, begin to glance inside. Go to make a perception check.
And that is 19.
19. It's pitch black in the cavern. You have no light source. Unfortunately, you have dark vision, which does help you to a certain extent. You cannot see the entirety of the cavern, but you can see about, let's say 40 to 60 feet in. The beach gravel comes to a halt and it becomes to this kind of smoothish stone flooring. You don't see anything particularly that catches your attention.
Manufactured or made, or just cave?
It looks like it has some natural kind of change to the topography. Like it doesn't. It's not like a polished floor, right? But it's definitely been worn over time.
Can we?
From water.
Is this cold? Trying to look in.
It could be a tide cave.
We have firewood bundles and stuff.
I'm
Wanna make
wet.
fire?
So that was a really cold
Oh,
week.
prestidigitation.
Oh.
Now you're all dry.
It's very hard to know
Should
though.
we-
It's dark in there.
Should we just light it up and see what's
Light
happening?
it up.
Let's
We're
light it up and
lighting
see
a-
what happens.
All right.
Lighting a party.
Hey, Tiberius.
Yes. Oh, light.
Okay. So as you cast light on the arrow, it's blinding you. You know at this point to close that one eye as you release it in the distance.
Oh wait, wrong.
There you go. That's the one.
Right.
You fire the arrow into the depth of this cavern. Before the light spell distance wears off, it kind of arcs inward and it hits the back wall and ricochets off. Looking inside, the far wall, it all looks like a natural cavern interior. The light is the same glowing white light that you're used to. Once it enters the deep part of the cave, the light almost gets a purplish hue before it's snuffed out.
This doesn't seem very good.
Wait, the light. It's a purplish hue.
Yeah, the white light becomes purple and then is snuffed.
I want to check. You want to kind of check 18? So check for any nasty magic.
At this distance, it's hard to make up any sort of source. You don't sense anything directly at your distance. You probably have to get deeper in the cave to make a true, true assessment of the magical source.
Well, you didn't have 10 to yourself.
You have passed for the trace now too.
So that,
Oh, I already-
So my
I
stealth was
already-
at
yeah.
a. So my stealth was at a 41.
Jeez.
Okay, good to know. All right.
What do? We gotta get someone's going in.
I mean,
want me to go in?
Yeah, man.
no, if anyone's
Stealth
going
that.
in, send me. And I'm at a 41 stealth. And if we stay on the beach, we're in view of the main island.
We gotta try to hide.
So the arrow's not still lit anyway.
No.
It just went through. Can you light Tiberius and
Just get some light in there. Can you put some daylight in there?
Tiberius,
I
my
can.
dagger. Do the
What if
dagger.
it's dark?
Oh, are you sure? That means that thing will be bright the whole time.
Man, I would lose stealth.
Yes, you would.
Pike, can you check to see if there's any
I have dark vision.
Can
Yeah,
you see if
as do a lot of
Do
you
you see
guys.
this
You can walk.
Okay.
evil?
we all do.
Like evil, bad
There's evil
stuff?
entities? Is it bad? Like
Throw some.
Yeah,
just
detect
light a fire. Let's just light a fire and throw it in there.
A non-magical.
Oh, well, I mean,
Yeah, throw a torch in.
Yeah, let's just toss a
Sure.
torch.
That's not magic.
All right, I'll pull one of the 3 torches we have, and Tiberius, will you? And I'll give it a nice long throw.
All right. So Tiberius's flame breath coalesces and begins to ignite the tip of the torch. As Drog lobs it in, woof, 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 end over end. You see it hits the far end of the cavern, topples and hits the ground. The fire itself, the bright red burning, as it comes to rest, takes on once again
What I
a
see is
strangish purplish view.
Do the half elves and the gnomes see anything when there's light going through?
Yeah.
You see nothing in particular. You catch up what looks almost like small whiffs of almost like a mist or a fog, but like it just kind of like and then vanish.
I don't think we should go in there.
I do.
Like there's just
detect evil?
almost like there's this perpetually materializing and dematerializing tufts of small cloud or smoke.
Forget this cave. Keyleth, can you do that thing you do where you make the beach look like an empty beach or something other than it is? Can we camp on the beach instead
And
of
can
going
you like
back?
just block off
I
the
can.
cave so they can't
let's
come out?
let's do that. I agree. I'm tired.
What if this is like a clue or something important?
Yeah, we've never shied away from a confrontation before.
Pike, can you sense if there's any
could
nasties
I
down
use
there?
dispel magic?
You can attempt to, yeah.
Okay, I'll attempt.
Okay. So, Pike, as you step up to the mouth of the cave, you kind of looking where the torchlight is, you go ahead and cast Dispel Magic, as you formulate your divine energy, grasping onto your symbol of Sarenrae around your neck, you see this kind of strange pulsing shimmer of divine energy that clears out the area. The purplish hue to the light vanishes, and the light becomes a natural torchlight for a moment, and all the whiffs of smoke vanish, and slowly filter back into the space.
We don't need to go in there.
Indeed.
Yeah,
If only we had someone who could go under the ground and be one with the earth and just sort of pop up in there and look around. No?
But she'll be popping up into the wisps.
Yeah, but she'll be fine.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
Wall it up.
Max, what do you think? I
up.
think just wall it up. Can we see anything sparkly?
Oh.
Can we look in and see if there's
We don't
anything
need
that
to.
looks
Do I see any shapes and colors or sparkly
useful?
things?
Should we check the trails?
It's hard to tell. You can't see the entire cavern from this distance because it kind of like the cavern opens up and then curves around. There's a whole portion you can't see without entering it.
Here's what I think. All right, we don't need to whack every problem over the head, and we have something far more important than whatever's in there.
Right, Lady Kima?
Right. I suggest
Kima-
we go and rest. I believe we can
Kima
get some
comes over to you
answers
and
if we can get some respite.
I think we have a specific goal at this point in time, and who knows what dangers or terrors roam these tunnels aside from our specific directional choice at this moment.
The only question is, do we want to try to rest here under some sort of illusion, or do we go to the island? We can see...
No, because that island's way
I
all the
believe
way
we-
back there.
we rest here and we take
Not the
shifts.
island.
It
This
should
is
be
an
fine.
island. It should be fine. I
that
meant this.
island.
We
Yeah,
could
if we said
sail
that.
there to the northwestern edge of the island. There's some
Just
sort
the
of
tip?
structure
I
there.
think we rest up before we do that.
What if there's something in this cavern that
Can't
would
you
help
wall it
us?
up? Well,
Can you wall it up?
Between you and
And
Tiberius
close off
with
the
those columns
cavern?
and stuff?
Could.
Yeah, and then
Let's
you'll
do that.
rest. See?
How about
We'll
this?
rest.
How about this?
I don't need to rest, so I can
How about I
just stand
do
right.
what Scanlan says?
Oh, hello.
And because we've
That
had a
always
short rest. Yes, I know. I think this is the first time I've said this ever. Well, maybe I'll try what Scanlan says, and I'll turn into a rock elemental and just bamf in there and see if there's anything good. And if it's bad, I'll just run out and make a rock wall. And
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll all be
Good.
ready to attack on the outside.
Maybe. Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, let's go for it. This is a terrible plan. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's send in one person for this.
I like it.
As soon as I see a royalty going,
All right, so you all kind of gather yourself around the exterior of the cave. You get into defensive positions and prepare.
Can I ask one quick question before we go? Regardless of what happens, if there is something shitty in here or not, are we camping here afterward?
Yes.
Yes.
For sure? All right,
Yes.
then I click my boots of haste.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Enhance Ability on myself before I do that and give myself extra wisdom.
All right, extra wisdom.
I want to be a perceptive bastard while I'm in there.
Keyleth transforms herself into her earth elemental form. That's what rocks say.
I'm just gonna inspire her with a little just a little little dolphin dance or something.
What?
Whatever that is. I don't know. I'm just gonna.
It's hard to explain why, but his strange shimmy is slightly inspiring. You've learned something about yourself today that you hope nobody else wants to bring up in conversation. You gain a D10 inspiration dice.
as soon as I see
That's why they call you
Keyleth
Flipper
go
in the
off,
lady houses.
I rub my ring and go invisible.
Okay. So, as you guys all mount into your defensive positions, Keyleth, are you going straight through? Are you burrowing beneath, above?
I'm
What's your
burrow
plan?
beneath.
Okay.
So we'll go.
So,
Bye.
this large
She's so
earth
cute when
elemental
she's a
form
rock.
takes a few lumbering steps forward and begins to just sink into the sand and gravel below. Just
Oh,
wait, have you guys seen
this one? As I go into the ground.
most awkward earth elemental exit ever.
I laugh.
I'll take the elevator.
I think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Rog's loud laughter billows echoing through the cavern. You make your way underneath the ground, kind of using your tremor sense to formulate where the top of this cavern would be, and you poke your head through the floor. Looking into this, you can see now there are portions of this cavern where it looks like elements of the mithril veins that you saw that the subterranean craghammer mines were currently pulling from
Okay.
seem to now spread down into this cavern network. There are small kind of veins that kind of trickle through the rock in this cavern of Mithril. You also look up and make a perception check.
With advantage, right? Because
This is wisdom, yep.
Because I asked.
That's a 13. There's a 19. I'll take that one.
All right, so total of
29.
Nice.
29.
Yeah.
You take a moment and formulate your vision. The firelight kind of still trickling through, although you have dark vision. You look about the room and you can see there is just a strange energy about the room. There's something about this room that feels similar to when you encountered the frost plane during the first Western Winter's Veil encounter. There's a type of energy that seems to be brought into being whenever you've caught a mind flayer shifting and bamfing out of any sort of combat you come into. There's something about this room that seems like it's crossing over or has a thin barrier with some other plane.
Ooh.
You don't see a particular doorway, but it just feels like there is a very thin veil here. And as you kind of focus more on the vicinity, you can see what looks like little bits of energy that leak through. That mist you were seeing seems to be elements where the actual reality of this room is warping temporarily and shifting.
It's like Stargate.
Can I take a little piece of rock and just kind of
chuck it in?
Toss it up.
You take it and you throw it up. It arcs across, hits the other side of the room and clatters to the ground. As it clatters to the ground, you suddenly see, lightning quick, 5 of these large, fast-moving, slithering, weird creatures, all of a sudden, that were up against the wall and nigh visible at this point, strike at the rock and seem to almost start fighting each other for whatever that movement was. You see them, they're large, kind of bluish and purple in color when it shifts in its form, with these sharp beaks and what looks like 4 tentacles that kind of wrap out from the face.
What? What?
That's familiar.
Maybe they're friendly.
Make a nature check if you want. Actually, no, this would be Arcana.
Are you making this up?
Yeah.
What?
Arcana, this wouldn't be nature.
Arcana. All right.
You've got like a number there.
I've got a vague number.
Do it.
Nope. 11.
Okay.
Wait.
Yes.
Plus 4, 15.
Arcana is intellect, though. It's not wisdom, is it?
I used Scanlan's die.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
15? The best, you're unable to really make out more than you've heard of creatures like this. Like most aberrations and creatures that seem to bleed over from different planes of existence, this one is not an aberration in its form. This is just a subterranean monstrosity. It's known as a Grick.
A Grick.
And essentially, it looks kind of
Rob's
like
cousin.
I like his name.
that.
Oh, show the people at home.
So you can have a look at this
I
strange.
automatically don't like it.
And as they all take a moment and realize that whatever they were fighting over is not living and not moving, they hiss at each other and then slowly kind of find other alcoves, and what you can now see are small kind of caves that are dug into the rock nearby. Something draws them to this room, as any natural space with this type of strange fluctuating energy would do so.
But they're not necessarily bleeding from the other plane.
Correct.
They come from this plane.
It seems to be, yeah. They're not too weird. To put it in a weird
I mean, they're like,
They're weird, but they're not too
beak worms with tentacles, but they're not too
Yeah, you've seen it all.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're not wearing sombreros
So I
or
take
anything.
my
So what are you doing, Keyleth? Are you staying in there?
No, I'm just gonna seep back down.
Okay.
Take the stairs, though.
And I'm gonna take the stairs. Yes.
All right. After a few moments, Keyleth reappears.
But before I reappear, I go, Grog, we're a boat.
She's in the floor and she's in a boat. It's magic.
It is pretty funny.
Will you teach me that?
For a moment,
no.
For a split second, as you're doing that, you realize that laughter is probably very audible.
I'm not an elemental.
Make a wall.
So as you start laughing, you revert back from elemental form.
I go,
Okay.
Wait,
Get
what
out
did you
of
see, Keyleth?
Wait, is she back?
Yeah,
Yes.
the elven form is back, and she's now back in
We're
the
all
Keyleth.
laughing like that on the beach.
I'm not.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks,
We're still laughing.
Thanks, Ty.
I'm laughing just a little bit.
There.
I maybe peed a little.
Pike is chuckling at best.
What was it?
I stopped laughing.
Was there anything in there?
It seemed like it had like dimension door properties, but I don't know if it was necessarily at full dimension door strength.
Creatures?
There were creatures. There appeared to be these things that I've heard of called Gricks. They're like
bears.
worms with beaks and tentacles.
Oh, I've heard of Gricks. They're really fast.
Yeah, they're super fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They slither.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I studied the Underdog. Come on.
All right.
They did this whole kind of like hungry hippos thing.
Oh.
But you said it was a gate to another dimension.
It seemed to be some sort
When
of
we-
dimensional type of gateway. I don't
We
know
should just,
which dimension.
if we come across any people that we can beat information out of, we might want to ask them if this is a known thing, like a gateway back to maybe
somewhere.
Our whole.
Or
the
no, I think they would
overworld or
probably go to like the abyss or
Inside.
something.
Or inside.
Or a
Or maybe
shortcut into the
temple.
I wonder,
wanna test
do
it
they
out, but it
attack
could be.
things that, like, really fast? They seem really fast, right?
The Glick things, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if, Percy, can you make a bomb?
He did already.
Hungry hippo
I've got
bomb.
It. I have a bomb.
Can you throw the bomb in there and they would all maybe attack it and then maybe blow them up?
Maybe. Or maybe just hit some of them.
Oh,
Do we want to go in there? Because we can certainly do it.
Throw it from outside and see what happens.
If we take a few minutes and I take another breather because, you know, being a rock elemental kind of takes it out of you for a little bit. If you guys can make some bombs, I can kind of go back in there as an elemental and...
Actually,
Still,
I think that's a good idea. Percy.
Yes?
The bomb that you, Scanlan is holding, could you possibly fix a thing around it to possibly hold magical properties?
I have not the slightest clue how to do that.
You can use some of this, one of the glass, one of my potions, what do you call those things?
Vials?
Yes.
So you want?
Are we right outside the mouth of the cave
We are
right now?
kind of really close to it.
Can we just get away from the mouth of the cave? Just like take
And
a
who
few
needs
steps
to
back?
rest?
Let's just
Show of hands. Who needs to
I'm
rest?
gonna rest while they
rest.
talk.
This is a good
Rest
idea,
while
though.
we figure out a plan.
Tipper Hoods, do you have any fireballs left in you?
T-Money, what do you think?
I cast silence on Vax.
I cast Dispel Magic.
Counter spell!
Counter spell!
Do you have counter spell? You don't have counter spell.
No.
Alright, go ahead. Both of you guys go ahead. Wait, no, you go ahead and roll your counter spell roll. So roll.
Counter spell just fizzles his shit.
Oh, what level was your spell?
It's a level 3 spell.
So yeah, no, your spell just.
Damn it!
And I don't silence it. Did I have to roll anything to do that?
No.
Oh, cool.
He has to make a save. 6 sounds.
Am I silenced or?
Make a. What's the save on that one?
17.
Right, but what's the actual save? Is it wisdom? Is it intelligence?
Well, I rolled pitifully, so it probably doesn't matter.
I just know it's 120 feet range. I should write the other stuff down.
I'm going to drink.
Tiberius, was that
No, there is no
really
saving throw.
There's no save.
No, it wasn't.
So, yeah.
But
So, yeah,
yes,
the
I do
area
have
around you is
fireballs
completely
left. And I dispel it immediately.
I didn't know he was gonna.
Okay.
I'm unpredictable.
I could try to, like, because I have spiritual weapon,
going to
so maybe I could try to create, like, a crazy-ass bomb
Yes.
type of thing.
That's what we're
Which
talking
is
about.
awesome.
We have a bomb.
You do know that in the essence of spiritual weapon, it creates a weapon that is, it's partially in form with your deity's weapon of choice or preference. It's mainly melee weapons. Like nothing too intricate.
We are not making a holy hand grenade.
We already have a bomb. We
I
just
have a
throw
bomb.
it in, they attack
have a
it,
bomb.
and blows them up.
I have a bomb.
Just fucking blow
With
throw-
what Vax
throw the bomb
was
in.
getting to, Percy, is if you could fashion such a thing, or if I could do. I mean, I'll just
Throw the
try to
bomb in,
enchant
they
it.
attack it, then you can
Then
throw a
hit him
fireball
with
at
a
the
fireball
same
at the
time.
same time. We just
have to get them in a cluster.
Yeah.
Can I attempt to imbue the bomb with a fireball in it?
No, that is a delayed blast fireball, which is a higher level spell.
Okay.
Throw the bomb in,
I won't
guys.
do that.
1-2 punch.
1-2 punch.
Dude,
Scanlan, toss it.
Wait, I'm not a good thrower. Is that what you call it, thrower?
Give it to me, and I'll go in as an elemental.
That's dexterity.
But you can't. Can you?
No, we just throw it. We just throw it. Dexterity.
How far? Yeah, but then you're gonna have to hit it to light it. So
How
time this well.
How far?
Who has the dexterity?
You have a bomb. So
I have a bomb.
Hold it out in your hand, please.
I don't want to touch it. It's a saddlebag bomb.
I'm not trying to get it into a basket. I mean, we've thrown.
We just need to
several
throw it into
things
the
in.
cave.
Yeah, Grog.
I cast
Are you a good
telekinesis.
thrower?
I pick up the
person?
bomb.
That'll work. That'll work too.
And I start guiding it in the cave.
So hard to just throw a freaking bomb.
Wait, it's in. It's already in.
He's done it.
Pay attention, Ranger.
So the bomb that was constructed ages ago by Percy, originally intended to put on a summoned pony.
Yes. Never got to use it.
But now it's finally being used. Tiberius, you approach the edge of the cavern. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
But how do we
He'll light it. A what check?
A stealth check.
You just hit.
We don't want it to be stealthy.
I'm still invisible.
Right, so you would have advantage on that.
Oh, dope.
And you have passed without a trace. Yes.
What do we call it? So
invisibility and telekinesis are both concentration spells. You would lose your invisibility to cast
all right.
telekinesis.
Well, 21.
A 21 total.
Is what I rolled.
The first roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Plus
all
10.
right.
Plus 10 from
Plus 10 for her.
I rolled 13 the second time.
Okay, gotcha. So as you make your way up to the edge of the cavern, you come in partially. You guide the bomb towards the back, and you lob it towards the far end. This kind of large, awkward saddlebag style construct of Percy's design, made of leather, metal bands, hits the back wall.
We're proud of that. As soon as I let go, I cast invisibility on myself again.
Okay.
And that's well. I'm gonna wait. What happens?
Okay.
Let's find
The
out.
bomb hits the wall, hits the ground, tumbles for a second, kind of awkwardly slumps over on itself. At which point, in a blur of motion, this strange hissing sound, a bunch of momentum hits the room, and you see all these creatures begin attacking.
As soon as I hear that noise, fireball.
Okay, you aim down, release the point. So, the fireball impacts the far end of the wall where the cluster of these strange worm creatures are. It explodes with a loud, blasting, echoing explosion sound.
I'm doing this.
Hold your ears. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
I take my shield and put it in front of a couple people, maybe.
Scanlan said, any way that you can absorb this sound?
The sound, yeah. Can we
Nope.
cast silence? And
Too late. He's casting 7 spells right now. So
All right. So, how much damage is that?
shit.
Once we finish this math, this explosion is going to be really cool.
And really
32.
32 points of damage?
Yeah.
At blast open, Percy, go ahead and roll 4d6 points of damage from the actual bomb as the fireball detonates the saddlebag simultaneously with the explosion of the fireball.
14 points of damage for 46.
Okay. All right, great. So, simultaneously, you guys hear the actual. You can feel the sand shift and move, and some part of the beach, kind of some of the gravel moves and kind of rocks a little bit. Smoke comes black, pitch black smoke comes pouring out of the cavern. You kind of have to like guide yourself. As the smoke slowly clears, you kind of get a glance in there, and you can see there are bits and pieces and chunks of Grick matter across the wall on the inside of the cavern, with some gaping half bodies of these creatures just kind of torn open from the explosion. There is nothing living and nothing moving from what you can see in the center of this cavern.
Let's go in.
Nice.
With the occasional chunks dripping off the ceiling.
Magic dispelled? Take a couple steps in and perception.
Perception check.
Oh God.
15.
It was a good bomb.
It was a
Percy.
very good bomb.
Thank you for crafting it for me. What do I owe you?
18 plus 2.
Your life at this point. And a song.
Okay.
You owe me a song.
Glancing through,
Maybe
you can
another
see
new
the
one.
small tunnels that these creatures kind of house themselves in as kind of a defensive position. These creatures are not hunters; they're more scavengers, but they fight in packs and wait for things to find their way in. This tunnel was definitely a place where they do that to keep fed. However, this tunnel appears to be empty, other than the strange phenomenon of this energy in the tunnel.
I feel we should
more
camp
magic?
here for the night.
In
Or
the-
day,
Ah!
or whenever the
In the
heck this
cave?
is.
Is there anything that can come through the portal?
I have an idea, everyone.
Is there a portal before you?
It's more of just an
before we make
energy-
plans?
of a-
Is
an
there
energy
a
shift.
portal or
Make
something?
an arcane check.
Okay.
Something funky in here.
Yes, of
all this
course.
purple
That's
stuff.
obvious.
16. As you take a moment and kind of step inside and kind of feel the essence of it, there is no portal. There is no doorway, there is no tear, there's just a very thin veil between this plane and another. You're unable to really ascertain the nature of what this energy coming through, but you can see there is these strange warps in reality. As you walk into this room, you look at your hands, and for a second your fingers kind of bend and go back to form. As you look at other people's faces, they kind of twist and shift and then go back. You don't know if it's just a purely visual thing or matter itself is actually twisting, but it's a very discombobulating being in this room for an extended period of
Clarota,
time.
what are we looking at in here?
Clarota, as he kind of enters behind you guys, his hands together and goes,
This, I believe, is the veil where Cavern stepped into the cavern.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say earlier.
Okay. Tiberius. What?
Me, Cloaker. That's what I do, Cloaker.
Tentacles kind of writhe around Clarota's maw.
That means he likes me.
This is a boundary, a thin membrane between this prime material plane and elements of the far realm.
Oh, Clarota.
Far realm?
Yes. Do you think we could, after a rest, of course, conjure a way to break the barrier and possibly go to that side?
Wish not to do that.
Clarota.
Your mind. Break.
Oh, that would be awful. I need it.
Clarota, is this a possible thing that we should maybe shut down? Could Cavern send his allies through here?
We have not the power to shut this down. It is how they overlap.
Is it safe to be near it?
I don't know.
Oh. I got it. Hey guys, I got it.
Well, at least we know this beach is secure. We should go out in the front and
What would happen-
seal this up for the night.
You're rather loud. I'm afraid things might be drawn to this beach.
Could this
after.
veil-
We could keep watch and kind of.
I don't need to rest.
Could this veil exist in sunlight? They were hearing stuff inside.
I do not know. I have not traveled the boundary myself.
I wonder what would happen if Cavern was cut off from the other side of this.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
Yes.
Maybe it would be good to block it off.
Or collapse it.
At least wall it off on our way out.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I like it.
Do that, you two.
Like completely cave it in?
Yeah, just
Use your rock.
Earth meld it.
I don't think throwing up a stone wall is going to necessarily stop.
No, but
that.
can't you like use your rock changing ability and
I can
squish all the rocks down and close the cave off?
I can spend time essentially collapsing the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
I start kicking sand and gravel.
Wait, how wide is the slimmest version? The
Keep
slimmest
going,
tunnel?
Rob. You'll get there. Get it.
It's about 20, 25 feet.
We can camp, but it's only
Keep going,
been
Rob.
6 or 7 hours since we woke up. Really, so I know
Well,
where
it's been long. It was 6 or 7 hours when we were on that side of the thing.
We did take
about 8 hours or so since you.
8 hours, all right.
Some of us can stay up. I can stay up, keep watch.
Me too.
Well, here, there's still things I want to do.
Yes.
Spill it, girl, spill it.
Clarota.
His tentacles quiver as you call his name, and he kind of looks over at you with a curious, hungry to be of service expression on his tentacled mind flayer face.
Do you have anything that might assist me in a scrying spell to help spy on Cavern? Maybe something in his image, or even.
I have not seen Cavern with my mind or my eyes. I've only heard of him arriving after I was cast out of my colony. I have no
dream.
Wait, but I had a vision. I had a dream.
So you know what he looks like?
Do you know what he looks like?
Well, what I saw was like a.
All those
a
Cheez-Its
black-
you're eating by.
It's just it's what I do when I'm thinking. I had a little snack pouch.
Crackers.
I was hungry.
Crackers. All right.
Sounds legit.
I saw sort of like
Cheese it.
a single twisted, sort of unnatural black horn.
Which Kima mentions to you and says, that is what we're trying to prevent making its way to the surface.
I see.
Okay.
That's the horn of Orcus.
Maybe you can envision the horn.
Oh, so that's not.
The horn
Would that
isn't-
work?
I don't know. I'm not a scrying type.
If you'll excuse me.
I reach into my pouch and I pull out the scroll of telescription. I enchant it to reach my brother Gerard. I write on it, "Dear brother, it seems I'm in a bit of a pickle with a certain type of creature that can take control of others with his mind and do nasty things. Goes by the name of Cavern, and the only thing I know about him is he has a black horn. Please help. Love, Tiberius."
I put a little cologne on that page.
He can't smell it.
Yeah, but it's always a nice gesture.
And I send it.
Okay, so the scribe material rolls up on itself and vanishes in front of you.
Hopefully he answers back promptly. Gerard is a warlock and is a wizard of the mind, arcana, things I do not know of. He could possibly help us and have quite access to great knowledge of this matter.
Phone a friend.
I like
That's
it.
nice.
Well, I guess while we wait for him to respond, I'm gonna go ahead and start using all of my stone shape and my. Yes, I'm gonna start bringing down this tunnel.
I'm gonna work on the boat.
Just start collapsing it.
Okay.
This
Can I?
cavern.
All right.
Oh, sorry. While she's doing that, can I use my primeval awareness and see if there's anything undead or aberrations or things that are around us that are seeming more active?
And you have a long distance you can pull on that one.
Yeah.
You take a moment and concentrate, not in your immediate vicinity. You do sense that across the way on that island, there are hundreds of aberrations.
Hundreds?
Hundreds. Different. You can't make out too many details. You just you sense the presence. You see clusters. You see some wandering the outskirts of the island. In the center of the island, you sense there is one very strong source of aberration-based essence.
On the outskirts of the island?
No, in the center.
In the center. So, wait, I'm sensing. Would that help you to know that Cavern is an aberration?
I'd assume anything helps, I guess.
I'm sensing a
And the
really
fact-
strong energy of an aberration in the middle of town.
Aberration in the center.
And that's something that would have come out of this portal, right, Clarota?
Clarota kind of gives you a look and says,
Most likely, or at least is related to the kin from the other side of the veil.
Wait, what?
Or at least it's related to the kin from the other side of the veil. I speak Clarota.
Thank you.
Any attention, Druid?
I was
He
taking...
said, "Pay attention, Druid."
I was...
While all this is going on, I just sort of go near Lady Kima and I start humming. I'm gonna cast suggestion on her.
Okay.
Or try to. I'm just gonna say, "No makes you want to check out Grog's bod. No makes you want to check out his bod and sweat him so hard."
Is that B-52?
Yes, it is.
I go over to the water and scoop up some and pour it over myself.
as you're doing this, Grog, Kima, who at this point, as you guys have this conversation, is currently rewrapping the leather on the handle of the malt that she found earlier in the cavern. Stops what she's doing, glances over at Scanlan with a very stern look, and goes, "No, I mean no disrespect when I say, toy with my mind again, and you'll find the business end of this hammer right up your rectum."
That is the part that I need for shitting on bed, so I will. I apologize.
You bothered me
I'm
enough
sorry.
recently with your antics. As she does that, she kind of motions towards your nether region.
I would like to stay.
Yeah.
I watch it.
I do call it my antic, but yes. You're right, I'm sorry. That was disrespectful. I apologize. Grog, I tried, man. Come on, I'm your wingman.
What?
I'm your
Handle of the mom.
She didn't say ant dick, she said antic.
Thank you, Vax.
Did it work?
I don't think so, Grog.
As we're taking a rest at this moment to prepare for whatever you guys want to do next, let's go ahead and take a quick restroom break for the group.
Oh my god.
Let's say about a 5-minute break. If you want to just play 3 videos or so, we'll make it quick so we can get back to the game.
Hold up, guys. Before you get
Before we do that, all right, just a second.
There's things happening here.
Things are happening.
A present from the chat room.
Whoa!
There's a happy 10th episode Critical Role.
You guys are so awesome!
Alduin and Arslan, the twins.
All right, so they came in from this side.
We
No,
get one of those.
um,
We get one of those every 2 episodes. Wow,
Guys, that's great. Thank you so much.
This aberration is a cake.
So while you guys are on break, you get yourself some cake. But before we cut to the videos, I just want to remind everyone watching from the front page that we are like 140 shirts away.
Oh, wow.
From getting to 1,000 shirts sold, and at 1,000, we will do a live Q&A after the show tonight.
Yep.
So we have an hour to sell 140 shirts.
Or sweatshirt.
Or sweatshirt.
Yeah.
There's hoodies on there.
I still haven't ordered it. I need to get my hoodie.
Mail tees. So
presents for
all you
your
have to do is
friends.
scroll down on the channel or join the chat room, or you'll
Presents
see
for your
every once in a while
Yeah,
little
that's
ads
cool.
show
That's a
up
good
on the
gift.
front page.
I'm gonna really enjoy it.
So get a T-shirt.
Mother's Day
And
soon.
we're pretty close to. I think we're only like 40 subs away or something, Lucas.
Whoa.
Right.
From a tabletop giveaway.
36
subs away from a
Nice.
tabletop promo kit giveaway, and we'll have all these guys sign a poster and include that with the shipping. If you're wondering why you should sub to this channel, it helps keep shows like this, and we have a lot of other programming, like a live comic book show, cosplaying
It's really
show. We have live music every Friday night. It's a good time, so you should sub. And I guess let's cut to the
Taking a break.
I gotta pee.
Okay, 5-minute break, guys. Make it quick. We'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Pike grew up in the outskirts of town, near the Bramblewood. Her ancestors were a family of deep gnomes with quite an unfavorable reputation. Thievery, destruction, and trickery left them with the curse of the last name Trickfoot. Sarenrae, the goddess of healing and redemption, had other plans for Pike's great-great-grandfather Wilhand, who left his family at a young age after a dream that changed the course of the Trickfoot family. Wilhand devoted his life to Sarenrae and pledged from then on that him and his family would live a life of service and devotion. As a child, Pike seemed to have an affinity to heal. Whether it was animals, people, or even flowers, she felt she had a purpose in making things whole that had once been broken. She studied and learned the ways to heal through divine magic. She lived a peaceful life, quiet and simple, until one day, Wilhand was captured and almost killed by a group of Goliath barbarians. One of the Goliaths took a stand against the murder of the innocent gnome, and he himself was beaten, bloodied, and left for dead, abandoned by his herd. Wilhand went to Pike for help. She prayed and healed this barbarian as best she could, bringing him back to life. When he awoke, she discovered his name was Grog Stonejaw. After that, they were the best of friends, a rather unlikely pair. Little did she know that in a few years' time, Grog would soon return the favor and bring her back from the clutches of death. After being killed in battle, Pike felt angry. She wanted to be stronger so that it would never happen again. She spent 4 months at sea, training with the men and women aboard a ship called the Broken Howl. Gripping her holy symbol in one hand and her morning star in the other, this time, Pike is ready.
Right, listen up. If you have ale, then you have a friend in Grog Strongjaw, a Goliath of towering height and size. This barbarian has an appetite for the two great loves in his life: combat, women, and ale. Wait, Easily the brains of the group, Grog is often consulted for his vast knowledge of shapes, colors, and shiny things. Also Ale. In his early years, armed with his two-handed great axe, Grog oft enjoyed proving his might amongst the ranks of his family's wandering herd. But after coming upon an unsuspecting elderly gnome in the woods, he objected to the killing of such an innocent life. A creature of impulse, Grog felt only pity for this terrified little thing. His disobedience cost him dearly. Beaten bloody and banished by the herd leader, his uncle Kevdak, Grog was abandoned and left to die. Exiled from his herd, it was then that the relative of the very gnome he fought to save saved him. It was the kindness of a gnome cleric named Pike that healed Grog, bringing him back from death's edge. And they have remained close friends ever since. Most nights, Grog can be found challenging entire taverns to wrestling matches, or accompanying Scanlan to the nearest house where you pay for lady favors. Also Ale. Right.
A first impression of Keyleth would leave you with little information on the half-elven druid. You might even think that her social awkwardness due to her sheltered upbringing is kind of sweet. Of course, it would be unwise to underestimate her based on first impressions. Under that unintimidating petite frame is a vicious beast waiting to be unleashed, whose natural powers have made even the fiercest of champions pee their pants. Literally. Born to the air tribe of the Ashari people, Keyleth was raised with a deep love of nature and the elemental magics. It is her people's inherent duty to protect the delicate areas in Taldore, where the 4 elemental planes begin to bleed with this realm. Since she was a little girl, she had quite a knack for air manipulation and beast-shaping abilities. Well, if you consider kittens and flying squirrels to be little beasts, which I do. Anyways, it wasn't long before the headmaster of the tribe, her father, Corin, realized her true prodigious abilities, and she was inveterated to succeed him as the next headmaster. Just like that, her jovial childhood was stripped and replaced with endless spell memorization, teachings from ancient traditions, and exceedingly high expectations. Every druid leader-to-be must embark on a journey to seek out the sister tribes in order to introduce and establish respect amongst the fellow headmasters. They call this the Aramente, or Noble Odyssey. When her father felt she was ready, he set her on the path to truly discovering herself, not knowing when or if she will ever return. As she hiked down the mountain towards Stilben, she meditated on the task ahead. Part of the Aramente is proving yourself a strong warrior, a valiant protector, and a wise and compassionate leader. With this knowledge, one thought plays and repeat in her mind. Is she even worthy?
Percy was the third of 7 children, born to a noble family who lived far to the north, in the ancient castle of Whitestone. With so many siblings to share the burdens of lordship, Percy turned his attentions to the sciences, engineering, and naturalism. One day, a mysterious couple named Lord and Lady Briarwood came to court. During a feast held in their honor, the Briarwoods violently took control of the castle, killing or imprisoning everyone who would stand in their way. Percy awoke chained in the dungeon, only to be freed by his younger sister. Together they fled, chased by the Briarwoods' men. As they ran, Percy's sister took several arrows to the chest and fell. Percy kept running, eventually jumping into a freezing river and floating unconscious to freedom. He did not remember waking up on a fishing boat. He barely remembered the next 2 years as he slowly made his way as far south as possible. Then one night, Percy had a dream. A roaring cloud of smoke offered him vengeance against those who destroyed his family. When he awoke, Percy began to design his first gun.
Oh, you haven't heard of Scanlan Shorthalt? Well, gird your loins, ladies, because he has his eye on you. A talented musician, master of disguise, and dashingly handsome in his own mind, Scanlan sings songs almost as much as he sings his own praises. Born a poor gnome, Scanlan used his endless charm and soaring tenor voice to croon for coin and support his single mother. One day he was discovered by a half-orc promoter and joined Dr. Dranzel's spectacular traveling troupe, where he learned the ways of the world and honed his skills as a bard extraordinaire. A loner much of his life, Scanlan has never quite come to terms with the violent death of his mother at the hands of a goblin invasion. While his years on the road provided many, shall we say, educational experiences with the opposites.
Welcome back. So, break is finished. Once again, remind you guys, we're just a little over 100 shirts left. If we can manage to get to 1,000 in the next 45 minutes, it's
Yes,
gonna be tight.
just your friends, your family.
Shop for your
pets.
buddy's birthday.
Your friends are going to be watching the show
Buy them
in under a month.
You know what?
Let's be honest.
Just buy them and then return them after the show's over. Fine.
Just do that.
We'll take it.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no worries, guys. All right, so to bring this back to where we were, so you guys have been putting around after you're clearing out this cavern on the north end shore of this large cave surrounding Yag'voril. What is your current plan of action?
While they've been sleeping, I took my axe.
You guys haven't been resting at all.
Oh, no?
Just been
No.
preparing.
Thought you rested.
No, we haven't
I've
rested.
been collapsing that cavern.
You managed to make a way where, like, the central kind of focal point, or the pinch point of this cavern's entrance, you managed to eventually just carve all the stone to close it off.
Okay. Tiberius,
Yes?
has your brother gotten back to you yet?
I mean, he should have got the message also, immediately. I'm pretty sure he's either researching it or before he answers.
About 20 minutes of you doing this, as you're having this discussion, a small slip of parchment apparates in front of you with like a flash of purplish energy. Written upon it, it says, Tiberius. You speak of the Far Realm, which I am quite familiar with. There are many aberrations. However, I do not know the name cavern per se. In my research, there are many things that can fall into the description you say. It's vague enough. Unfortunately, I have not much to go off of. If you had perhaps an image or a visual description of this creature, I'd be able to help. But at the moment, I have no way of giving you any more knowledge. My apologies, and sign at the bottom.
May I see this? Draconiar Noir.
You're astute. Well, I say that all that
I
stuff.
start digging a ditch with my axe in the sand.
Okay.
I'm going to work on the camouflage.
Don't worry about it.
Go make a move, tinker check.
Are we in the cavern? No, we're on the beach,
You guys
right?
are on the beach.
Oh, thank God.
Can we hear any kind of movement coming from the other island? Does it seem like they heard those explosions? Are we safe here?
The island itself, they said it's about a quarter to a half mile away. It's hard to be able to tell from this distance with no light source any movement whatsoever over there, or any sound to make
Oh,
the
so
way
it's
there.
really dark.
Yes, other than the bioluminescent fungal plant life and forest that coast this side, you have no light source on that side
Okay.
whatsoever. And it's just faint enough where you can make the kind of the outline of the island itself, but beyond that, you have very little visual.
Let's sleep.
Can I gather? Is there any type of like stone or rock or debris with the residual energy from the like purple misties of his realm?
It doesn't necessarily cling. It's more of a presence thing than it is a material clinging energy.
Okay.
Also, I'm sorry, if it's this dark in here, we lit up the cave. They would have seen, anyone on that island would have seen that. I don't think it's very safe here.
Well, we can.
Where do you want to
she
go?
can- He's doing a camouflagey thing, and she can make it look like nothing's on the.
I know that, but no one camouflaged the explosion of fire that lit up the cave.
Then let's get out of here. Why don't we go to the island and see if we can make camp?
Let's head to those little buildings off the corner there.
Not yet.
I do not think
What?
that is
What's
wise.
I'm gonna sit down near where the far plane portal is.
Which you've already closed off at this point in time.
Yeah, I want to be like near it though.
So you're near the edge of the wall where you've already locked it off.
Right.
Okay, so you get closer to that presence.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like just so I can be close to it. And Clarota, Pike, do any of you want to help me in this
What are you doing?
Scrying spell.
Oh.
I'm gonna do my scrying spell.
Oh, okay.
I can assist because I have that as well.
You do have scrying as a spell. I would say if you both expend, if you have it prepared. I don't know if do you have scrying prepared? All right. Well, we'll see what we can do.
Can I say that because I prepared it, I can be like, here's my book. You can borrow it.
Let's see.
I wrote it down.
For druids, it's not so much a spell book more than it is just an innate nature you pull. You have a book for your own note taking, but the actual spell itself comes from just you harnessing the divine energy of nature around you. So there wouldn't be a way that she'd be able to help you in that spell more than just probably a slight bonus to the DC. But I'll keep that in mind.
Scanlan, can you give me some meditation music?
Can I? Would that help with it? Okay.
Definitely get inspiration.
Your Highness, hold on a second. Wait a minute.
Oh.
What?
I think we're doing this a bit prematurely.
Why?
She can just do it again tomorrow.
If she fails, he will know where we are.
Yeah. True. He knows we're here already.
We just
He possessed the queen and said, "Welcome, you're my treasured guests." Remember that? He knows exactly where we are.
That's a good
It
point.
is because he had eyes to look through.
He seems to be pretty powerful and all-knowing. I'm pretty
I
sure
think this
he
is a
probably
reasonable
knows
risk.
we're fucking
He's probably
here.
just playing with us right now, waiting for us to get there.
He said, "You are our treasured guests."
He knows
I wrote
we're
it
coming.
down. He knows we're coming.
To
He wants
inspire
us.
Keyleth with her scrying spell, I hop in the ditch I've been digging and start going, look, I can do it too. And I start paddling in the ditch.
Good job, Grog. You did it.
Is that inspiration?
You feel inspired. No
Besides,
dice,
we're
but
talking
you-
about moving
No
anyway,
dice,
right?
wait.
So I might as well do it here if we're going to relocate.
All right.
Plus, I want to be near the energy of the far realm. Maybe it'll help a little bit.
Possible.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Let's go for it.
All right. So I'll sing to inspire her.
All right.
Scry, Miss Keyleth, scry. Put your eyeballs to the cavern and tell us why. Oh. Okay.
That's good.
Singing "This Will Be the Day That I
That's a hard one to do,
Scry."
man.
A decent
This'll
inspiration
be the
dice
day
too.
that I scry.
All right then.
So wait, how many do I get? 2 inspiration dice?
No. You can only have one inspiration dice at a given point in time, and it's a D10.
Okay, but I'm happy because of Grog.
Yes.
Right.
You are.
get
And
happiness.
then I get
So you're
happiness.
smiling through the spell.
Yay!
All right, so you take 10 minutes to yourself to prepare the ritual. You kind of carve out a portion of the beach where the gravel is most easy to manipulate, and you begin to set up this extensive scrying ritual.
And I wanna meditate specifically on the horn, and I wanna like use Pike and see if I can channel her vision through with the focusing on the horn, since that's what we really know. It's
Okay.
pretty much the only thing that we know what it looks like.
Okay. So as you draw the circle across the portion of the gravel and stonework, actually, this is further in the cave, so the gravel has given them to more solid stonework. You begin to carve across the ground with a small piece of charcoal that you use for your ritual drawings, this giant runic circle. You draw points for you to sit and a point for Pike to sit as well to help you focus on this vision. Once you've taken the 10 minutes to establish all the various material components and kind of littered it with pieces of dried animal matter, some herbs, and kind of lit a small bowl of incense to the side to help you in this spell, you sit down, take your place. Pike, you take your place, and you begin to concentrate. You draw the essence of the nature energies around you, and begin to project your vision towards the description of this dark horn, pushing what you can best ascertain is the direction of the temple from where this ritual is being conducted. All right, so given the circumstances, bonus from that, let's go ahead and make a will save. All right, so you feel your vision project beyond you. It's a sort of out-of-body experience as the energy that makes up Keyleth is no longer given physical form, it's just adrift in the darkness. You feel yourself drawn, pulled almost, like there's an energy that draws you as if poisoned from a wound. It pulls you upward and you're looking down over the top of this entire cavern suddenly. The darkness tends to fade for a moment and you can make out the general outline of this island. Once again, your vision zooms in and shifts. You can look over the city. You can see Yag'voril over top. You can see the glowing aspects of the forest kind of surrounding the outskirts of it. And you can see in the center of this ruined city that has been reconstructed in the image of the Illithid, the temple that stands. This giant pseudo-pyramid with a flattened top, you can now see it from the top overhead view of this temple. It is actually open, and that strange glowing source of green energy you can see is slowly emanating from the top. Your vision is pulled forward again. You feel yourself drawn towards it, and as you come towards the top, you can see the open portion of this temple's roof is a crossbeam made of gold or brass, and there is some sort of structure hanging from it that falls deeper into the temple. You then move past this into what is the topmost chamber of this temple. It's dark at first, as your essence tends to coalesce and find some sort of visual here. You can see now this brass crossbeam that is held aloft in the center of this temple chamber drips down into what is a spiral of metal. This strange arcane contraption that does not match any of the construct of this temple previously. It almost seems like it's been a new addition or is taking the place of something else that was a central focus of this chamber. You follow this strange arcane structure. About 15 to 20 feet it comes from the top of the temple chamber to the center. We're held aloft underneath it by another 15-foot drop. You see in this dark room a pool of a dull bluish purple liquid, and it's pulsing with life and with energy. You now look down, your eyes focus, and in this pool, this 10, 15-foot wide round pool, you can see with this pulse, almost like a heartbeat of purplish energy, what look like small stones, small purple stones. But they're not stones. They're minds. They're brains. They're essences. And they're all working together, interconnected. You're looking upon the elder brain of Yag'voril, the center of the entire illithid colony that resides in the center of this chamber. You can see now this green energy that's being brought down from this metallic structure at the top of this temple is being funneled down over and is acting as an arcane prison for the elder brain. It's sealing and controlling, essentially, and what you had gathered from your previous discussions with Clarota, this is what has taken the minds of the mind flayers and bent them to Kavarn's will. Your focus shifts now from the elder brain, and you look around the room, and in the dark shadows of this room you can see there are cages. There are metal bars. The metal itself, you're unable to really ascertain what the material is, but in each one of these small cages you see some creatures, some of this realm, some of not. Horrible forms, mutated, torn, some missing limbs, some in the process of slowly dying because they're unable to keep a physical form intact. It's a collection, a horrible collection of malformed entities that are being experimented on, pulled apart, put together. This also serves as seemingly a laboratory for Kavarn. And you feel a presence in the room suddenly. Your essence shifts around and you look in the darkness and you see, slowly drifting out of the shadow, a single gnarled black horn. Underneath that horn you can see now a physical form that it adorns. Dark brown leathery skin with slightly pointed edges, almost like scales that form out of portions of this flesh. You see below this horn one large, piercing, sky blue eye that glances up and meets your gaze. As it does, from beneath that eye you see a toothy maw tear into a wide grin. And around the outskirts of the singular eye, numerous other eyes shift around. Coming into the light, you see now a fleshy ball that is drifting in the air itself under its own physical form. This aberration, this horrible entity is now floating forward. You can see metal plates that are grafted to the physical body of this creature.
Oh, come on.
Apparently, Kavarn has experimented on itself. These eyes are attached to strange finger-like stalks that twist out of its body. These eyes darting around the room, looking at different directions. And then they all singularly shift on you at once. As it does, you can feel all of a sudden your presence, which has been drifting through the scrying spell, locked in place. And for a second, you feel like you can't breathe. As Kavarn presses towards you, this fleshy sphere of eye stalks and teeth, this small chuckle billows up from deep within its mouth.
So, guest, do you like my home? You're welcome anytime.
At which point the horn seems to glow with this creepy greenish energy, and you feel this piercing pain blast into your head. You try and scream, but you can't. There's no breath. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Oh god.
Do I still have my enhance ability up?
No, because that's
What
concentration.
does Keyleth look like to us right now?
Keyleth is sweating profusely, and you can see she's
I'm walking up to
flinching.
Keyleth and I'm grabbing her by the shirt and I'm going to slap her across the face.
All right.
27.
27. All right. Nice. Good. You take 11 points of psychic damage and are thrust out of the scry spell. Your vision is pulled out of the top of the temple, and suddenly you're back in your form as a sharp pain hits you across the side of the head. Vax is holding you.
Christ, what? Why?
It looked like
Why?
a matter of time.
You were in pain. Are you alright?
You were about to.
Are you alright?
You were in pain, so I thought I'd fucking slap you across the face. Gee.
Are we hitting each other
Language.
Sorry.
Wow.
What did you see?
What did you see?
Hey,
So she tells us, right?
Kavarn's the beholder.
a beholder. What's that?
It is really not a thing we want to fight. It is awful. It is wretched. It will kill all of us if we don't find out a way to kill it. Oh my god.
Not
Wait,
only
so you
is
said there's
Kavarn
a-
a beholder, Kavarn has been experimenting on himself, and so he has armor grafted on him, and the horn, which I don't know.
Wait.
What is
So
a
you said
beholder?
there's something caging the elder brain, right?
Yes. That big green light. You see that? Can we? Is it like the Luxor in Vegas? Can we see the green light?
It's not a beam, but you do see a slight green glow at the top of the temple in the distance.
Okay.
You saw it when you first entered, and it's kind of been this dull beacon whenever you traveled around the island.
There's something connected to the top of the temple that's caging the elder brain?
It's like an arcane prison, and
As
all
they're
of the
talking about this,
the elder
I'm
brain.
writing a note.
Is
Again,
it
scroll
possible
illustration.
to maybe collapse the top of the temple from far away and release the elder brain from its cage, and then the other Clarota, your brethren, could fight the beholder instead of us?
Clarota, do you know how we could possibly break this prison?
Could you tell me what a beholder is first, since I don't know?
Oh, right.
Big bad scary thing.
But
With finger eyes.
Right.
what? Yeah.
DM. I write a
Help us.
detailed.
I'm assuming I know.
That's a beholder.
Oh, the thing on the front of the monster manual.
Yes.
It's on the cover of a.
Worst
of a
possible
book.
snenario imaginable.
It's an
That's all you could have said. You could have said that.
creature.
It's on the cover of Dungeons and Dragons Monthly right
There's
now.
the dragon.
It is the cover.
Yes. There's
cover
dragon,
model.
then beholder.
Oh my god. Well, we've killed a dragon.
Yeah, he's got lots of teeth. Let's brush them.
They're tentacle eyes. Each eye tends to have a beam that does a different ability.
Oh.
So it can probably. It's a magic fun bag. It's probably got everything from silence and dispel magic to petrify to a disintegration ray.
You're thinking about this wrong, though. You're thinking about this in the wrong direction. The beholders is not. That's not the goal.
The horn is the goal.
Even more than that, it's the hundreds of allies we could have.
Exactly. Free the elder brain, they attack it.
Prison is the target.
Not the beholder.
Right.
Not the beholder. If we can free the elder brain,
We don't have to fight it ourselves.
then we're not alone. Now, what was creating this green light? Where was it emanating from?
It just seemed to be emanating sort of from the top opening of this pyramid that was the main temple of the center.
Can you
of the town.
just describe the top of the pyramid?
I'll give you a detailed description. Essentially, this pyramid comes to a top and then flattens off at the very top. Where you would be a flat surface is instead essentially a windowed opening. You don't think it's purely open, like you could just jump through. There is some sort of a glass that coats it, but there is a brass crossbeam at the very top, and then part of this crossbeam holds aloft this strange, series of metallic wires that spiral and intertwine that kind of serves as a conical focus piece. You can't see the interior of it, but that is
It was almost like a beehive.
essentially like a slow beehive.
It was like focusing the energy and making.
We have something very important. We have a vial of yellow liquid.
So what does it do?
It might age you.
Don't know.
It might do something.
It seems to be very acidic.
Okay.
So it could burn the metal?
It could melt the metal, and we could actually bring that entire structure just crashing down.
What, does anybody have an aging spell? Something that causes things to disintegrate, things to move
I
forward?
have-
Maybe we can rust
I
the metal
used to.
as well.
We have that yellow goop, and that will definitely help.
I have
know that it's acid.
Blight.
We
It
suspect.
might be a form changer
We
because
also have-
the
we also
king
have 4
swallowed a
vials of
vial
acid.
and it made him strong.
Grog says we have 4 barrels of acid.
Actually, I can learn heat metal, and I can heat the beam and make it.
He's got vials of acid in his
Oh,
bag.
I mean, it's like a big heat.
Excellent. Okay,
We're gonna break the temple.
let's break the temple. Clarota.
acid
At this point, as you guys look over at Clarota, you can see Clarota, for the first time in a while, looks visually disturbed. Has kind of withdrawn from the group and is kind of leaning against the side of the beach cavern wall. And the tentacles that normally just kind of slowly twirling are all tensed and pulled up into a knot. And Clarota just...
Clarota, you're gonna cramp your face if you do that.
If you have something to say, we would appreciate it.
Keep making that face, it'll freeze that way.
The fact that Kvarn is of this creature, it's a beholder, and carries this horn that Lady Kima has spoken of. It's a great danger. Also, keep in mind, the temple is not made of average stone and metals. This is the center of the Elder Brain. We reinforce it with magical protection. It's the center of our entire species' knowledge. Every brain in there is our elders. As we pass to the next generation, our mind gets brought and introduced to the Elder Brain. We have that room protected from simple acids. We must make sure we are ready.
Clarota, Keyleth described the top of the building right now. It didn't look like it was part of the original structure. Is she mistaken? Is the top something that was built by your people?
No, it was open before. There seems to be some sort of new focus that Kvarn has constructed.
Would that be as strong as the rest of the building as you think?
I do not know, but if I've seen anything of the nature of this insidious creature, I would say plan for the worst. Nothing is more terrifying than underestimating a beholder.
Can beholders fly? They can. Okay.
Among other things, it seems like.
What can't they do?
Not much.
Not much. Why don't we...
They're normally very
I
fleshy
have-
and weak, right? But he put armor on himself,
Like a
so now he's
super
extra
Wizard
strong.
times 50.
Kima,
I'm assuming. Oh, go ahead.
then Kima just kind of says, the key here is not to think how to fight it head on. We have to be smart about this. While he has the home turf, we have the element of surprise. We choose the grounds in which we attack, and we choose the methods in which we set the battlefield.
Underwater fight.
We could try to just draw him out somehow.
I highly doubt he's going to leave his home turf, but if we can find a way to perhaps turn it against him or use it to our advantage. Maybe some reconnaissance, I don't know.
Reconnaissance.
I mean,
I don't know!
It is glass on the top, so we could try the
Maybe
sunlight.
I have something called divine intervention, and
What is that?
you can call on your deity, and you roll a percentile die, and you can have them help you with something.
So is it possible to try to get her help before we do this, or is it something that
I
you
know,
have
is
to
this
do
something
on
we
the
wait
spot?
on? I don't know, because this is new.
That's up to you. You can attempt it once a day, and once it works, it can't be done for another week.
So if we attempt it, then she can intervene. She can be like on our side.
In some way, essentially, you formulate how you want your deity's aid, and if you succeed, but you have a 10% chance of success, in some divine way, Saren Ray will guide power or aid to you.
10%.
Well,
Why
we
don't you wait on that?
10%.
Fred?
Well, we either have a 10% chance right now for her to tell us what
Let's
to
wait.
do, Or a 10% chance
to help us.
But once we know what we're doing,
Yeah,
let's
let's
wait till we
Percy's
know what we're
idea,
doing.
though. I believe we should go and rescue the prisoners and build a small army.
Yeah.
Moreover,
But
I've been thinking, it all goes downward, correct? These all up in the pit, yes?
The world down here?
No, the beholder, Cavern.
He's in the top of a pyramid.
He's in a pyramid.
Up or down?
Up.
Ah, well, that
Yeah, well-
doesn't help me at all.
It's in his laboratory.
I feel like we should go for the top.
How would we free the prisoners, first of all? How are they all...
I mean, the
I think
prisoners
it's, I
are
think
those
it's that
things
beehive
that-
structure.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
free
we
the
need
prisoners.
to take out the metal thingy.
It's not letting them out. We have to get them out of Kavern's control.
Which we
so
can't
how
do,
we
right?
do that?
Right.
I think we destroy the beehive
Structure at
structure.
the top.
Destroy the structure.
It's the only thing. It's the only option that seems open to us.
Yeah. What
Unless
if,
we keep stumbling around and looking for some other weird thing.
We don't have any kind of corruption spell that ages things.
Well, we've
If
got
we
the
age
acid
metal-
thing, and
But
maybe
it's protected
Grog
by
can-
magic.
But what if we like hit it with the spell magic? Maybe get your goddess's aid. Hit it with the spell magic. Hit it with corruption. Rust the shit, and then it falls, and then
We
everything.
don't have corruption.
Dun, 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 dun,
Can
dun.
Scanlan mercifully
Well, we've got that-
mock the top
Oh, I
of
can
the
mock.
pyramid?
I can mock.
Acid.
That will
F
not
you,
really do it
brass
for us.
cross.
I like Percy's idea. We've got that acidic vial, which seems to be very acidic.
We have several vials
Yes,
of
we're
acid.
carrying some acid.
We have 3 vials
Can you
of normal
take
acid
can you
and
take
one
the
yellow.
normal acid and can we make it magical?
Like extra bad. We don't even know
Well,
what
why
it does
don't
yet.
I can always like be an eagle, and I can maybe fly, or maybe Grog can carry.
All once.
Grog can carry like a big boulder. That
Can I
way,
just
after
put it
the
on my
acid
finger?
has like
I
sucked
thought
in,
about
you
making
can
an acid arrow. I
throw
really
a big
did.
boulder to collapse it the rest of the
Arrow,
way.
question.
have to get
You
me up
built a
there.
bomb before.
Get you up there.
If we could
Months.
hole up for months or weeks,
months.
was it?
Yeah, it took a
Months.
It
month.
took me months to figure out how to build, although that was a very
Now that you
complex
know
bomb.
how to build one, would it be quicker the second
Wait, the
time?
bomb we just threw in that room?
I could make an exploding arrow. I've
What a
made
waste.
one. I could make another.
I mean, we killed him. I guess that's good.
I would say your
That was
materials
awesome.
are very limited.
At this point though, if I had a workshop, I could.
Well,
Yeah,
let's take
yeah, very
Kima's
little
advice and maybe start with a little reconnaissance. We'll get closer, we'll rest for the night, and maybe send in just a little bit of a
Why do we need
snooping
to get
party.
closer?
My sister says that island is crawling with nasty shits.
We can't get close. I mean, to
We should just
Yours
rest.
to attack.
We'll stay up because we're good.
what if we fly in over the top with the carpet in stealth?
Drop Grog in.
Put the camouflage on the carpet maybe so they don't see it. Fly in over the top, stealth in, spy, kind of get an idea of
Inspect the top of the building and
yeah,
see
see
where
what we
the
can
acid
do.
would be put
See if maybe
to good use.
there is no what kind of magic is being held on top of it.
I mean, we're guessing that Kavan doesn't want to leave his little cubby hole.
I would assume not.
So even if we fly down on top,
I mean,
if
he
he
can fly
gets
up.
pissed, he could fly up, but we could fly away, and he probably doesn't want to leave the top of the.
There's going to come a point where chaos is just going to descend on us, and it's
Yes.
not going
So
to.
we're also forgetting that the second that he sees us or we get close enough, he could control
Question.
all of our
Wasn't
minds.
the point of us going
It's
to
one of
these
the things you can do.
Wasn't the point
What?
of us going to these beaches to try to see if there was any other advantage we could find?
We were trying to find clues
Yes.
so that
Which
maybe
we
our
did.
scrying would be helpful, which it was.
Yeah.
Alright.
So, what if, okay, here's another option. Dimension door. What if you go and hug one of the beams and dimension door the beam
I
out?
don't think I can do that.
No.
I can banish a being, but
Not
not,
a
beam.
thing. You can't cast a portal on the door and make it fall.
Sadly.
Not like portal.
Well, we've been here, and we've been here.
Should we go to one more beach
I
before
was
we all
thinking
die?
Here or here,
That leads
or
it
this little
I was
nubbin right
thinking
here.
There's
about
not
that.
going to be anything there.
Those are just more things to fight.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but my sister, she studied the island, and she sensed the presence of things everywhere.
That
Right,
sounds
everywhere?
awesome. Let's go
It
there.
was
Yeah, I mean,
everywhere.
Everywhere.
we
Clustered
don't.
mainly in the
There's no
city
need
region.
for us to relocate.
Yeah.
There's
now.
wandering things.
Well, I am
We're
curious
gonna
about
act.
this. Can we see this from the beach we're on? This. What is this?
At this distance, it's hard to make out
We're over here.
any
That's
sort of
where we have to go,
visual.
though.
But we could camp there. Like
Yeah.
that could be the next.
Yeah,
that
I
could
like
be
that.
where we stage our attack.
Let's go take over a little shanty town.
Wait,
do that.
wait, why? Why?
Because it'll be
Why not?
that much closer tomorrow. We can do reconnaissance from there. We can be.
We can do reconnaissance from where we are.
We still have to get across this body of water. You said there's something swimming down there.
Plus, we're gonna have to.
We've got a magic carpet.
It'll be little victories. We'll take over the shanty.
It's really never been a
Can
problem.
we all fit on the magic carpet?
No.
Not at once. No.
But wait, but we're
I
not
can
all going for
water walk.
reconnaissance, right?
You can also do 2 trips.
No, you're
on the
small.
carpet.
You can just stay on the carpet.
But we're not all going for
I'll fly
reconnaissance,
over.
are we?
No.
Yeah.
Stealthy,
You guys
stealthy.
If something goes wrong, though,
Fly,
it's going to be.
fly.
I would rather something go wrong with all of us than something go wrong with half of us.
But I mean,
Well, I tell you what, we don't know what to do, so why don't Vex and I and Scanlan go for a little ride and check out the tip of this
We
island?
split up.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna
either.
go.
Let's go take over the shanty town. Let's at least get on the island.
Maybe we can see what's
Baby steps.
Baby
Yeah,
steps.
baby steps.
okay, well then you guys go check it out first.
I'll
We'll
get on-
get in the boat and we'll start heading there.
Are we getting
you
the
guys.
boat or are we doing the carpet?
Well, we can't all fit in the carpet.
Let's
so
let Tiberius and the twins and Scanlan fly ahead of the boat. Quietly, carefully, see what we see. We have the earrings that Tiberhood's crafted for us, so we can tell you what we see.
Perfect.
And don't rush in. We're probably going to go here, but let's not rush in. Let's
Just
let
make
the quiet
sure there's
ones
not
go have a look.
crawling with baddies. How about that?
So we'll start boating over.
we'll start the boat and then. But
You
you'll
need
be
to take it easy for a moment. You just went through some shit.
You guys going on the carpet?
Yeah, I'm
gonna
no,
go
I'm
on the
gonna
carpet.
take the
I got a
lifeboat.
big axe. I'll paddle the boat towards the island.
Awesome.
I've been practicing in the sand to impress Keyleth. I'm working on the elevator. I haven't figured it out yet because I don't know what that is.
You know that thing a dog does when
But I
it
did
pulls
cast-
its butt along the floor.
I did cast pass without a trace, so everybody gets plus 10, to their stealth roll, so that's good. So
Yeah, that sounds good.
So who's in the boat with me?
Oh, we're going over by boat? Is that what's
Percy, Keyleth,
Trinket.
Pike, and Trinket. So we start paddling in the
What
boat.
about Kima and Clarota?
Clarota can
Clarota
float
should
out.
go with
Clota
us.
can just hover.
Can Clarota be on the carpet? Then?
You can hover alongside.
Yeah, we'll
the
take
carpet.
Kima.
Yeah, Clarota come with us so we can kind of.
And Percy, you going in the boat as well?
Yeah, I'm in the boat. I'm
Sorry.
not.
I'm not used to Scanlan. You're going with.
So we've got the
Are some of
Clarence,
us flying? We're
Yeah,
flying.
we're-
Team
we're on
Clarence and Team Kimmy Gibbler.
One question though, Clarota. I mean, I'm sure we've asked this before, and I wasn't here because I missed a part of a thing. What about your hat? What does it do? I mean, can you make more of them?
We did this already.
I could, but the time required would be months, weeks. Not in our time frame.
That's squid for no.
Alright.
All right, let's do it. Quiet ones. Let's get on the carpet.
Try to
Tiberius.
stealth it. Are we camouflaging the carpet?
Tiberius.
I'm going to attempt. I'm going to attempt to
yes,
attach,
I mean,
like, just attach the skin to the bottom of the carpet. See if that.
Bottom to the bottom.
We're saving the world here, people.
You're
Let's
on the
not
boat.
twiddle our thumbs for
Oh, well, before you guys take off,
Yeah.
I'm just going to try and sew it onto the corners.
Okay.
Oversee.
That. Go ahead and make a roll.
Oversee.
That's better. 12, 3 points. 16.
16. Easy enough to do. All right. So you go ahead and you take a little bit of your thick, heavy leather thread, stuff that you use for something. You just kind of loosely attach it to the bottom of the carpet.
I also, sorry, I did a quick scrying spell, and I know that we're 50 shirts away from the total. So keep going. Get your mother a shirt.
All right, so
Get
we're
your
going over the
father a
water?
hoodie.
Yeah, we're already
Over the
paddling.
water.
Yes.
And the
All right.
boat's going too. We're fucking
So,
fast.
as Grog's pulling on, go ahead and make an athletics check, by the way.
Oh yeah. Well,
Watch out for Nessie.
And we're
Also.
stealthing? Ahead?
You
that's
guys
a
who are
22.
floating over.
Sneaky.
Yep.
Yeah.
Watch out for Nessie.
All right. So you're going to pull it across. It's a slow speed, but you're making your way. I would also like Grog to go ahead and make a stealth.
I rolled natural 20 on
The
stuff.
shitter.
Where's my stealth?
You've got passed without a trace also.
19, so 29.
29 stealth as you
God.
very carefully breaking the water surface.
Dinosaur from Jurassic 4 is
All right,
in the water.
as you guys make your way across the channel towards the far end of the island, which is the beach that's in view, you see the water disturbed slightly about 200 feet off to the right. Something deep below, you can see bubbles rising up. As you carefully make your way, ever so quiet, across the beach, you find purchase. Landfall hits you on the other side of the beach, apparently not disturbing whatever lies beneath the surface.
I immediately hop out, pull the boat up just to beach the boat.
Okay,
So it
you
won't
pull the boat
go
up,
back
the
in.
rest of you guys bring the carpet over, you come to a landing part, totally fine. The beach comes to a steep incline that leads up onto the island proper. There's cliffs on both sides of this beach, and as the incline increases up about maybe 500-600 feet from where you are, you can see what looks like a few buildings or rubble of what was a small gathering of structures.
Can we check out the thing kind of in the air?
Is there a
and see
larger
if
one behind it? Behind those smaller structures?
Or that was it?
What you're seeing now is this. That's yeah. And
Are there any of those crazy trees you mentioned before?
You do see towards the right of those structures, those kind of fungal-based trees. They rise about 25-30 feet in the air. Actually, there's no leaves. It's almost like a cluster of weird fungus-like vines that just kind of drip from the top surface, and the trees unnaturally sway in place, almost like they have a rhythm to their movement.
Dr. Seuss trees, not
Clarota,
really nasty Dr. Seuss trees.
Will those trees attack us? Are they living and attacky?
Closest.
No, those trees merely exist on this island. They feed off of the essence of it, and they provide food for other things that live here.
Huh. Trees are bad.
What? Wandering spores.
Wandering spores?
Other creatures. We feed our captives, our slaves of the colony with the fungal essence of the tree.
Other creatures, don't skimp on the details. It's only our lives.
The trees are not dangerous, but whatever resides on this island is probably under the influence of the Elder Brain and my people, which are, in turn, under the influence of Kavar.
Yes, but as you're from this island, what wildlife can we expect to run into here?
Small, sightless rats, cavern insects, but the dangers lie in the spores that wander the forest.
I'm picturing like a big yellow thing with
Pus.
little legs.
Fuzzball?
Yeah. Is that what it is?
You'll know when you see it.
Oh, well, that's lovely. Thank you.
I notice your voice is
Spiny.
Spiny.
Dripping.
I take the cask of ale out of the bag of holding and I pour him a little goblet
Oh,
of
you know
ale.
what, Grog?
And I'm
I
like,
hate to tell you
it
this.
sounds a little scratchy. Would you care for some ale?
It's really good.
It's psychic discussion. He looks at you and gives you kind of a stern look. Takes the ale from you. Yes.
I have no need for such false sustenance.
His tentacles.
That was rude. Any one of
No,
us
forget that.
drank that glass. Very rude.
All right. Can we go inspect those structures up
Yes,
there?
everyone, wait here. I grab Scanlan by the scruff of the neck and nod at my sister.
I turn invisible.
Let's go take a peek.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to take a peek.
Just wait a minute.
We can wait. That's fine.
I actually go and I collect a few of the
Perception check.
the vines hanging from the trees.
Just where we are.
All right. Go to make a nature check.
Or a perception check on the beach as well.
All right.
I just don't know why I'm bothering. 11. It's a beach.
I rolled
It
a
is a
15.
It's a beach. 16.
16 on nature. Okay. As from a safe distance, look at it. Yeah, the trees do not appear to be anything beyond just a subterranean forest like fungal tree.
I wanted to collect some.
Oh, you want to go and collect some? Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys, it's quite a ways up. It's like up the side of the cliffs, up the incline, and then the forest starts adjacent to the structure where they're going.
Can we keep our...
Want to wait.
So you can make a stealth check and make your way there if you'd like.
No, I'll wait. I thought
Okay.
we were like next to a tree.
No, most of the forest starts further up this incline as the island itself begins to level off.
Let the scouts scout.
Just be quiet.
Let's go scout it out.
All right.
So we make our way up to the structure.
28 for stealth.
28 for stealth.
Do we...
Oh,
You get
I'm
advantage on
invisible.
your rolls.
Are we rolling... Is it our old stealth check? Can I use my flying stealth check? Damn it.
Nope.
Did you roll?
3.
With advantage?
That was my advantage. The first one was a 1.
31.
All right.
Wow.
So
Plus fail.
Did the
You-
twins outweigh?
Oh wait, plus 2. That makes it 5.
Wait, plus 10. That's what I'm
Oh, plus 10. That's 15.
We're getting better. Plus my inspiration from paddling.
So, you guys make your way towards this ruin, and as you come to it, you caught a small glimmer of it on the the bridge that was constructed across the first beach you came across in this cavern. The stonework is interesting. It's kind of, it's almost like an influx of jade and marble. Like the stone itself does not seem to be anything you've seen naturally around the cavern. Either it was brought here or was crafted from some substance that resides on this island. But it has this weird kind of green jadish kind of marble, almost vein-like visual to it. And you notice all the structures aren't straight and smooth. Everything has this kind of slightly non-Euclidean bend to it. Every edge has a slight curve. It's off-putting. There isn't a rigidity to any of these walls. And the buildings themselves almost seem to look like they sag, or they kind of sit or rest at a strange, unnatural angle. Many have been long crumbled, and you find some of these buildings have just fallen in on themselves. You do notice, as you approach the edge of it, there is a large circular structure, a pit, that is built kind of central to this. Parts of the wall have fallen in, but for the most part it still remains intact. And in the center of this pit, on the floor, you can see what looks like splotches of dried crimson, long left blood splatters of some sort of creature. You see dried bones. You see, but the bones, while dried, have some sort of fungus growing on them. You also see what looks to be, tucked against one of the walls, a campsite. But a very large campsite. The fire pit is 15 feet wide, and it's just a small cinder. You see what looks to be some sort of a pile of furs. There is actual embers in the fire pit. There looks to be a large kind of bedroll made of just patchwork furs, but the pile itself is huge.
It looks twice the size of what I would use for a fire or what I would use for a bedroll.
3 times even, which means it houses a lot of individuals.
Or one big
Or a really big thing.
Giants.
Yeah.
As you're taking this look too, as you guys are having this visual.
Question: bigger than Grog?
Well, you immediately hear a sound. It's a slight rumble in the ground, and what sounds like a footfall. And as you glance over your shoulder, you can see what looks to be some sort of towering humanoid dragging something behind it.
There are giants in the sky.
It kind of glances up with its nose in the air.
Who goes there?
And you look to see what looks like a large, almost Goliath-like, bald skin. Skin is smooth, no hair, but its skin is purplish in color. Where a normal giant would stand naturally, it's horribly hunched, like its back has a horrible scoliosis twist to it. One giant popping yellow eye glances out towards the edge of where you guys are. It doesn't seem to have found any of you immediately, but something has alerted its attention. It seemed to have caught some sort of trail in its natural homestead. You see it standing probably close to 15-20 feet in height as it begins lumbering up towards you.
Stealthed.
Yeah.
Should we can we try
All
to
of
hide?
you
Is there
were
anything
stealthed
around?
as well.
Yeah. Can I do insight and see if it seems like a bad guy or?
You can go ahead and make an insight.
Bad guy.
I'm just checking to see if maybe he's a misunderstood guy.
Can I do a simple
way behind
recognize
us.
check?
You don't see him.
Oh, wait.
You guys are staying back at the beach while they're checking.
Oh, one of you
That
got
is
earrings.
17.
17. This entity looks like it's hungry. It looks malicious, and looks like it's kind of caught the thrill of the hunt, since it seems to have seen something near its homestead moving.
Shit.
As it begins to step forward, it
I'm
drops
picking up
whatever it's dragging
Scanlan and
behind
moving
it.
backward.
Yeah, can we move into the shadows?
I'm invisible.
Yeah.
We know where you are. We
I
can
was
sense
holding
you.
your hand the whole time.
And that is what
Come on!
Nowhere near Kavar.
No!
Nowhere near him.
No!
Yep.
There.
But wait, maybe if we sell out of shirts, we can go
hours
another
in.
half hour.
or something.
Yeah, how many shirts do we have left?
So we just play for another
Like
5
20 or
hours.
something like that?
How many shirts we have
Didn't
left?
make it. Didn't make it to Cavern, didn't make it to the shirt.
That means you do not get to see
Fail.
Scanlan shirtless.
It's Cavern!
So we have to read all the donation messages. If we meet our goal for the shirts by the time we're done reading,
20 shirts! 20 shirts!
Then are you guys cool with doing the Q&A? I mean,
Yeah.
all right.
If you
So
sell those 20
There's
shirts.
20 shirts left?
That's
Come on,
it.
guys.
Yeah.
20 shirts.
Me and Pike
Don't
got
fuck it up.
hoodies. I bought a hoodie. I bought a hoodie.
all right, I'm just gonna try to open this up here.
Alrighty, guys.
Can all be
Try to do
hoodie
this a little
Twinkies.
different way.
No, it's super.
We have Twinkies?
Time.
Just no Twinkies. It's just cake.
That was the stonerest thing you've ever said.
I'll buy a hoodie if you guys buy 19. Deal? There you go.
What you want to
Again,
I'm trying to load it into Google Docs so we can actually see the messages.
He's
Oh, that'd be
taking
great.
his time.
Oh, that's much easier. In theory.
I have not the slightest clue where my phone went.
Oh no, really?
Probably out in the
There we go.
hallway.
All right.
I'm gonna kill that.
Whoa! We're 14 shirts away.
You guys are doing it.
Looks like they start right here.
All right, guys, let's go and get some of these read off.
Oh, yay.
Yay!
So,
Kurt Cole donated $100 to 826. Grog Crush. Thank you, Kurt.
Rob Crush.
Yeah. Browncoat 2511 also donated $100. Thanks for inspiring our friends to finally play D&D with us. I'm donating as a gift to my wife, Lauren. Hi, Lauren.
Aww,
On her 30th birthday. She's an avid reader, our D&D group's bard, and a big fan of the show. That's awesome.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
That man loves you.
That's so sweet.
All right, Xander Invictus donated $75, 826. Hashtag less than 3, you
Xander.
guys. Excited that a week from today I get to play my first game in like 7 years. Hope to do as well as you guys. That's awesome!
Yay,
Xander, have fun.
Xander.
That's great.
That's rad.
Thank you so much.
Zophar donated $25. Many thanks for all the time and effort you put into making Critical Role. Well, thank you guys for watching it.
Yes,
We really
very
glad you guys like it.
Thanks,
you.
Soper.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
TF Diggs donated $20. So nice. I can pick up the shirt twice.
Jump to
Oh, good man.
Oh.
Always look forward to having all the loins girded and all the violence encouraged. Thank you for
Yes.
being awesome. Recently found somebody started a Tumblr and
We
is like,
should
writing out
do
this.
loins encouraged and violence girded. No?
Sure.
Hey guys!
What? Cheese.
We did it!
We did it!
Did you just buy 20 shirts?
Yeah.
You guys are ridiculous.
Wait,
You do know this is how we pay you, right?
Yes! You guys are awesome! What the heck?
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Woo!
1,000 years of
Hey,
Dungeons
thanks.
and Dragons.
It's the best
So
audience
cool.
ever. You guys are amazing.
D&D for
Oh,
life.
wow. Oh, and speaking of which, I got
Oh, yeah.
Put the cloak on.
Focus.
Doesn't matter
It does
how
get warm
hot
in
it is
here
here. We need a
after a little
cloak.
bit.
Yeah, why stop at 1,000? Let's go for
Yeah, who-
2,000.
I mean,
Right.
There's
even if we didn't make it, I feel like we had to do the Q&A because there's 2 $1,000 donations in here.
Whoa!
Confirmed?
All right, hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on.
All right, we're working our way up.
Working our way up.
We're here.
Okay. So, Bergtorp, $50. Awesome. I've wanted to play my druid dwarf after watching your show, but no DM or other player will likely satisfy me after all you guys and gals in-game acting.
Druids for the win.
Speaking of druids, is Keyleth half elf or elf? The overlay shows elven. Love from Sweden. See, we got you're half elf.
We
So we
do.
gotta fix
We
that.
still haven't fixed that. Yeah, I'm half elven, half elf.
See, we should fix that in the overlay.
Hello?
Okay, your mother's side or
Hello.
father's side?
Hello.
A lot of half elves in this room.
Hello.
Gil Ramirez,
Half elf.
10 bucks. Hey guys, so glad to have met you at Ren Fair. Oh, hey, what's up, Gil?
Hey!
3 weeks back. Let me know if you guys want those brooches made.
Oh my god,
right.
yeah, those were, that was awesome.
Ryan, brooches.
Ryan, can you start cleaning up in the front down there?
We'll totally take brooches.
Cade, MTG, first time watching live after obsessively consuming the videos for 2 weeks. Fuck time difference. Yeah. I had to go for the Holy Trinity. Tea, sub, and donation. That's awesome. Much deserved. Thanks for everything, guys. K, P.S. Matt, we need DM tips. Call them video series.
Ooh.
That's a good idea.
Bad idea.
Good idea.
Something we'll talk about doing for the channel going forward. So keep an eye on that. This is really warm. I'm putting the hood back.
Okay.
Dad.
All right, Electric Eidolon, $20. Back again this week. Got a shirt this time too. Thank you for giving me something amazing to look forward to every week, guys. Need a Critical Role animated series for serious. I agree.
Right.
What voice our characters as
Call your people and we'll call our people.
Exactly. Now this electric Idylon.
Nice.
Can I interject for a second and thank Earl Davis at Wheelie Factoids for buying 8 shirts?
Holy
Whoa!
Thanks, dude.
That's awesome.
Give them
you
out.
have Christmas on lock.
Give them out to 7 people and
serious.
start playing
Hanukkah?
Dungeons and Dragons.
I
with
know
them.
that we have someone in the chat room. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Someone bought the entire office shirts.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
messaged
God.
us
So
and asked for everyone's shirt sizes.
No.
Why are you guys so awesome?
What the heck?
Oh my God.
Shirts.
Okay. Nora Sarah, $4. Awesome.
Oh, cool.
I would like to rage or donate in this case. I love your show. It's my most favorite thing in the world. I'm joining my own D&D group because of it. Thanks for sharing your adventures with us.
Yay.
Heart, and remember, Keyleth, fish are friends, not food.
Fish are friends, not food.
G1, Big Daddy.
Show friends.
Big Daddy Hef, $25. TV shows can't come close to the epic power of Critical Role Thursdays. As always, thank you all for coming together and sharing your adventure with us and inspiring so many people to begin our own. Thank you guys. That's amazing. Malhidiel, who is I've met on the Minecraft server, is awesome. Donated $5. Oh man, the Critical Role crew. You remember that time we all went to an ancient Rome and they had pizza and lasers, and then we found out the doctor was there and someone had messed with the timeline? That was a good day. We all escaped the death.
Oh, that was an iffy story. Oh, cool.
Amanda Ray X, $20. Watching Critical Role is the best way to spend my 21st birthday. Listen to all of you. Well, happy birthday!
Happy birthday! We fought Amanda Ray.
You did.
Oh, was that a birthday huzzah?
That was a
birthday huzzah!
All right, The Infraggable, donating $50. Longtime watcher, first-time subber, and donator. The show is awesome. You guys are awesome. Literacy and imagination is awesome, and I'll keep doing song parodies for all the characters. Here's $5 per episode. You've been doing all the song parodies. Those are awesome.
So
awesome.
That was great.
Those are great.
Love
Please,
the song parodies.
keep them coming. Those are awesome.
Oh, dude,
Yes.
yeah, those are hilarious.
So wait, there's song parodies?
Yeah,
barbarian.
Can we get
that's really
Yeah, we have the link sent to us. He did song parodies
Send
for
us the
Grog
links
and
and we'll play
Scanlan.
them
It's
next
amazing.
week. Yeah, we'll play
I
them
may
next
or
week.
may not have
Also,
sung that.
on a side night,
On a side night,
we'll play another game. On a side note, we love fan art. We love it.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to find a way to sort of showcase it on the show, perhaps.
Yeah.
So
Well, if you hashtag, if you go to our website, it filters through. But if you just, as long as you hashtag Critical Role,
We'll be able
we'll be able to find
we'll
it.
see it, and we're looking for a way
All of
to
us
add
are
it.
kind of obsessive
We're gonna
about
start
checking out
using
the
it.
hashtag.
It's
Yeah.
a problem. Yeah, we go home after each game and like are up till 3 a.m. going like, favorite,
true, it's a
favorite,
problem.
favorite.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's
It's a problem. All right, we have Killa 88D donated $10. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Woo! Yay!
Joe Kerr, $20. I now look forward to Thursdays more than I do Fridays.
Whoa!
Thank you for this great show and introducing me to D&D. I am enthralled. Much love, much hugs. Hashtag Team Trinket. Miss Skimmy D, $20. You are all such talented voice actors and are fantastically entertaining. Thanks for providing me with such an incredible introduction to D&D. Less than 3.
Thank you.
Yes.
Axis of Anarchy. Hello, what's up?
Hey, Axis.
$10. So I thought I would start my birthday celebration 2 days early so I could celebrate with all of you. Less than 3, Rachel Steiner, aka Axis of Anarchy. Rachel, happy birthday! She's been updating the Reddit page with all the links and episode links. She's been great from the beginning.
Oh,
so
cool.
thank you, Rachel. Happy birthday.
Very vocal.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Cerulean Kestrel donated $50 from my
Wait, what was that name?
Cerulean Kestrel.
Ah, I like that name.
That's a good name.
Might be an NPC coming forward. For my younger brother David, who graduates college tomorrow, I admire you and everything you've achieved so far. Also, Critical Role is a blast to watch. Thanks to Matt Mercer and crew for a great show, and thank you, David, for introducing me to it.
Aww. Congrats, David.
Congrats on your brother's college graduation. That's great.
I'm graduating.
Scotty didn't know it. Oh, Scotty doesn't know it. There we go. There we go.
Scotty doesn't know.
That's an AOL email waiting to happen. Thanks for the show. Really, it's one of the bright points in my life right now. That's awesome. Thank you for watching, buddy. G. Heoden, $25. Thanks for making Thursday nights the best day of my week. Happy to support the Critical Role cast and Geek and Sundry crew. Obey your overlord.
Well,
We do. Yeah,
if you say so.
Dresshawk, $30. Every little helps, I hope, and it does. And the
Yes.
826 is going to get such the check from us.
Yeah.
Weekly factoids, already $5. Another good week, Vox Machina. Travis, I still need the specs so I can start working on the cosplay.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah.
Also, Liam, the knife is done. I just have to finish Laura's bear statue. Less than cosplayer.
Bear statue?
Apparently.
Yo,
Wait, you're
getting
getting a knife?
I
And all you got was a damn emote, right?
Emote's awesome.
What's his name?
If someone ends up making a Saren Ray holy symbol for you.
What's his name? Who's this?
Weekly Factoids.
Weekly Factoid is the guy who bought the 8 shirts.
Wait. Technically, it's Wheelie Factoids.
Wheelie Factoid?
Wheelie Factoids.
I've got an axe. I'll show you.
That's awesome. Well done. Thank you so much. Timeout 9288, $15. Love you guys. My friends and I are totally starting D&D for the first time with your inspiration. Also, Travis Willingham, Glasgow is one of my favorite Heroes of the Storm heroes.
Glasgow, yeah, he's really stupid.
You're Glasgow?
Yeah, I'm Glasgow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm the little goblin that could, you know?
He's not quite as good as Rhaegar.
Both of you.
Neither of us are as good as Jaina or Illidan.
Hold your peace.
Look, I just...
I'm gonna fuck with Grandpa Illidan, alright?
I've got no plans.
I'm gonna get your fucking shine
That
box.
could be really cool.
That's so awesome. What he found donated $1,000.
Wow.
Congratulations to you all on your 10th episode. I'm sure all fans will agree. I hope there'll be many more shows to come. P.S. Laura Bailey, insert harp accompaniment. Can you please say "Eat lightsaber jerk" in your best Kira Carson voice?
Wow.
Love all of you.
For $1,000.
For $1,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there's so much pressure.
What was it?
Eat lightsaber
Eat
jerk.
lightsaber jerk. There it is.
That is an amazing donation. Thank you
Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much.
Really great.
Showmiser donated $25. Slowly fell in love with everyone in this D&D group. Keep it up, guys. This is something I look forward to weekly, and it's incredibly entertaining.
Was that negging?
Was that negging?
Was that negging? Slowly fell in love.
Slowly fell in love.
Oh.
That makes me want to work harder, so that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he was just courting us at first.
Yeah.
But now he's in love.
Be fair, we're a bunch of weird folks on Twitch. Like, you know, it takes a little getting used to.
When you put it that way,
You're in a very fabulous purple coat right now.
No, I like his style. I like his style.
Thank you guys.
I love my wife.
Seeker Pentagon, I think it is. $10. Started watching Critical Role because of Laura and Travis. Stayed because you're all great. Thanks for brightening up my Friday mornings.
Yay!
I'm from Germany, so the stream starts at 4 a.m. for me. It's totally worth it to get up so early for you guys.
That's amazing. Cool.
Thank
you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And Schuldige.
Dankeschön.
You said thank
Guten
you.
Morgen.
He said
Guten Morgen.
He said excuse me. You said good morning. I said see you later. See you next time. Ta ta.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Which makes
Stick
sense.
around for the Q&A.
D3K Guru, $25. Think you can get somebody for shows like Critical Role. To the cast, thanks for taking the time every week to bring us into your world. Much love to everyone and happy 10th episode. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Luke, good at stuff. $20. I didn't expect Critical Role to be my favorite show on the channel, but here we are. Less than 3 you all. It's been a fun 10 episodes. Looking forward to many more. Locomotive also donated $1,000. 826 LA charity. Critical Role has been the most awesome stream I've discovered on Twitch. Thank you for putting this together. Thank you. That's incredible.
The two of you are extremely generous. Thank you, and the charity
And
is going to
all of you
have their
are.
mind
Thank
blown.
you.
And thank you everyone for supporting.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do we're gonna get photos and we present them with the check and we're gonna do a whole thing. It's
Oh,
gonna be-
if there's an 826 in your city, by the way, go check it out. Really, they have amazing stuff for sale, and it's the best first date.
Stuff.
It's
And
great.
there's so much fun. Yeah, we have a bunch of posters in our house.
I've done so well taking girls to
That's where we went
826.
first.
I'm not even
That's
kidding.
true.
That's true.
For
Goes
those
very
two
well.
donations,
Yeah, they've
should we
got-
bring
they've got
gigantic
storefronts.
novelty checks.
They've got a
over
pirate
to
store.
I think we need
They've got a
to.
superhero store. They've
They have
got
a
a time
spy
travel
store.
I do want a novelty check when we finally give these donations over.
That would be awesome.
And then we're gonna draw pictures on it. It's
How
gonna be
much are those novelty
An
checks?
illithid on the corner.
They do novelty checks. Yeah, they're each $1,000.
Arslan donated $50. That's awesome. Happy 10th episode. Hope you enjoyed your cake. Oh, thank you guys.
Thank you. I'm eating your cake right now.
Only thing better is your support of 826LA, and I hope my small contribution helps. It really does. Thank
Yes,
you
it
so
does.
much.
Absolutely.
Splattercat, $25.
Splattercat.
Hey guys, day one subscriber. When I first heard about Critical Role, it sounded too good to be true. Even after 10 episodes, it still kind of is. You guys are all awesome, and I will continue to support Critical Role and consider as long as we all exist.
Yay!
As long as we all
5 hit points.
exist.
Which should be for about one more episode.
We were double checking. It is still 5 hit points to splatter a cat. So.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true.
5 points. Thanks, Splitter Kid.
We established that.
Yeah,
So
remember
we
that?
did.
All right, Aronax06, $20. Thanks for your amazing performance. Thank you for your amazing donation.
Thank you.
Tristan Dunman, $5. Huge fan of Critical Role and just super inspired by all you talented actors. Starting my own group soon. using the power of my art to make it as awesome as possible. Thanks again, everyone. Tristan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tristan.
Yes, Tristan. Have fun.
The power of art.
And Ridlich, $10. Sub the first day I witnessed the awesomeness of Critical Role. Such a great channel. Starting a campaign this weekend with a thrown weapon fighter inspired by Vax and his daggers. Keep up the great work.
Get it,
Guys,
Okay,
that's
guys.
amazing. Thank you so much.
That's so cool.
So we're gonna switch over to the drop cam and some music really quick, and we're gonna get set up for the Q&A as fast as possible for you guys. So stick around.
Hang tight for a
give
short
us just
time.
a
We'll be
couple
right back.
minutes, and we will get set up.
Indeed. Thank you so much, guys.
Dance.
No Q&A.
Man.
Q&A.
Yeah.
Well, we can dance
You can-
while,
you can dance
while
while we
setting up
Q&A.
for the Q&A.
You can
Are
dance.
you saying?
More than 1,000. You guys are amazing. I can't even.
1,034 presently.
Oh my God.
Yeah. 1034. Wow, that's so cute.
Lucas, did you switch over?
I didn't.
We'll do the...
All right, are we on? Hey guys!
Looks like Mercer.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for being ridiculous.
So amazing!
We're glad you guys all tuned in and are still tuning into our show, but let alone the support for the shirts, the support for the charity has been, I think I speak for all of us, unbelievable. And
Yes.
we're so blessed and excited that we have such amazing friends and viewers out there. You guys are the most amazing fan base for
Guys
any
rock.
show I've ever had.
Heck yeah.
So thank you. You guys earned this most definitely. So like I'm willing to stay as long as we need. I know some people have families they gotta get back to, but
Got
10 hours. Here we go.
10 minutes.
I feel like this is trying to read the Matrix.
I know this is it goes really quick.
I want that jacket, Ryan.
How many shirts were sold at the end of it? Last I checked, we were at 1,032. I think.
The Hawkeye.
Yes,
Hot
we can
top.
see more.
7 days.
Yeah, the shirts are still available.
How tall are you, Travis?
6'4".
I saw that one.
The same height as Abraham
It
Lincoln.
says pan main camera up.
Oh, somebody's asking about Keyleth's child murdering.
It's saying the banner's cutting off heads in the back.
Well,
Somebody
Can
mentioned.
you see our heads now?
Dinner was great.
Something about Tiberius' brother.
Oh,
All right, awesome. So, who wants to pick a question and run with it?
can we talk about Keyleth's child murdering?
Yeah.
All right.
How did the kid die, Marisha?
Yeah.
This was sad. This was really sad.
okay, so God, I got asked this question at the panel over the weekend too. It's a hot topic. Everyone wants to know how I killed the kid. Well, we were fighting. Well, tell us about the fight.
Okay. So over the course of the first major arc of their campaign, every town they went to, there seemed to be this recurring theme of children disappearing. And so they kept trying to follow this thread and asking around, and these kids kept vanishing. And the one common thread they were discovering was shortly before each kid disappeared, they began playing with a new kid who had long black hair and golden eyes. And then they would disappear like within a week of playing with that child. And towards the end of the campaign, during a celebration, after they managed to save the city of Amon, they looked over and found that the sovereign, Uriel's, one of his children, was talking to this black-haired, golden-eyed child. So the party, in the middle of like, a platform grandstand bowing before the townspeople, they all just pulled their weapons out and jumped off after this child, who grabbed the sovereign's son and pulled him into this pocket dimension. And what it turned out to be is this entity, which is a variation of the Dread Emperor. Those who are familiar with that character. The Dread Emperor essentially had created this pocket dimension world, this giant bramble forest that surrounded a Gothic castle where it existed. This kind of weird, messed up individual that brought children there because it loved to be around their innocence and their kind of just the naivety, the sense of play.
So basically a sorcerer Neverland Ranch.
Yeah, it was kind of messed up. But once the children got too old, they were no longer useful, so we just killed them and put them in a basement.
That's ignorant.
That's just ignorant.
That's ignorant, Blake.
So the party gave chase. They fought their way to the castle, and they discovered that that what was dangerous about fighting this Dread Emperor in his library was it was wearing golden armor, and attached to this armor via 4 chains were 4 children by collars, and if anyone attacked him directly, he shared the damage he took with the children. So
Right, and we actually found these clippers for the chain.
Like big golden scissors, but we just put them in
Forgot
our
about
pocket and forgot that we had them.
We were like, sweet clippers, pocket, keep going. And then we get to this emperor with these giant gold chains, and we were like, how do you break these gold chains? If only we had like clippers.
Yep.
Oh well, we don't.
However, you guys started attacking the chains with your weapons, and you're doing enough damage over the first few rounds to save most of the kids.
Right.
Well,
there was one kid left.
Except there's one. So we were trying to just get these kids away from us because we don't want to hurt them, but we wanted them away. So I used a grasping vine, and I was trying to yank the kid away, but the grasping vine attached to the chain instead of the kid. And so when the chain, which had the collar around his neck, so when the vine yanked, kind of
broke the kid's
I thought you
neck.
grabbed around the kid's waist and like he got pulled toward the thing, but the chain was still around his neck.
That's what happened. The
So it
vine wrapped
snapped
around
his
his body
neck.
and it broke his neck, and it pulled him because he was
That's
still
maybe a
attached to
little
the
worse.
armor.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
should have grabbed the chain, but instead I
you
grabbed
the kid.
I grabbed
Sam,
the
what's
kid.
it like being the
Yeah.
sexiest
Snapped
member of
his
the
neck.
group?
Is that what one of the things was?
Yep.
No, we just want to know.
I mean, it's a lot like life. I've come to accept it, and you have it's the hand I was dealt.
Matt,
You know?
how do you deal with writer's block, and when can we expect trinket plushies?
Oh!
Trinket plushies would be amazing. I would love to expect those at some point in the
I
future.
want plushies for all of us.
Yeah.
All the characters have a list.
I want a trinket
It might not be
plushie.
next week, but I feel like within 12 months' time there'll be a trinket plushie.
I'd like that. That'd
If
be cool.
trinket survives for 12 months.
As far as writer's block,
Trinkle outlast you.
good music. I have a number of playlists that if I'm having a problem, I just close my eyes and listen to good music. A lot of soundtracks. I find the Elder Scrolls soundtrack is great. Stuff like that. Just get some mind
How
going.
did the group come up with Vox Machina?
Well. Oh God, do we really want to tell this story?
How we came up with
Vox Machina?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
That's a normal.
Yeah,
How
our
did we come up
previous
with it?
name.
We needed to come up with a name.
Because we
used
had
to be
it-
the super high intensity team, the shits.
The shits.
Which I'm still a fan of.
I
But
think it's awesome.
some people didn't think that it was.
Some people that are maybe druid and are,
Royalty.
So we had to come up with something less
Tried to come up with something
provocative.
as
Yeah.
we were slowly gaining esteem.
Hey, there was a
and-
few of us with
And we were all like,
family
okay,
ties.
perhaps we
over
don't want to
here
be
as
known
well,
as the shits.
and over here,
No,
all
I
these
was with
people
you.
with
I was
royal
with you.
family ties.
I have a family name, and no.
Can't be a part of the shits.
No.
Yeah.
What have you been doing for the last 10 years, Keyleth? Well,
Been the shits.
Someone asked about if the group would ever do Hot Pepper Gaming. There are plans in place for most of us to partake. I don't know if everyone will, but some will.
again.
Quite a few.
Yeah, so that'll be fun.
Someone is asking what Matt whispered to me when I insight checked Marisha.
No.
Oh. Wait, is the same person who's asking?
It's not what you think it is, and I'm not going to say.
Ooh. I saw what color is trinket and what color is his armor. He's brown and he's got
Accept
silver.
fanfic as our personal savior.
It's moving too fast.
I saw what level.
I know, it's so
what
fast.
level is everyone, and what is your alignment?
Just became 10.
10.
Yeah. Everyone's 10 now, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I am yet. 'cause
And
I'm still
alignment
on
starting
games.
with Liam.
I think because I'm still on games.
Chaotic good, Tiberius.
Yeah, man.
Huh?
Your alignment. It's the Q&A.
Yeah, I know. I'm You guys were talking about stuff I know about, and I was responding to other people that were talking
your
on Twitter.
alignment?
What's your alignment?
Chaotic good.
Keyleth.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm good label.
Neutral good.
Okay, I'm
I believe neutral-
chaotic good.
Percy.
I believe neutral
I don't
good,
remember.
actually.
I'm chaotic neutral. Sam.
I think I'm neutral good.
I'm neutral good.
Wait, chaotic good, does that make sense? Is that what I am?
I don't think you.
Was that what I am?
Doesn't make any sense.
What is your alignment?
What
Your
is
sheet.
my
You
alignment?
should look at your sheet.
I don't remember. I don't think it's on my sheet.
Can you
have
just
your
be good?
sheet?
What should I be, Matt?
Okay.
Tell me what I am.
It's not so much required to be lawful like the older editions are, but it depends on the deity you chose. I'm still keeping an eye on your actions in the game.
Oh,
man.
There's so many. I know. I'm just trying to pick one.
On a related note, actually,
that crack
someone
in your thing is still there.
Someone wants
Wait,
you to
but
say.
maybe the crack would get healed because of my honesty roll.
Yeah, but that was a
Oh, right.
game thing. That wasn't a
No,
character
that was
thing.
definitely.
But that was just like a definite character
You got a wicked streak.
We'll see how-
honesty. I got a wicked streak, man.
We'll see how it plays out.
A wicked
On
streak.
a related
trying to,
note,
like, catch
somebody wants you to
snowflakes.
say "fuck you, Dylan" for some reason.
Fuck you, Dylan!
That was amazing, actually.
That was really good.
That was a lot of
Great.
conviction behind
I love
that. Liam, scoot in. We can't see you.
Come in, buddy.
It's
Hang
good.
out.
Cup
Carry
each
on.
other.
Scooch.
Get it.
Make some fun here.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Now we're all
Tiberius
nice.
How do you
is
do with
chaotic,
writer's block, man?
chaotic, inattentive.
It's
Already answered.
Going so fast. Wait a second.
He is
Hey guys,
fantastic.
love the stream.
into voice acting.
How did we get in?
Virgin
Hooking.
sacrifice.
Everyone goes.
It's a long question.
How does anyone
It is a
do
long
anything?
story.
Training to be an actor, and then
Yeah.
pursuing the
acting.
opportunities
And
that
then you
can.
met the
Acting.
right person while training to be an actor.
Acting with a desire for a bad haircut.
And the ability to work in your pajamas.
Man,
Oh,
this is
God.
so fast.
I know I can't read this fast. It's too much. It's
all
too
good.
much.
All right.
A lot of stuff from
Keyleth,
Matt.
do you have a holy symbol?
Huh? Who?
Do you have a holy symbol?
Me? I don't have a holy symbol. No,
my
not
God,
a
it's so
druid thing.
fast.
I like the earth. I worship the earth. No deities.
You can still trust Vex after Dread.
killing
I'm not
my
the
eyes
same
trying to
girl.
Can't.
Whole different character.
Whole different character.
Are any of you guys going to Gen Con?
When
maybe.
Geek and Sundry
you know-
arranges that, yes.
Yeah, tell Geek and Sundry to
Yeah,
take
we
us
thought
there.
that would be fun.
Hit them up. Tell us you want
I-
to. You want to stay.
I do not think I look like Tim Curry.
With the beard you did.
Yeah, I can see that a little
That's a
bit.
good one. Did any of you grow up shy?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
that was a ham.
I was a working actor. I was
Yo,
certainly.
yeah, you were a child actor. You're like, oh, I was working with
Yeah,
Spielberg
no.
when I was
You were
like
trying
6.
to too.
Yeah.
I was a spaz.
Child,
but I was so
child,
shy.
I was a child actor.
I'm gonna be as
I knew
blind
it
as
too.
that
I
manta ray
did.
by the time this Q&A is over.
As a note, guys,
Which is
for those of
weird.
you that have seen Mr. Mom,
Oh God.
the little kid with the whoopee.
The whoopee, he's right over here.
This is how everything goes wrong.
Yep.
This is what happens
when
when.
to rewatch that.
Goes right. We're playing D&D once a week.
I'm gonna rewatch it.
Slow mo to
Any
start.
interest in turning Critical Role into a comic book? Yes. Who will draw it from the chat room?
Yeah, it'd be
Somebody-
amazing.
I'm
excited.
If anyone else there wants to make it
I
a
wanna
comic
see
book,
that.
that'd be
I wanna see
great.
that way.
Tiberius,
Wait, what?
can you say I encourage violence?
I'll show you my terrible.
When I want to.
We both got.
I just saw one that
want
said,
to?
"Laura, would you like a giant trinket plushie to sit at the table with me?" And yes,
Yeah.
I would.
Oh my god. Like an F.A.O. Schwartz
So
sized
She might
bear.
That
actually
would be
cry.
amazing. Dude, that would be amazing.
Someone asked how we all get into D&D. High school for me,
High school.
High school.
These guys.
and then for
This.
most everyone else, this.
Yeah, this is my
Yes.
first time
Liam's
playing.
birthday.
Either high school or my birthday 2.5 years ago. It was
Yeah.
my birthday request to play a one-off, and it turned into this.
Yeah.
Except
So it's Liam's fault.
my first game was with you, but
Yeah.
Birthday
then
to me.
I've done other games
Get the
since, and then
job.
came back. For
I
this
had
one.
played other games before you, but I'd never really experienced the sensation of playing D&D. Like it was just, this was like a whole, there's just levels
Yeah.
that were reached that had never been reached before.
I've had some frustrating DMs too.
It happens.
I just got a coin.
Yeah.
Who's the youngest?
Who's the
Not
youngest?
me.
Not me.
Marisha?
Probably
Marisha,
Marisha.
probably.
She's
I'm
like
the oldest.
16.
Yeah.
In Los Angeles, there is no age, only age rages. Only age
rages?
Age rages.
I would like to age rage.
I would like to age rage.
I think I'm the oldest.
Only age ranges.
Maybe. Are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest.
That was
Just I'm the oldest.
Let's see, what's another good question up here?
My old brother.
I will never tell.
Tiberius isn't old.
And I'm May. No, I know that.
Ryan.
But you sound. You're an old soul.
I'm
May 28th, and you're
Question was
when?
gone.
October 9th.
Wait, how old are you?
To answer the
Yeah,
person,
so
Only
I'm
age
38.
ranges.
I
What's your
picked
birthday?
Sorcerer
Age
January
ranges.
19th.
I'm the oldest.
Because,
What month?
January 19th.
Fun.
I'm
because,
18 to 30.
Magic.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
I'll just keep
No,
going.
no.
Magic. The
76.
way that wizards do magic is
I
they have to
think,
pick it
yeah.
every day.
I'm 76
Sorcerers
I'm
evoke
76
it
as well.
is like they learn it from their being and then they cast it out that way. The character Tiberius, when I was figuring him out, that was
Wait,
that predicted which way I went because he is the type that wouldn't. I feel he would just have it within him to do it because. He the whole thing is that he's kind of he's the Kaiser Soze of the group in a way where he's the false buffoon but he knows exactly what he's doing when it comes to a battle and other particular things. No.
Yeah. Awesome.
Ashley, what's your question?
January 19th is an awesome birthday. Yes, thank you.
Question, how do we send you shit?
How do we shit?
Talk
What?
to Overlord.
Probably in a bag.
Don't send
Small
us
Small
shit,
boxes
though.
of shit?
Send
Yeah,
us
Do big ones?
a giant trinket.
We don't want no poo.
DM the Overlord for where to send your boxes full of fecal matter.
Yeah.
Don't
Don't actually do that.
don't.
That's all I need.
You're welcome.
They will send me fecal matter. That's all I need.
I think
Yes.
someone asked about my birthday, Laura and my birthday, and the whole reason that we are playing twins is that we share the same birthday.
We are twins.
It's May 28th.
What?
May birthdays.
She's older than me though.
No, I'm not.
I can't read this. It's actually hurting.
No,
I know, you're gonna get like motion sick.
I know.
Can't even read.
Real fast.
5 minutes older.
So a note to all you guys, because Travis and Laura have a vacation planned in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Depending on where we are in the game, if the party's about to go in to fight Cavern, and then they have to leave the following week, we might actually take a week off and instead do like a 3-hour sit down, like hang out and answer questions, and I might go over like teaching people how to play the game. Because we don't want to have to do the boss fight without 2 of our party. So just as a heads up, that might be something
Sorry,
that happens.
guys.
Hey,
We'll figure it out.
Somebody wanted you to say something. It's Trey.
Is Trey?
That's what these shirts are, by the way. These are
Yeah,
from Type Zero. The thing that we're.
I hope you've enjoyed your game tonight, and if you have any questions, please feel free to put them on the screen. Thank you.
Yeah, pay attention, yo.
I saw Venture Malkavian. I actually in high school played the Malkavian Prince of Los Angeles. It was fabulous. Malkavian all the way. It was magical.
That was awesome.
I want to know the answer to one someone asked. How did Travis and Laura meet?
Oh, adorable.
Oh, back in Dallas, like right out of high school, we were
Yeah,
the
we were
same
straight out of high
talent
school.
agent
And we did a job as extras together on a set.
with the silent extra talk.
Yeah.
Were you good?
Oh, did you guys do that
We
on
sat for like
camera?
8 hours at the same table, and we couldn't talk to each other because we weren't allowed to make noise.
We thought we were super
Yeah, we
cool.
thought we were so
We were
cool.
great.
And then just like started hanging out in the same circles, and you know, that was that. The
Totally
rest is
fell
history.
It's
That's adorable.
It's adorable.
Someone asked many questions. When did Pike and Scanlan start flirting, or Scanlan starts flirting with Pike? Right from the beginning.
Like literally the
Day
moment
one.
Pike was in the game.
Donatello is my favorite Ninja Turtle.
Sam is my favorite Ninja Turtle.
Mine too.
And
Donatello is my favorite.
advice for bards is sing loud and sing proud. Or, play your flute or whatever.
That's more commonly known
Someone
as
asked
rock
how
out
you
with
two
your
met
cock
now,
out.
too.
You were not asking how
I
we
think
met.
so, yeah.
Bard out with your heart out.
Bar out with your heart out, baby.
Me and Marisha met a mutual friend of ours was putting together a sketch writing group years ago, and
It
brought
was
us.
supposed to be like SNL, but geeky, nerdy stuff, where like we were gonna write and perform
Yeah.
our own sketches, and
Those never pan out.
that never happened.
Not in LA.
Yeah.
But we met there. We harbored secret crushes for about a year, and then when we reconnected, a little over a year later, we both. I was out of a relationship, and she was just getting out of one, and we both started talking again. And then eventually we're like, "Hey, this is cool. We should do this."
You
And
got
that's
me. You
kinda
got
how-
me an audition for Resident Evil.
Yeah.
and then I was like, I owe you a drink. And
Is that the
then-
Resident Evil we worked on together?
He was adorable.
It was
so
for,
adorable
for
watching him.
Damnation.
Like,
It was the CG
God.
It was the
movie, I
CG
think.
movie.
Oh, okay, I did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just back when we had a karaoke bar that we
Hi,
went
Dublin
to.
Island.
I miss
Yes,
a karaoke
and
bar.
I-
Good morning.
Ground control was awesome.
Do you ever want to be a player and not a DM?
I do. It doesn't happen often at all, but that's
He's
okay.
so good.
We'll have the opportunity.
Will Critical Role continue after the boss? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
No, we're all gonna die.
Well,
Zach, what was the most recent picture you shared with the community? Somebody's asking to see it, or asking me to ask you to see it.
Oh, I'll show you later. It's inappropriate.
Oh, yes, guys, by the way, Ashley and I are dating in real life. Did you not? Right?
Did they ship you?
Did you not
No, we've been together for a couple of years now.
Yeah, like 40 years.
40 something years now?
On and
feels
off.
like it.
On and
On
off.
and off, on and off. It's just
Replace
Just
Ashley.
drama.
it's
Just
a long
drama.
time.
If you
lose
replace
track.
Ashley with
Mike,
Liam,
does
it's
Scanlan have a
true.
shot?
Just-
Do you guys have backup
I don't know,
characters
we'll see.
rolled for when you get
Well, see,
TPK'd?
come on, give me a hint.
I've got an
oh,
idea.
I
Come
saw
on,
how did
baby.
me and
Wow, that's
Trinket
dark,
become
people.
friends?
That's really dark.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
How did you and Trinket become friends?
Okay, it's kind of a long story.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually.
Wait,
and
you
I-
and Trinket?
Me and Trinket. So
Yeah, I want to hear it.
I sent this short story to Matt, like, what was it? Like a year ago? I just wanted him to know why Trinket was so special to me. It's such a dorky thing.
It really is a short story and not a blurb. It was
a long thing. And it was all about shortly after me and my brother left our family of the elves, and we were setting off on our own, and he was off in the city and I was kind of making camp outside of town. These people came into the camp, and basically I trusted them too much. They kidnapped me and brought me back to their camp, and they were poachers on the black market. And I was in a cage, and I could hear a large creature, in pain. And through my own wiles, I got out of the cage, took out the two hunters, and I went to see what animal it was, and it was a giant bear in a lot of pain. Unfortunately, it had been cut open from the middle. They had been harvesting the bear, but they hadn't killed it. And it was really, really sad, so I felt terrible for it. And I put it out of its misery and felt really bad about it. And then I heard off to the side a small animal make noise, and I realized it was its cub. So I took the cub, and I felt really horrible, and that was also my first time I'd ever really killed any people as well. So Trinket was very special to me because he, I wanted to protect him and not let him experience that again.
Did you eat the cub?
I didn't eat the cub. I saved the cub, and
the cub is
I have
Trinket.
never even told anybody about that. I never told Vax about that or anything. So Trinket was mine.
Oh, that's really cute.
Bear love.
Also adorable.
Someone mentioned we should bring Jennifer Hale on the show as a guest.
Ooh, she'd be
That'd
pretty
be
great.
kind of
interesting.
There's a short list for guests and a long list for guests
Yeah.
for down the road.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun people jumping in for a few weeks here and there. So.
George Clooney, anybody?
Carrot Top.
Carrot Top, anybody?
Tom Hanks also has agreed to come on.
Why do I have food in my hair?
2016.
Because you're doing it
Ashley
right.
has food in her
Anyway,
hair.
who would you guys like to see play D&D with us?
Oh
Here
yeah,
we go.
that's
Watch
Tom
this
Hanks.
thing light
Yeah,
up.
that's a good question.
I've seen that expect to crochet trinket.
Let's
and I
wait
appreciate
2
that.
minutes
Thank
until the feed
Yeah.
catches
Yeah,
up.
Ashley Birch is a
Ashley
different
Birch.
Stephen Colbert, Barack Obama.
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama.
I don't
love
know if we
Colbert.
can get Barack Obama, you guys.
I think he
I
really
don't know
likes
if we can
D&D.
get
Oh,
Ashton
not
Birch,
the
that's
president,
tough.
Barack Obama.
I
Just
got
some
some
other
other
guy.
George
Just
Sakai.
I just met him last
George
week.
Sakai. Troy Baker.
Awesome. Tom
I met her.
Hiddleston.
He's
Vin
really
Diesel.
fun.
Myself.
Me,
Bird.
Zach
Louise.
Barker.
We're working on
Diesel.
We're working on Hardwick.
Oh, my
We'll
eyes
see.
are bleeding.
Diesel would
Claudia
be
Black.
So many.
Jon Snow.
Eliza
There's
Dushku,
a Laura
Elijah
There
Wood.
he is.
Nathan.
There's a me emote.
We have a lot of the people you guys have
Nathan.
mentioned. We're
Kevin
actually
Conner.
talking to. We're like, I'm going to talk to Nathan.
We're
I'm going to talk to
talking to
Chris,
Vin
but we're going
Diesel.
Garfunkel
to
and
know if
Oates.
they're
Yeah.
available.
Garfunkel and
try.
Oates would be amazing.
That would be hilarious.
Kissinger.
Bards. They could be
Oh my god.
bards.
Okay,
Dame
it'd
Judi
be
Dench?
amazing, Bob.
Yeah.
My brain, I'm gonna start.
Steve Bloom.
Troy Baker? I don't know.
Who is that?
Sasha Grey. Troy Baker.
Ashley.
Yeah. Play with that. That'd be awesome.
Sasha Grey is a
Troy didn't know
Porn
what
star.
to make of this when we first started.
Yeah.
I
think he still doesn't want to know what to make of it.
No, you know what? I've had conversations with Troy about
Peter
it,
Dinklage.
and Peter Dinklage.
Yeah.
I don't think
That
he's on my
would be
hot
awesome.
list for joining.
Really?
Yeah, he seemed very interested when he brought it up.
Sir
Okay.
Ian McKellen.
Because my first conversation with him about it was very brief and very much
David
like,
Hayter.
Paula Dean.
cool. I was like,
I
okay.
think because me and Travis were so excited
Probably,
about it.
probably.
It started to
But yeah,
grow on him.
we'll drag him in at some
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Wow, this is an amazing,
random.
hilarious.
Martina
Awesome. That would be
Navratilova.
such a fun
Danny
guest.
Sex Bang. Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that. If Grog comes across his uncle, yes, he would definitely want to kill him.
Yeah.
You've had like a
We've
little.
had a run-in once.
We've had a run-in with the family.
With
once.
his son,
Yeah.
my cousin.
That was,
you guys are- you guys
that was
are
the only
pals.
time you actually like
Let him go?
deflated a conflict.
Yeah, what?
Not-
Yeah, you stopped the fight.
My childhood affection was the only thing that let him.
It was amazing.
But if we see him
Hey,
again, they
I have a
yeah.
question.
Coming
I have a
back.
question for
They
the
all
DM.
Uh-huh.
Is there a spell or a portal or anything out there where, maybe where we can all switch bodies with each other, and I'm Keyleth for a while, and Taliesin is Grog for a while. And
What is this, an anime?
I don't know. It could be cool.
I mean, there are artifacts that can do similar effects.
I wanna do
soul,
that.
soul transfers and stuff like that.
I saw. I saw.
So would I be Grog? Then? Would I just be as
Somebody
We don't wanna fuck with
requested
that
as a
shit.
player Zach Eubank.
Zach Eubank.
I've heard of him.
Hey, who was that? The
Probably drag that guy
Zach,
into
did you
something.
type that?
I really hate to steal the ship, guys.
I don't think I've seen you stand up so fast.
We could have some Freaky Friday thing.
Well, this is a good question. What if a party member dies? Do we have to scratch out the name on the shirt?
To buy a new shirt.
You're welcome to.
That's why there's be a relic.
It's a possibility.
That's why they're limited
I mean, there are
edition.
magics that can reverse through a challenge, reverse death, but death is definitely a possibility, and permanent death is definitely
Somebody's
a
gonna
possibility.
die
Why are
eventually.
you asking
It's probably
the
gonna
DM?
happen.
Don't put ideas in his head.
So
It's possible that will happen
But if it does happen, it's your
That's
fault.
season
this
2
time
thing.
around. When we fight
That makes the T-shirt extra special
Ooh,
because
what are
we'll
Lady
really never
Kima's
print
and
one.
Clarota's alignments? Can we know that?
what's what?
What are Lady
Clarota's
Kima's and
on that,
Clarota's
anybody?
alignments?
You don't know that.
We don't know that.
You don't have no clue what their alignments are.
I'm down for that.
Has anyone permanently died at any point?
Not in this game.
No.
Permanently?
Campaign.
Ashley
Nearly.
died and we
Ashley
died.
almost died permanently.
Some of us have been in comas. Every other.
Hey, there is
Session.
an emote, Laura.
I didn't see it.
asking about.
see it.
Throw up
She's
the
got
Laura
one.
emote if there is one.
How do I get an emote?
Is there a spirit in the room? Make it known if you're there.
What's the weirdest thing Grog's ever done as a character?
Pooped
Troll
on the
dick
table.
stuff. Well, no, wait. He went and humped a fairy in another.
nymph in
Then he had sex
I
with
don't
a
know what
nymph.
happened when I went
Yeah,
to the
what
portal.
happened up there?
Yeah, we don't know what
You
happened.
don't actually.
A
You went.
barbarian never kisses and toes.
What about all the other stuff you probably did? Will you tell us about that?
You did.
We did summon a pony and chop its head off.
That was fun.
Smear its gore all over it.
There was
Yeah.
that.
You also collected
Yeah.
lots of like dried poo and put it in the.
We had a dried poo
We
chunk.
used dry poo to blind
You
the king
rage
a few
looted.
episodes ago.
The rage looting was pretty much the most
Oh, the
disgraceful thing
rage
I've ever
looting.
seen.
Disgraceful.
That got us
We
in a
accidentally
lot of
killed the
trouble.
ox, right?
Amazing.
'Cause
And made us
He
wretched.
felt guilty for weeks after. Like he felt genuinely bad about
it's
it.
not me.
Minutes.
Oh
Kissing
well,
the nymph
there
in
was
the
there was
portal
also
was
the
the
time you
Yeah.
slapped Trinket on the ass, and I think you were sleeping on the couch that
That
night.
was bad.
So we were going through this thing. There were traps everywhere, electrical traps everywhere, and all of us were being really cautious. And Grog hits Trinket on the butt with the blunt of his axe and sends Trinket running through the
He
thing.
needed to be motivated.
And he just hit every trap on the way through and almost died.
He was a little clumsy,
Yeah.
but he got through, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I slept on the couch for 2 nights.
Erica
I
Ishii,
was
Yuri
in
Lowenthal.
big trouble.
Yeah, Yuri's definitely probably going to come in at some point soon.
He
so.
guested before we had the show.
Yep.
He came in our
We
game.
go.
Yeah, he guested once before the show. Yeah,
Good.
as Ghost Fist, the Dwarven monk.
You weren't there. That was probably a night you were gone. so
Matt,
that's
someone
why-
keeps
the night I was
asking
gone.
us.
Tieflings are they're like
No, it's missed
demonic. They're like the horned.
They're horned.
Pseudo-demonic,
Yeah, we haven't
but, like,
encountered any
Demon blood.
tieflings yet.
No, and they're playable.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Did we?
That's
we
what I
encounter
want to be
No.
if I die. I want to roll
Come back
as a
as a
tiefling.
tiefling?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you guys have seen them, but they're very rare in this setting. At least this part of the world, tieflings are super rare. You haven't encountered them much yet.
But Matt, someone's asking what's good to roll as if you're brand new to the game.
If you're brand new to the game,
Fighter.
I mean, fighter's pretty easy. I personally would say like paladin or ranger are kind of fun because you get to taste a little bit of magic, but you're also combat based. It's kind of a nice kind of introduction to how all things work. And the magic is a slow build; you don't get it immediately. So at level 1, you're just a melee guy, and then eventually, or combat guy, and eventually you start getting abilities. So I think the hybrid classes are kind of good for that, in my opinion.
Oh, if someone asks about Percy doesn't know if his sister died, and Percy doesn't have a plan for his family, because right now Percy is scared shitless of everything going on in the north, so no.
Yeah, and as someone else asked before, how often do players interact with their personal stories? Occasionally. We're still, there hasn't been much room for that since everyone's been underground for this entire run, but there are personal stories happening in the world, and I'm sure they will come up as things progress as well. They have in the past, and they're going to again. So.
Someone asked for fan art. Do we want the characters to look like us? I think like how we really look. I think either would be fine. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's coming in is based on the sort of artwork of a woman named Kit Bus, who she took input from us on what we were looking for, and she did the initial art, and people have riffed off that, which is great.
They're incredible.
If you want to make a Dragonborn that looks like Orion with his face pulled out, that's cool too.
Yeah, it's your interpretation.
Either or, yeah.
If you want to put my face on every character, that's cool. Whatever.
That was a great Photoshop.
Someone did already do that. Yeah. That was really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think
That's really weird.
Kit's artwork we're kind of using as like the basis of the official art, but you're welcome to create whatever you want going forward. So.
Someone posted.
Kit's really talented.
Could someone draw Scanlan with the illusionary growth and the illusionary wang?
The illusionary,
you mean the
like, giant
third purple
weird
nipple
nipples.
and the donkey dong?
I mean, the donkey dong could be in pants or something. It doesn't have to be part of
This makes me uncomfortable.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just so much to read. I
Makes me
can't.
very comfortable.
Do you write a synopsis for previous ventures? Actually, the synopsis for each episode is on the Geek and Sundry website underneath the episodes. So it'll tell you kind of what happens in that episode underneath. Just go to geekandSundry.com.
Go to Geek and Sundry, then click on
He writes them all.
shows, then click on Critical Role.
Or you can just.
And that'll get you there.
It's like geekandsundries.com/shows/critical-role.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah, it's so simple.
I think this might have been covered, but how did the campaign start?
We did. His birthday.
Yeah. For my birthday, I said I wanted to play D&D for a night, and I asked the people that I wanted, and they came. And then the next day, I sent out an email going, "Oh man, that was so great. I kind of feel like we should do that again." And nobody responded for a day, and I felt ashamed and sad. So I felt that I was a dork, and nobody wanted to do it. But then slowly, everyone trickled in, going, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And here we are.
Oh, really? I didn't know you felt you
Yep,
had
for
like
about a day, I was like, "Oh god."
No,
I
we're
was
just
out
all
of
bad.
myself as the biggest dork in the group.
Is Trinket's intelligence higher than Grog's?
Yes.
No.
No.
No. Okay,
I think
it's not.
I think his intelligence is a 4, so he's two points lower than you.
Yeah, suck it.
Best
That's
and
very
worst D&D
close,
memories.
though.
I can only read that
Very
because it's in all
close.
caps.
Yep.
Best and worst
D&D memories.
Yeah. Oh.
Our 6-hour games were pretty bad.
What?
No, I love this.
Dude, they were
how
like
much do you
8
write
hours
and
on
how much you
sometimes.
improv?
Thank you.
I mean, someone
Best
said
and
how much do we
worst?
write and how much do we improv? I mean, everything that the players do is improv.
Yeah,
There's
Matt's
no
writing
pre-planning.
There's no
plot
pre-planned.
points, but he's improvising too, and we have no idea what the hell's going to happen.
Yeah.
I write all my songs from scratch.
Melody
and
freshman
the
every
words.
day. He comes in 2
Percy,
hours just
does your
writing
full
songs.
name fit into a tweet?
I have been specifically not tweeting my full name yet,
Why?
just because
Don't let him have it.
I've been really enjoying watching people attempt to figure out what it is. And right now,
That's funny.
Percy's in a hole right now underground, so he's not really in his favorite. It's not his favorite place to be. And once I'm actually in a place to try and impress people, I'll be saying my name
When
more.
it's all work, no.
Would you ever consider doing a longer episode?
I don't know. You guys want to watch for 5 hours?
I know, that seems a
For an
bit
episode?
much.
I was gonna say,
for
we
you
used to
guys.
play for like 8 hours.
We used to play
That's
for
my real
8
middle name.
hours.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
We would
It's
take
been
all
for all
day.
day.
Someone asked, why do I treat ones as regular failures instead of flops? Because I run my campaigns pretty hard, and I think if ones were like critical fails the classic way, we would have TPK'd by now.
What's that?
Total
party kill. Because in some roll sets, when you roll a 1, it's a serious. It's not like, I like treating it as a 1. It means no matter what you're doing, you fail. Regardless, no matter what your bonus is, you fail, and I think that's enough. In old campaigns I used to run, it'd be like if you rolled a 1 attacking somebody, your weapon would go flying across the room and you'd fall on the ground. Or like, if you were trying to lift a boulder, the boulder would then fall and crush you and you're dead. Or if you rolled a 1.
Yeah, no, I like the way you treat it much.
Which can be fun for certain games, but
Why
for
do you want
this,
us to die? What a shitty question.
For this, there's enough challenge where I think we
See,
don't need
Mr. White.
any
Thank
more
you.
reasons. Like, if it's funny and it makes sense, then yeah, there might be. I think there's always, if it's a
Yes,
difficult
that
challenge
is
and you roll a
correct.
1, there might be some drawbacks to a failure on that case. But I don't think it's a consistent thing I need to do.
People are saying to make them longer.
What?
Yeah.
Sam, I saw a question.
My grandfather's.
Wondering when
yeah.
you're going to make, I guess, like a Weird Al Yankovic-esque compilation of songs. Next month.
Yeah, pretty soon. I'm cutting an album.
We're gonna be in the studio.
We'll be in the studio.
laying down some
Scanlan at
tracks.
sunset
It's
coming
just
soon.
me changing the words to contemporary songs, but making them about Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
And I'll grow my hair like Weird Al.
There was one time for a 1 that it was a really funny bad fail. And that was when we were fighting the Dread Emperor.
Oh, and
you went through the
And
sting
Scanlan
last
was trying to
week.
get the
Oh my
final
gosh.
blow, and he
Still
rolled a
one of my
1.
that's one of my favorite moments.
And the Dread Emperor literally sidestepped him, and Scanlan fell out of a window.
Just tell him.
Yeah, so it was like the Dread Emperor had maybe 3 or 4 hit points left. People
Yeah.
were hurt in the ground. It was this epic confrontation.
We were
and-
dying.
Scanlan's never killed anything.
Yeah, he's never killed anything. He pulls out his blade and just goes for an attack, and we're all like, "Yes, go!" And he rolls a 1, and it's like him just charging towards him, blade in the air. You son of a bitch! Running blade. The Dread Emperor just sidesteps. Scanlan goes flying,
Nothing
loses
but
his
net.
balance, crashes through a 3-story high stained glass window in the back end of this library out into a bramble bush, with all the glass tumbling onto him, and he's like, "Ow!" on the ground.
It was one of the funniest
really
moments.
amazing.
It was
to read
amazing.
that. I was crying. I was
such
laughing
a
so
layup.
hard.
No holds barred. That's the name of your
That's good.
Ashley, Scanlan or Steve Rogers?
Amazing.
Oh man,
Or Mr. Rogers.
that's a really hard choice. Mr.
What do you
Rogers.
guys do?
Mr. Rogers for
Drunk
sure. I
episode?
love Mr. Rogers.
Have we not done a drunk
I don't
episode
know.
yet?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Drunk episode?
No.
Someone asked, "Do I fudge my rolls?" No, because like at that point,
I fudge
it
your
becomes too weird. Like if you don't stick to at least what rolls there, then you lose the essence of fate. And I think that's what makes it fun for me. It makes it scary because then I don't know what's going to happen.
I rolled the fudge.
Question: worst possible enemy to fight? Probably a beholder.
Beholder, I would imagine, is the worst.
We'll find
possible
out.
thing.
Maybe it'll be super easy.
I don't know if you guys noticed, and who's been watching this whole time we've been playing. I generally do random chaotic things to kind of be quirky and funny, just because I like to. But this is the first game I was. Look at the playback. I was scared. I really freaked out when it was confirmation that it was a fucking beholder. It's terrible.
You looked excited.
Yeah, you did look excited. I think you were excited that you thought it might be a beholder, and then it was.
Yeah, and then it was terrified. It was like a deluge of terror after that.
Someone asked how the party met in game. That's a good question.
That's a good question.
You guys found me in a basement.
Yeah, we saved you.
Yeah, I had been arrested.
Yeah, the very first game we played, you all had come together as individual mercenaries in the city of Stillben, which is kind of a swamp town on the far eastern side of this continent. And you all, for your own reasons, had come there because you needed money. You were trying to establish some sort of way of making your skills useful. And there was a job board, and all of you came together in a tavern, saw there was a posting, and you kind of decided to go ahead and combine forces and try it out. That's how that started. And then they met Percy along the way in a prison in the Umbra Hills.
Which we've never really discussed what I was doing in down there.
Yeah,
That's a story
I'd like
for
to
another
know.
time.
Yeah.
That's a story for another
So
time.
why did Scanlan take a dump on that guest room bed?
Yeah, Scanlan.
Yeah,
Kooky.
man.
You'll find out when that guy gets to his room and just has the worst day.
That's the worst day.
We probably talked about this in the last Q&A, but I'm sure there's a lot of new people here. They want to know about Pike's death.
Oh.
Yeah. It was so sad.
It was so sad.
It was so sad.
Keyleth looked at her and thought she was a kid. And then...
No, it's just like, I hate kids.
Essentially, I'll try to make it quick. And what was the final boss battle for the first arc? They were going towards the center of the city because a Glabrezu, a treachery demon, had infiltrated the sovereign Uriel, the essentially the king of the area, and his family filled their bodies with shades as opposed to their souls. They managed to recover the family, but they got into conflict with the Glabrezu, and as the fight was ensuing, Pike got too close. The Glabrezu took a swipe at her and rolled a critical hit and did enough damage to bring her to death instantly. So mid-fight, Keyleth went down. The whole party froze. It was.
I'd already taken some hits, and then I realized, like at a certain point, because in the Pathfinder edition, if you're like negative,
Your Constitution's
your
for-
Constitution. And then I think I wasn't quite keeping track, and I looked down, and it was way past my Constitution, and I was like, "Oh, Matt. So what does it mean if you're this?" The look that he gave me, he was like, "Oh," and he just paused because he was like, "Oh, that." You're dead. He was trying to figure out a way to say it, and I was like
awful.
Instantly started crying, and I was like, no.
There's video.
Yeah, all of us are crying.
Yeah,
it was horrible.
You went
It's
under
on
the
Liam's
table.
Vine.
Yeah. Ugh.
If you go find Liam's Vine, there's this 5-second clip of all of us just screaming bloody murder.
Which it wasn't just like she fell and died. The Glabrezu has giant pincers, grabbed her by the torso, lifted her up, and then snapped her in half, essentially.
Yeah. It was terrible.
And they had to recover both halves of her.
How
and
long ago was that? That
was over a year ago.
Oh my
It was like a year, yeah.
I remember you saying you like had a bad week.
And you were almost a year ago.
Almost a year. You were like on your way out the door, and then we were like talked you into staying for a little longer because we were getting into the fight, and you were like, "Okay, I'll stay." And
That's
then
right, you were
died
gonna go
after
somewhere.
we asked her to stay.
Oh, that's right, because didn't you have like guests? You had like people coming who were like visiting
Yes.
you, and you went back and you were like,
I
you don't understand.
I definitely have ideas to keep the campaign going past level 20 and to epic or mythic stages.
Level
I would like
20?
to, if it goes that long. We shall see.
At level 20.
We start killing gods.
There was a question for everybody.
We go god hunting.
You cannot pick yourself. Which is your favorite character of the group?
What's our favorite? Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
I would pick Grog or Scanlan, but also rogues. The
Are
damage
really
that
cool.
you can do is so crazy.
Yeah.
I pick
But
Mercy, nobody else
Percy-
can take it.
Not a character.
Your mini characters.
But that's cheap.
Oh,
Is
it's
it?
so hard.
That's so hard. I love
Actually, I think Laura's actually my favorite character. Really? You have these very interesting emotional reactions to things that I find really entertaining from my side of the table.
I mean, Scanlan
I don't hide
is really
very well.
hard to
It's
beat
great. It's
for
really-
laughs, but like Tiberius is so quirky.
Yeah.
I love that. I love how klutzy Keyleth is with raw power at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm very partial to my twin.
Oh.
Aw.
Oh.
Trinket is pretty great.
Trinket is the bomb.
It's hard to
Trinket.
pick. It's hard to pick.
It's hard to pick.
It's hard.
I don't know. I have a soft spot for Grog.
Okay, lady.
I think.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to do the complete opposite of Tiberius, when like rage.
Yeah,
Just
rage.
tear shit apart with my teeth.
I like Percy too. I'm not gonna lie. I really like
Everybody's
Percy
great.
as a character.
I don't have as much fun playing if Sam's not there.
Yeah.
Because Scanlan is such
Just
a
laughing.
fun character, and your ideas for things, even right from when we first started playing,
Yeah.
the things that you came up with to like
Burt Reynolds.
be Burt Reynolds, man.
He's coming back soon. He's coming back
All
soon.
these different things that he would do, it was just like
the
so
customs
different.
officer.
With the badge.
That's one of my favorite
bad.
deterrents. You avoided essentially what would have been a throwdown with the entire Thieves Guild of Iman by bluffing your way, by pulling out a
fake
silver
mustache.
star and
And
convincing
a fake mustache.
yeah, and convincing them that you were part of the custom.
That is also
Also,
Yes.
a pike would be super
Reynolds
fun
is
to
coming
play
back
too,
soon.
because clerics can be they're crazy. Like
They're
Yeah,
definitely the
Pike's
heart of the
great.
group. Like we don't
Yeah.
pretend that like
Yeah,
losing
Pike's
you
pretty
would have
great.
broken us into
Oh,
tiny.
hey,
Gilmore.
man.
Gilmore.
Well,
You guys haven't met Gilmore yet.
Oh my god, you
Can't
guys
wait
are
to-
gonna
You
love
haven't
Gilmore.
What is it, Gilmore's Glorious Goods?
Gilmore's
Glorious Goods.
We haven't been to Gilmore?
We
No,
have not
not
on
since
the
the
haven't seen
show
him on
started.
yet.
Show, no.
Another like really special thing that we've done is during Christmas time.
Oh, yeah.
We always
There's a
have
Christmas episode.
We
do a
have
Christmas
like
special.
we've had
Tiberius
Christmas
Rage.
specials or like a winter
get to do
Winter's
a
Fest,
Christmas
Winter's
special
Fest, and we always give each other presents from our characters.
Yes.
And it's probably my favorite thing ever.
It is so amazing.
It's so
It is
so amazing.
We come in Christmas pajamas.
We wear
The first Christmas, Grog gave me 2 pine cone earrings. Yes, literally pine cones.
Yeah.
With strings.
I still have the pine cones you gave me.
I still have the bag of leftover IKEA crap.
That's a great question, which Laura should answer. What kind of dice do y'all use, and what do you do with bad dice?
Oh, I love you.
I
dice.
currently want to burn my dice.
Yeah, you
because
should.
I've been rolling like a.
You had a
I
good
have told
initiative.
you the last like 5 games, get rid of your dice,
I
because
know
that's
you
what
have.
I do.
I know you
If
have.
I roll with a
Oh yeah, you are fickle on your
I am
dice.
fickle.
Though.
If
Come
I
on.
get if I
You're
roll
like
a 1,
all of
it's
Emerald
gone
Knights
for the
already.
game. I won't roll it again. But if it rolls bad more than like 3 times, it's out. It's gone.
Done.
You have like a
I
dice
agree.
They're exiled.
There's a dice graveyard, and I spent a lot of
mean-
money on these really beautiful little
Don't tell me
amethyst
And they're just-
dice.
Garbage. Now.
I mean, you know that
Gone.
there's, you know that
You
there.
should auction them. You should auction all your
I
graveyard
should.
dice.
No,
Would you
she
guys
has-
what?
they're cursed.
That's true. But
Guys,
they're beautiful.
they're
You
worth
could,
more
like,
money 'cause
curse
they're
them at-
cursed.
Oh, you can buy
Yeah, they're
cursed
worth
die.
more
There,
money.
Which is now
guys,
mystic.
there
A mist-
is
oh my God.
no god, and it is the cold random chance of the universe.
The cold random chance of
Come on, of the universe.
No, because some people
There's
roll
not
bad.
magic.
Some
There is
dice
only
roll
one god,
bad.
and it is the dice
Dice
god.
god.
Oh, that's
It's
why.
scroll
That's,
It's true.
and
that's
hateful.
just
When it comes to
on
dice,
principle. I
it's
can't buy new
numbers.
dice because I'm like,
is
it's not the
absolutely
dice.
It's
It
not
is
that.
the dice.
Custom
They're
die.
base.
I'd
Just
pay-
like
Hey.
I did
barely.
get a custom die.
She's got a
haven't
custom
bought
die.
any
It's
set.
awesome.
I'd pay for cursed dice.
This weekend.
So we're good.
Oh my god.
Yes, from
That's
Leon
daunting.
Lightsaber.
Yeah. I did see a question. Someone asked who has the most
Real
magical
talk.
items.
Someone did the math.
Tiberius.
Tiberius.
Tiberius is a hoarder.
Wait, what happened?
Someone asked who has the most magical items.
Someone also,
Yeah.
someone asked me what my favorite animal to turn into was. I'm gonna have to say it was probably my
Think of all the things-
my
the good we
tiger,
could
my
have
saber
done
tooth
in
Tiger.
Minxie.
120
This
hours.
Minxie form, which Grog named because Grog and I went on a
We intimidated.
we went on an intimidation mission,
All right.
and
Oh,
I was
great.
his pet tiger Minxie.
I like that. The name of the one true dice god is RN Jesus. For random number generator.
I love it.
Orange
houses?
Jesus.
That's great.
Hogwarts houses.
Oh,
Somebody
What
asked
would
a Hufflepuff.
Orange Jesus do?
there's a
Hogwarts
another group-
houses?
Yeah.
Hogwarts houses, everyone. Ravenclaw.
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
Ravenclaw.
Slytherin.
Never read it, never saw it. Don't know anything about it. Seriously, don't know anything about it.
Zero,
Zero. Don't know
Slytherin.
anything about it. Is
I-
that
I'd
like
probably
Slytherin.
Definitely.
Hufflepuff.
That's
is that
no,
like
he's
a?
not a Hufflepuff. He's a Slytherin.
You're a Slytherin.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
he
about?
is.
Got nothing.
What are you?
I'm waiting to
Slytherin.
read it to my son.
We got a
That's
lot of
right. No,
Slytherins in our group.
no Gryffindors in this
Nope.
bitch.
No.
Get out, Gryffindor. Get out.
I actually,
I
when the
lean
final
Gryffindor, but-
book
lean
came out, we
Gryffindor.
went to one of those Borders parties, and I have my little
Nerd
Slytherin
card
robes.
revoked.
I have
I
Slytherin
have no
robes,
nerd card.
and all the
I'm
Slytherin kids were like all of us were basically hanging outside of Borders, like smoking clove cigarettes and like hustling little Gryffindor kids for their book money. It was really dark.
That's awesome.
Someone continues to ask in the last Q&A. I referenced going through a rough patch, and they want to know if I'm still going through it and how D&D helped.
Okay, bye guys. Good night.
I had a problem with one of my ears. I don't know. No one's. It's like 2 years in. No one has diagnosed it correctly. In the beginning, it was wildly disorienting. I didn't know what was going on. The symptoms were way more extreme than what I'm going through now. So it's not gone, but it's managed. And I've found that running has helped a lot, which is why I run like a madman now. And the most important thing in my life is my wife and my 2 children. The second most important thing in my life are the people on this couch and this bench. It's kind of eclipsed my job for me in the last couple of years. Looking forward to these nights was huge for me, both when I was in the thick of it and still. And I look at everyone here as like a second family.
No.
I
love you.
I'm gonna make a Liam plushie.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Love this guy here.
Oh yeah,
Look
Liam,
at all
you gotta
the
go
art.
on honesty hour now. Give him the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Right in the fields,
Has Pike tried healing?
It's a medicine roll over and over and over again.
She heals quite a bit. It's been awesome. I've seen this a bit. Advice for first-time DMs. I mean, that could be. I'll give a bunch of that if we end up doing the week off. But quickly, I would say. I mean, improvisational classes help tremendously, but just being able to think on your feet, be open to players being creative. Don't always shut people down. It's not you against them, or I mean, it can be, but I like to think of it more open. You can let them try whatever they come up with, but depending on how elaborate or how ridiculous it is, it might just be really, really hard to happen. And let them fail spectacularly because it makes a great story. Build out a sheet of a bunch of fantasy names in case they come up and go to a place or meet an NPC you weren't expecting. Then you can just pick a name and make something up on the spot about it and just take notes afterward.
That's not how you do it, though.
Well, that's how I used to do it. Like I wouldn't know where people will go, and I'd have a whole list of names. And I'd
You
be like,
just have the universe printed on the inside of your skull.
well, kind of, but like I still have to pick out of random places sometimes, depending on what you guys do.
Oh.
I don't want to know how it's done.
I was just saying, you're destroying the illusion.
This all exists
somewhere else.
Most of it is I write a lot of it up, but you know there are moments where you kind of have to pull out of the ether because players go this way, and you're like, oh, all right, let's see where this goes. But just have fun, learn the rules well because everyone's going to look to you for rules. Have fun, let players play, let them be creative, and let them succeed or fail spectacularly.
Have we ever thrown like a total curveball at you where you've had to do that, where you've had to be like,
A few times. I tend to prepare pretty openly and loosely, so I can have some, realm of understanding where you guys are going.
like
a few
that
times.
time we sneaked in the back door of the Thieves Guild?
Yeah, that was
one of them.
That was one.
That was fun.
What about the
Because
time?
we just went straight for it.
What about when Braun decided he wanted to vet people to guard our Great Skull Keep?
Yep,
that was pulled out of your ass, right?
That was a lot. That was pulled out of my ass.
That was really well done.
That was
amazing.
So
we haven't gone to
that
the
was
keep yet,
fun.
have we?
I know, we haven't been
Not
back.
since we
Not
left.
since-
Keep
not
Grayskull?
We got the last
Six
private
guards that are
game
totally
before
awesome.
this.
Yeah.
Our warm, comfy beds that we haven't
I
got.
can't wait.
Ooh, which
I can't
Game
wait.
of Thrones house do we belong to?
Baratheon.
Stark.
Slytherin.
Probably Stark.
Slytherin.
Somebody asked
Greyjoy.
if Tiberius is inspired by a
Greyjoy. I don't
particular
know
wizard or somebody like that. He actually is, because somebody mentioned Elminster.
Tony Roberts.
Tony Roberts. That's exactly. that's really funny. If I actually did that. Tiberius is actually based off of Elminster Armor, who I play in Neverwinter, the MMO. I booked that a while ago, before we started the group, and then when I decided to make him a sorcerer, I was like, oh, it was right at the same time, I think too.
same
We
time.
just started to play, and that happened, and so he's kind of just a dragonborn Elminster, and that's where he comes from.
Billy Mays here for the Wizards Academy.
Billy Mays here with another fantastic creation.
Are Scanlan's feelings for Pike mutual? Pike, come on, give us a hint.
Yeah, give us something.
I know, it's been 2 years, but you don't
know.
know.
Because Pike's heart might belong to somebody else.
Wait, what? I've never heard this in 2 years.
That's the Laura. Yep, there's Laura.
It's my backstory as a character that's just personal. It's my secret that I deal with, whether people know it or not.
Secret.
Intrigue.
Are you the one with the Dread Pirate
I
Robbie?
told everybody about
maybe.
my trinket story, which
It's
is
something I'm still working out. I haven't talked to
Let
Matt
a
about
girl
it.
keep her secrets.
Well, maybe Scanlan has somebody else in mind as well.
Well, this got uncomfortable really quickly.
Scanlan denied.
I did not start with Newground Voices, but I've been watching Newground since late 90s.
But
They're
that
great.
doesn't mean couldn't possibly love Scanlan.
There's a chance.
There might be a
That's
chance.
all you need.
I could change your heart with enough spells.
With the
Were you guys ever playing during the D&D scare of the 80s?
What is that?
Oh, the chick tracks.
Oh, when
that,
they said it was satanic and
devil.
stuff?
No.
No, I wasn't playing till the 90s.
I grew up in
You
LA.
were all much younger.
Maybe in '89 I might have
Important.
been.
How sexy is
maybe.
grog?
Yeah, thanks for
And
that.
sex usually
Yeah.
I started playing
Enjoy your
in the
boxes,
90s,
buddy.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I started when I was like 10
Sorry,
or
Matt.
11 in grade school,
I'm
which
so
was
sorry.
the very end of the 80s. So maybe.
Oh my God, this is going so fast.
Yes, it did. It's this.
wedding.
This actually.
Oh, Grog and Kima.
Where do you get your awesome shirts?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
This
People want to know where your shirts come from.
Oh,
The internet.
Yeah.
We did start this campaign in a different thing. We started in Pathfinder, and for a lot of us, I mean me included, that was like the first time playing D&D. So Matthew homebrewed everything in Pathfinder, and then when right before we decided to do this, then we switched over to 5th edition.
Yeah.
Because it was new and
it was new and it was better for a group this size. I think Pathfinder with 8 players becomes too weighed down with floating modifiers, and it just becomes very difficult to keep fluid. It's fine if you're just a bunch of friends at home playing for 8 hours, but when you're playing in front of an audience of thousands on the internet every week, we have to use a system that makes combat go a lot quicker. So 5th edition was the way to go.
I see a good one. Someone wants to know, and I have an answer. I'll start.
There's your remote, Laura.
There it is.
Greg did it.
There it is.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
with a little porty emote. Look at that.
Oh.
That's cute. Thanks, Greg Miller.
You and a wiener on screen.
Someone wants to know what our favorite moment has been since we started Critical Role. Mine was
Thanks for coming in.
Sneaking into the sort of illithid captain's room with Scanlan holding a bucket of poop, and I was scared to death. I didn't know what was going to happen, and it went great. And
yeah, you guys rolled really well.
That was electric. That was mine. Anybody else?
That was intense.
My first crit with my new gun, which was also my first kill with my new gun. I was like, that felt really good.
Yeah.
That felt good.
Taking out the Abyssal Abomination.
Nice. That just felt
I think for me, I enjoyed springing Keyleth out of jail by convincing the guards that she had pubic lice.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot about
Was
that.
during the game?
That was during the show.
I think
that was before the show.
Before the show. Oh, before the show.
That's
I
good
mean,
to bring
for the
up.
show
For the
only.
show.
Oh, okay.
That was a good one, though.
That was a good moment.
Was that the same time where I ran up the wall and started foaming at the mouth, and I was just like, I'm
You were
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah, and we had to
Yeah.
ask you about that. And Percy was an awesome lawyer.
Oh, that's right.
That's
yeah,
right, you were like my
I
lawyer.
had a whole
That was
Phoenix
amazing.
Wright.
Yeah, we totally were just like,
I'd forgotten about that.
we basically took the insanity plea to get me out of prison.
Yeah.
As a team.
That's a good question, Matt. I just saw if we all die or if some of us die, do we have to roll in at a level 1 or do we start at a higher level?
No. You guys would start a level behind the rest of the group.
Okay.
There is the detriment to it is you would be a level lower. That is kind of the drawback of dying on top of losing a character. So you would be like a level or a half
On
level
top
behind
of
the rest of the
losing a
party.
Character would be rough, man.
Oh my god.
That would suck.
It's possible. You guys all know it. We all knew it going in.
Can I
It's
come
possible.
back as like Spider-Man or something?
I'm not going to hold that back because
You're not
My
Spider-Man?
favorite trinket.
I'm not going to be Marvel in this bitch, okay? I'm not going to be like, oh, death, I can take it back anytime and it doesn't matter anymore. Like, no.
We've seen you design
I keep seeing-
specific
Oh, I
things with an
forgot to tell everyone,
hourglass.
Scanlan
Are there
has two
particular
identical
scenarios
twins.
that require it?
There are. It's
so
harder
if
to
I
do in the
die,
Underdark. There aren't
There's
so many
another
much like trap or time circumstances. But yeah, I like the hourglass for certain circumstances that have a very definite time limit. And I do think of what the challenge, what type of skills would work, or let the players come up with creative ways that they can apply their skills to a situation to succeed. And essentially, I figure out kind of a little loosely off like the 4th edition rules, where I have number of successes versus number of failures in that period of time. And if they don't manage to do it in that time period, it's a failure. And I think it's fun. It builds the tension, and the parties goes like, "Oh shit, we gotta do this now!" I love it. I love it. Hourglass is awesome.
Question: do we play any other tabletop games?
Risk.
Yeah.
Risk. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you mean tabletop? Like all tabletop?
Like any other board
anything.
games or anything?
I'm a big Magic the Gathering guy.
Yeah, we
You
like
play-
Magic the Gathering.
Settlers of Catan.
Settlers of Catan.
Mansions of Madness.
Mansions of
Mansions
Madness.
of Madness.
Yeah.
I think
That's
the four of us here are all War Machine Hordes players.
Yeah,
Yep.
War Machines.
I've been
Hordes.
playing the board game Dungeon, which is D&D
Oh, yeah.
inspired. Which someone also asked,
Kids
what's a good
love
way
that.
to get your wife or your kids or friends involved? And I've yanked my 8-year-old son in by playing Dungeon with him, and he totally got into it because of Dungeon. And now I am DMing a game for 3 8-year-olds.
Yeah.
Which is
But it's
awesome.
like D&D light in a board game, and if they kind of like the board game, you can say, if you like this, we can ratchet up a bit.
Yeah, there's also D&D board games that are like branded D&D board games that are fun, that are like D&D, like little mini dungeon delvers. They're fun.
I will be on Mulligan soon, and I like red and white, blue, black, and all the colors of the rainbow.
I just did that show with Will. Titan's Grave, which is a different tabletop RPG, and it's really really fun.
Will
Forte.
How do I handle experience leveling this game? At certain milestones, and when characters have a chance to rest, have a breather or sleep for the evening, then essentially that's when experience is divvied out for the next session. That's when characters don't level in the middle of a battle or anything, but I kind of keep track of it usually on a session by session basis, and if there's a moment of rest, then people can level up. And also, it's all question: when did Percy build the bad news, and how long did it take?
It was during. It was bad news was built during the changeover from to 5th edition. It took about how many?
I know
about 4 or 5 months.
That was about 4 or 5 months.
But you're just like
in game of sitting at a table just tinkering and tinkering.
Somebody asked how I became a Goliath because it's not like an official race in the book. Is it not an official race?
It's now in 5th edition in one of the added books.
Who is? I think I asked Matt like what the bigger creatures were in the world, and he said like orcs and other things, and he also said there were Goliaths that were half elf. I was like, can I be that? And he was like, sure.
Yeah.
That was the thing I asked Marissa once during our first game was, I can do whatever I want.
Just do whatever you want.
Really?
It's awesome.
You could try.
Fun imaginative world you get to play in.
This is a good question. How is Critical Role going compared to how you envisioned it? Pretty good.
Envision it.
One of our biggest fears when this thing came to our attention, when Geek and Sundry contacted us, was we didn't want it to change the game for us. We did this together for fun. We enjoyed it. And it was just a wonderful thing for us for 2 years.
Now 2 years plus, man.
And so our biggest fear was it changing that dynamic, and so we tried to be very careful making sure that we didn't alter how we played and didn't change the format really, other than just having cameras.
We didn't want it to turn into a reality TV show or
I was worried even when we were figuring out the the setup of a table is how it was going to work, that like being far away from each other was going to like screw things up. But it's just like when we were playing at our house, like across the table from each other. It's
just a little more
so
distance.
similar.
Yeah.
So it's been very little change, except for we have other people now that we don't have to spend hours telling them, oh, well, what we do is we play this, this is what happened. You guys already know because you watched it, and it's awesome.
Yeah, there's
it's kind of true.
A light goose to the energy because it feels like we're doing theater, which is the one added difference that I like. Because when we played at home, we would have moments where we'd go into lulls or get tired or something, and that doesn't happen here because we know that we're
also only playing for 3 hours as opposed to 8.
And I'm drinking a lot less.
It's much more kinetic.
So that's another factor.
How do you handle Percy crafting?
I make a standard roll plus what is it? Is it a dexterity and a modifier on top of that?
Yeah, he's proficient with tinkering kit essentially, and so it's proficiency bonus on top of that. And what it'll be is he'll basically tell me or describe to me the schematics of what he's trying to build and what materials he has at his disposal, or ask me what he needs for it.
I built like Keyleth, a special staff ages ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if he has the materials, I'll tell him how expensive it is or how to get the materials, and he attempts to roll. If he fails, wastes all the materials.
Man,
it's
I've been
complete
doing a lot
waste.
lately.
If he rolls decent, it's functional for the most part, but the thing with tinkering is it doesn't always quite work how you want. If he rolls really well, then it's pretty damn good. So it depends.
And I get a bonus if I'm actually back at the
workshop.
Yeah,
the Keep has a workshop
I
for
get a
him.
bonus.
I saw a thing asking what was it like shooting the opening credits. And like
That was
being in
fun.
costume for it and everything.
Silly.
Which is really funny
That
because we
was-
did not plan on being in costume that
We
night.
thought maybe like 1 or 2 things.
Like a bracer or like carry a weapon.
And then like Matt and I emptied out our Ren Fair closets.
And then alcohol made its
And we
way
all
in.
showed up and we're like, oh, this is cool. Let's put this on.
Yeah, it just
Hey.
kept getting more and more
Wait,
involved.
everybody give a quick huzzah to Jareth.
Huzzah!
Huzzah, Jared.
He just graduated high school today.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Congratulations, buddy.
Congratulations.
Somebody asked if you accept fan art, would you also accept someone making fight music for the game?
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't want to tell anybody.
I would
what not
accept a
to do.
small statue of Pike that I can hold near my breast.
I don't want to see
Didn't
that.
you have one
Would they
made
ask?
in game?
I did have
That
one
was
made
one
in game,
for
but
me, and that's
Music?
what saved my
Oh,
life.
you know what? No,
That's right,
I made
it did.
two.
It
No,
saved
it's
your
hard.
life.
I'm saying.
I made one of me that I gave to you, and one of
Is
you
it
that I
overwhelming
keep
having
with me.
8,000 people
The
watching?
cover is
No.
No.
It's not overwhelming. It's really cool.
We do this.
I know.
Yeah, this is kind of.
the loyalty between
does?
Tiberius and Keyleth.
It's good to know there's not people out there that have any interest in Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I grew up an indoor kid.
You will
I'm
save me.
not quite
that
sure if
just
I can tell
bleeds.
people I played this game, and now it's
Real world.
there's so much. People are much more open to the idea of like, oh, Dungeons and Dragons. Used to be like, you play D&D? What the
You also
shit?
have
Now
the
it's you
loyalty
play D&D?
people.
No vampires
What's it
yet.
like? It's much more open. It's great.
One of our favorite things about like all the feedback we're getting through social media is how many of you guys are starting to play the game.
That's
so
cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Everyone should try D&D.
The world would be a better place with more D&D.
The world would be a better place with more D&D.
Somebody asked what each of our favorite thing about playing D&D is.
Oh man.
The people. I mean, we all do a decent amount of gaming in this group. So this just feels like the most sort of social, friend-oriented. I mean, it just feels real because we're hashing it out and figuring it out together instead of doing this.
Personality is fucking
Right.
great.
Which isn't bad.
Which is great. We
I like
all
doing
do
it
it,
too.
but it's a nice counterbalance.
I don't think we are.
Somebody asked why Tiberius is so loyal to Keyleth. Tiberius comes from like a presidential family, like a family of political power and of high seating in his land. So he's very honorable, and the whole family is good and honorable and stuff. And Keyleth is royalty in his eyes. So when he found, he didn't know, because that was a reveal for Keyleth's character. I think it was like a year and a half we were playing, and then you revealed.
It was like a while before I told
Hey,
you guys
it's
I was
Scott
princess.
White. Happy 10th episode. Hey, Scott.
Hey.
Yeah, buddy.
Thanks for coming. That's awesome.
Actor Scott White.
Yeah, buddy.
This will be
That's
on
awesome.
video on demand, or if people miss it, how do they see it as quickly
Pay-per-view.
as possible?
Pay-per-view.
It'll be up on the website.
Just like the
On the website
Pacquiao fight.
tomorrow.
$100.
Oh my
I
god.
think we're just both really snooty. which
Dude,
is why we
Scott,
kinda
I
hang
was
out.
just talking to Amanda Wyatt today about your concert the other night, and I wish I would have been there.
No.
Different one?
No, it's a totally different Scott White.
Someone asked if it's weird being a fantasy character in a fantasy setting for Percy as a gunslinger. I really like it. I will actually admit that I've always been fascinated by that moment in history where suddenly we went from bows and arrows to guns. So I really like the idea of being the guy,
That guy.
who made that terrible mistake and had this really bad idea. And I'm really enjoying sort of
RPing that guy.
RPing that guy and really like trying to figure out what would drive a human being to do something so stupid as to invent a gun.
Which I think is why Percy's one of my favorite characters.
He's really like screwing the entire future at this point by like just bringing something terrible.
Somebody asked us a fun question. If each of us could have a familiar, like Trinket, if we could have our own animal, what would it be?
Oh.
Like as like our character?
Like a pet?
Yeah, like
in character?
Tiberius would, of course, would have a small like dragonite or
Pseudo dragon.
Pseudo dragon, yeah, like definitely
flying squirrel.
That's what I was gonna fucking say.
Bam!
Oh, and the dragon's name would be Monty.
Keyleth would probably have like a mountain lion. Keyleth likes cats, and she lived in the mountains. So something native would have been mountain liony.
Thanks, FG.
Thanks for staying, Sam.
Oh, yeah, bye, guys. Hey, bye.
Bye, Sam.
Sam's gonna run back to his family.
Sam, text me the change in schedule if you get a second.
What time?
Okay, so I think that's a pretty good time to start winding
Don't tell
this
me.
down.
Yeah.
It's been an hour on Q&A, so I think it's a pretty good time to start winding it down.
All right, so we'll get a few more questions here, and then we'll go ahead and close it on this.
I was
guys.
going back to the question of like my favorite thing about D&D, because we had that kind of got segued out. Aside from the people, I think it's something really fantastic and, for not to sound cheesy, but kind of magical, when a group of grown adults can get together and just use their imagination and have an amazing time. And to me, my favorite thing about Dungeons and Dragons is when you walk away from it, and especially after you've slept on it and after you meditate on it, it's pretty much real. It's just as real as our other things we do in our day-to-day lives.
Yeah.
I mean, just like if you guys noticed how excited we got when we were like, oh my god, you guys haven't met Gilmore yet.
I mean,
and all of us went, oh my god, Gilmore. And we all got excited over an NPC, a person who doesn't exist.
Really.
But we all got excited
I
because
dream about our characters.
yeah, I do too. Yeah, I have dreams, and because for us, like Gilmore is real, and Pike is real, which is why we all fucking cried our eyes out when Pike died.
Is it my imagination that Gilmore is blonde? By the way, does everybody else see Gilmore as like very blonde?
pictured Gilmore with black hair.
I could
Really?
black hair
Like
too.
black,
Did you see him with
I saw
black?
like big curly blonde hair.
Oh, I like that. I pictured him with black, like slicked back, kind of greasy hair and a ponytail.
I can see that too.
What's your favorite part, Ashley?
You know, it's funny because when we first started and for like the 2 years that we'd been doing it, there was an element that I liked about it, that it was kind of just ours. And then when I would try to tell people, I was like, they're not going to understand, but it's just, we get to go and we play make-believe, and nobody is judging anybody, and we can just go do it. But so I was hesitant when we were starting the show, but what's been awesome is that you guys have been so accepting and just such an amazing group, and just like in the chat room, and just how you guys have just been supportive of us. Like, this has been one of my favorite things that I've been a part of in my life. I know that's like a really bold statement, but I just love it so much. And after 2 years, obviously there's so much more of an attachment to it. Yeah. But I just love it. I love it so much.
Everyone's so nice. I barely believe it's the internet.
Oh, look at all the Ashley
hearts.
Someone wanted to know if any of you guys have ever reached God mode status in past D&D campaigns.
No.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, I did, but my DM was not very good, so it just got the game got so boring we quit because our DM was.
Did you just say yourself in your own head?
Someone asked about the PewDiePie thing, what it was like DMing for him and Ken.
It was covered.
It was fun. They were great. They were a lot of fun. We only had about a half an hour to play, both for me to teach them and to play through a session. So it was a very new challenge of like, all right, let's do this, Dungeons and Dragons. But it worked out pretty well. We had a good time and left on a cliffhanger. And as long as they want to keep bringing me back to do it occasionally, I'm happy to. So let them know that you enjoyed it, and they should have me back because it's a good time.
Good times.
I'm gonna say what my favorite part about D&D is.
What's your favorite part of D&D, Orion?
The real part?
No, it's a much like doing like improv. It's a wonderful escape, where I know I'm really frantic in how I play, and I'm super. Poor Matthew. He puts up with our arguments about like spells that like I want to make super OP, and he's like, you can't do that. I'm like, what? And then like those are our arguments. But it's a great. I mean, when we got together and we would play for 8 hours, we would get together and we would have like lunch or dinner, and like we would spend a lot of time, and it was every game was a very special day. So no matter if the day was going great or not, it didn't matter, because as soon as the game started, it was a whole different world that we had to step into, and now we just live in it and we breathe in it, and it's great. And we're all actors, and to get lost in each other and how Matthew narrates and I mean, I forget. You'll see it. Like when you watch the show, like I'm like, oh, like, and I still get. And there's cameras now, and that's like a whole other layer, and I still get lost in, like Keyleth shedding a tear, and the way Clarota interacts with a different. I don't see Matthew doing it. I see that.
Isn't that crazy? That it's instantly Clarota and it's instantly Kima. It's not Matt anymore as soon as it's that character.
Yeah. So it is that sense of realistic magic that exists every single game. So.
It is weird too, because I almost feel like bringing the game public and for everybody else, and like the fact that we were doing it weekly, it's almost like bled the reality lines even more, because now they like are like, oh yeah, totally, Clarota. Yeah, we totally know who you're talking about. Yeah. And so we're like, yeah, Clarota, right? You guys know Clarota. And like we're getting fan art, and so now it's almost like...
This is the speed our personal text message, like our group text messages go at.
True.
Like,
our text message thread is insane.
Yeah.
But the fan art that you guys have been putting out is so amazing.
It makes us
it makes our day
happy.
It does.
And we are working on getting all of that up.
All the fan art.
We're working on it.
Awesome.
That's going to be great.
I save so many pictures to my phone, and I have no reason for it, but I just scroll through it and I look at it when I'm by myself. Like, this is happy.
I have a process. It goes into my iPhone folder and then right into Dropbox.
You find all the good stuff.
Yeah, you find a lot of good stuff. Liam, man, you find so much on the internet.
He's the winner for finding all.
Pile of shit has 1,000 eyes.
I love watching people take risks. Like, that's my favorite thing about D&D is it's such a good place to take risks and to really like the risk and the rewards that come with it are just so fantastic.
Yeah.
Two quick questions I want to answer real fast. When you're done.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. One, how did I get in dungeon mastering? By having a really terrible dungeon master.
Thanks to that guy.
Yeah. I have a
Thanks,
really nice guy in high school.
Phoenix from
He
the
was
ashes.
my first couple games I ever played, and he was just terrible. And he had a player character in the group that was a paladin, but also a samurai, and he gave him all the best magical equipment and would like fight party members if they did. It was just awful. And I got frustrated, so I bought the books myself and learned to do it on my own, and I've kind of been doing it ever since.
There you go. What was the other thing? Was it? So there was two questions.
I forgot what the other one was.
There's another one that keeps getting asked over and over again. Is if you guys could be a different race, what would you be?
A different class?
I think I would want to be like Japanese, because like it's just be like a whole different cultural experience.
And they stay young forever.
I thought that's what they meant. I figured.
I don't know.
Oh, Ukraine.
The
Definitely
food?
Ukraine.
Dutch.
I feel like
I change my mind about that every day.
Yes.
I think about what to do once he kills me off.
yeah.
No,
I think
don't
I
know.
definitely, if I have to re-roll, which I don't ever want to have to do, but I would want to be a tiefling.
Tieflings are cool.
Yeah.
I like being token human. Token human has been a lot of fun.
I know. I
Yeah.
also like being a human.
Humans
I
are
like
pretty
the
awesome.
idea of that.
Dragonborn for life.
Forever.
My previous character was Dragonborn.
I don't want to say because I'm convinced Matt will kill me eventually, and I don't want to spoil whatever I could.
Okay.
Oh,
I might
that's
have to
true.
bring in a dwarf. Might be.
If
Might be
I could
time.
play a character, it'd be a dwarf. Probably a
Dwarf.
dwarf bard.
I've never played
I love dwarves so
You're
much.
so good at dwarves.
Can we
Dwarves
hear
are so
your
great.
dwarf accent again?
I love you.
Yeah,
Well-
Risha. You want to give us a little example?
Oh, you mean this dwarf? This dwarf accent?
It's like a
Maybe
Swedish
that should be a dwarf.
Welcome to IKEA.
Dwarf chef.
Numbers.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to Grahammer.
I've heard the deed between you.
Pretty for the
Rude the deed between you.
Yes.
Sweeney.
The yard was expecting
She's the
here.
special
We have
dwarf.
a good question to end out on.
All right.
I also like that
Last
somebody in
question.
the chat room said that for Critical Role fans, you could call them critters.
Critters!
What?
I said
Critical
that
Role
weeks ago. Yes.
Liam said,
Weeks ago.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, chat.
So you guys have
They were
officially
gonna do that.
dubbed yourselves critters.
You're critters
And by
now.
yourselves, we mean by Liam. And the question I think would be good to end out on is, what would you guys, each of you, recommend to them to tell their friends to get them into D&D? Like, how would you recommend other people push D&D on people?
Live a video game while drinking with your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or hanging with your friends. You don't have to drink.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Yeah, but I feel like also the DM makes all the difference in the world. Find a good DM,
It can.
which there isn't anyone as
Or
good as Matt.
or be one. No, that's not true. It's
Step up.
It's true. It's true.
no. It's communal storytelling. It's I don't know. You forge memories with friends. It's a really cool kind of improvised story that you all create together, and it's.
And playing with someone who's not a crazy talented voice actor is still better than not playing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So just find a DM and start a game.
I-
Start your first game.
I
Yeah.
tell people it's not about math. It's not about a paper and pencil. It's about just when you were a kid and you went outside and played all day and you were just a kid. That's what this is. It's just remembering how to do that again with friends.
And that's what you fucking tell people.
It's
Pretend as adults.
It's a game. It's a game that you can play with your friends that will create the kinds of bonded, shared experiences that created the friends that you had in high school. Like the friends you just don't get anymore.
Yeah.
But you can get them by doing
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
This is
If-
to make that high school friend again.
Totally. If you can find a group of friends that you can openly play D&D with without them like judging you, or
And even if it's not people
Yeah.
you know very well, if you find people that like D&D, like so many people that we've seen online and some of our friends don't have D&D groups, and they find a place to go and play D&D and like meet those people, because honestly, like, I didn't know you very well, I didn't know Ryan very well when we started, and now we're like all of us are like best friends, and it creates that in
People I see more often than any
I
other
know we see
group.
that
Makes
than
them-
almost
I like
anybody
the
else in our lives.
hashtag bondage friends.
Yeah, bondage.
That's a whole other group of friends.
I don't love that hashtag.
I see them about once a month.
We gotta
really.
get going.
This is true.
Grog has a session in the morning.
Oh,
Yeah, so I think that's
It's
a good,
funny because it's true. Thanks.
Yes.
I think that's a good time to close it out. Thank you everyone for getting us to that 1,000 shirts
Heck
sold.
yeah!
You guys are amazing. Thank you so
Every
much.
month
Thank
we're
you.
gonna have a new special limited edition Critical Role shirt going up on Teespring, but we're also launching a merch store in June that will have lots of different Critical Role shirts. So you'll have many options to choose from, and those will be shirts that kind of live on forever.
Yeah.
But the shirts that we sell on Teespring will be limited edition.
Yeah.
You'll only be able to have them within like
Will any
2
of
weeks.
them be?
I have a weird thing too. I'm doing a thing where if you have a PS4 and you follow me on Twitter at Aranakaba, every 20 followers, I'm gonna randomly pick one person. I'll tweet at you, and then tweet me your PS4 handle, and then I'll add you to my friends list. And we can play together.
There you go.
So yeah, hit me up.
Guys, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Sincerely, for watching, for being amazing, and for tuning in to enjoy our silliness. Critters!
We love you,
Critters!
critters.
Bye,
Critters. See you next week.
Critters!